Legacy of Ashes, The History of the CIA by Tim Weiner. For Kate, Emma, and Ruby. There are no secrets that time does not reveal. Jean Racine, Britannicus, 1669. Author's Note: Legacy of Ashes is the record of the first 60 years of the Central Intelligence Agency. It describes how the most powerful country in the history of Western civilization has failed to create a first-rate spy service. That failure constitutes a danger to the national security of the United States. Intelligence is secret action aimed at understanding or changing what goes on abroad. President Dwight D. Eisenhower called it a distasteful but vital necessity. A nation that wants to project its power beyond its borders needs to see over the horizon, to know what is coming, to prevent attacks against its people. It must anticipate surprise. Without a strong, smart, sharp intelligence service, presidents and generals alike can become blind and crippled. But throughout its history as a superpower, the United States has not had such a service. History, Edward Gibbon wrote in The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, is little more than the register of crimes, follies, and misfortunes of mankind. The annals of the Central Intelligence Agency are filled with folly and misfortune, along with acts of bravery and cunning. They are replete with fleeting successes and long-lasting failures abroad. They are marked by political battles and power struggles at home. The agency's triumphs have saved some blood and treasure. Its mistakes have squandered both. They have proved fatal for legions of American soldiers and foreign agents. Some 3,000 Americans who died in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania on September 11, 2001, and 3,000 more who have died since then in Iraq and Afghanistan. The one crime of lasting consequence has been the CIA's inability to carry out its central mission, informing the president of what is happening in the world. The United States had no intelligence to speak of when World War II began, and next to none a few weeks after the war ended. A mad rush to demobilize left behind a few hundred men who had a few years' experience in the world of secrets and the will to go on fighting a new enemy. All major powers except the United States have had for a long time past permanent worldwide intelligence services, reporting directly to the highest echelons of their government. General William J. Donovan, the commander of the Wartime Office of Strategic Services, warned President Truman in August 1945. Prior to the present war, the United States had no foreign secret intelligence service. It never has had and does not now have a coordinated intelligence system. Tragically, it still does not have one. The CIA was supposed to become that system, but the blueprint for the agency was a hasty sketch. It was no cure for a chronic American weakness. Secrecy and deception were not our strengths. The collapse of the British Empire left the United States as the sole force able to oppose Soviet communism, and America desperately needed to know those enemies, to provide foresight to presidents, and to fight fire with fire when called upon to light the fuse. The mission of the CIA, above all, was to keep the president forewarned against surprise attack, a second Pearl Harbor. The agency's ranks were filled with thousands of patriotic Americans in the 1950s. Many were brave and battle-hardened. Some had wisdom. Few really knew the enemy. Where understanding failed, presidents ordered the CIA to change the course of history through covert action. The conduct of political and psychological warfare in peacetime was a new art, wrote Gerald Miller, then the CIA's covert operations chief for Western Europe. Some of the techniques were known, but doctrine and experience were lacking. The CIA's covert operations were by and large blind stabs in the dark. The agency's only course was to learn by doing, by making mistakes in battle. The CIA then concealed its failures abroad, lying to Presidents Eisenhower and Kennedy. It told those lies to preserve its standing in Washington. The truth, said Don Gregg, a skilled Cold War station chief, was that the agency at the height of its powers had a great reputation and a terrible record. Like the American public, the agency dissented at its peril during the Vietnam War. Like the American press, it discovered that its reporting was rejected if it did not fit the preconceptions of presidents. The CIA was rebuked and scorned by Presidents Johnson, Nixon, Ford, and Carter. None of them understood how the agency worked. They took office with the expectation that intelligence could solve every problem or that it could not do anything right, and then moved to the opposite view, notes a former deputy director of Central Intelligence, Richard J. Kerr. Then they settled down and vacillated from one extreme to the other. To survive as an institution in Washington, the agency above all had to have the president's ear. But it soon learned that it was dangerous to tell him what he did not want to hear. The CIA's analysts learned to march in lockstep, conforming to conventional wisdom. They misapprehended the intentions and capabilities of our enemies, miscalculated the strength of communism, and misjudged the threat of terrorism. The supreme goal of the CIA during the Cold War was to steal Soviet secrets by recruiting spies. But the CIA never possessed a single one who had deep insight into the workings of the Kremlin. The number of Soviet spies with important information to reveal, all of them volunteers, not recruits, could be counted on the fingers of two hands. And all of them died, captured and executed by Moscow. Almost all had been betrayed by officers of the CIA's Soviet division who were spying for the other side under Presidents Reagan and George H.W. Bush. Under Reagan, the CIA set off on misconceived Third World missions, selling arms to Iran's Revolutionary Guards to finance a war in Central America, breaking the law and squandering what trust remained reposed in it. More grievously, it missed the fatal weakness of its main enemy. It fell to machines, not men, to understand the other side. As the technology of espionage expanded its horizons, the CIA's vision grew more and more myopic. Spy satellites enabled it to count Soviet weapons. They did not deliver the crucial information that communism was crumbling. The CIA's foremost experts never saw the enemy until after the Cold War was over. The agency had bled the Soviets by pouring billions of dollars of weapons into Afghanistan to help fight the Red Army's occupying forces. That was an epic success. But it failed to see that the Islamic warriors it supported would soon take aim at the United States, and when that understanding came, the agency failed to act. That was an epical failure. The unity of purpose that held the CIA together during the Cold War came undone in the 1990s under President Clinton. The agency still had people who strove to understand the world, but their ranks were far too thin. There were still talented officers who dedicated themselves to serving the United States abroad, but their numbers were far too few. The FBI had more agents in New York than the CIA had officers abroad. By the end of the century, the agency was no longer a fully functioning and independent intelligence service. It was becoming a second-echelon field office for the Pentagon, weighing tactics for battles that never came, not strategies for the struggle ahead. It was powerless to prevent the second Pearl Harbor. After the attacks on New York and Washington, the agency sent a small, skilled cadre of covert operators into Afghanistan and Pakistan to hunt down the leaders of al-Qaeda. It then forfeited its role as a reliable source of secret information when it handed the White House false reports on the existence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. It had delivered a ton of reportage based on an ounce of intelligence. President George W. Bush and his administration, in turn, misused the agency, once proudly run by his father, turning it into a paramilitary police force abroad and a paralyzed bureaucracy at headquarters. Bush casually pronounced a political death sentence upon the CIA in 2004 when he said that the agency was just guessing about the course of the war in Iraq. No president had ever publicly dismissed the CIA that way. Its centrality in the American government ended with the dissolution of the Office of Director of Central Intelligence in 2005. Now the CIA must be rebuilt if it is to survive. That task will take years. The challenge of understanding the world as it is has overwhelmed 3 generations of CIA officers. Few among the new generation have mastered the intricacies of foreign lands, much less the political culture of Washington. In turn, almost every president, almost every Congress, and almost every director of Central Intelligence since the 1960s has proved incapable of grasping the mechanics of the CIA. Most have left the agency in worse shape than they found it. Their failures have handed future generations, in the words of President Eisenhower, a legacy of ashes. We are back where we began 60 years ago, in a state of disarray. Legacy of Ashes sets out to show how it has come to pass that the United States now lacks the intelligence it will need in the years ahead. It is drawn from the words, the ideas, and the deeds set forth in the files of the American national security establishment. They record what our leaders really said, really wanted, and really did when they projected power abroad. This book is based on my reading of more than 50,000 documents, primarily from the archives of the CIA, the White House, and the State Department, more than 2,000 oral histories of American intelligence officers, soldiers, and diplomats, and more than 300 interviews conducted since 1987 with CIA officers and veterans, including 10 directors of Central Intelligence. This book is on the record. No anonymous sources, no blind quotations, no hearsay. It is the first history of the CIA, compiled entirely from first-hand reporting and primary documents. It is, by its nature, incomplete. No president, no director of Central Intelligence, and certainly no outsider can know everything about the agency. What I have written here is not the whole truth, but to the best of my ability, it is nothing but the truth. I hope it may serve as a warning. No republic in history has lasted longer than 300 years, and this nation may not long endure as a great power unless it finds the eyes to see things as they are in the world. That once was the mission of the Central Intelligence Agency. Part 1. In the beginning, we knew nothing. The CIA under Truman, 1945 to 1953. 1. Intelligence must be global and totalitarian. All Harry Truman wanted was a newspaper. Catapulted into the White House by the death of President Franklin D. Roosevelt on April 12, 1945, Truman knew nothing about the development of the atomic bomb or the intentions of his Soviet allies. He needed information to use his power. When I took over, he wrote in a letter to a friend years later, the president had no means of coordinating the intelligence from around the world. Roosevelt had created the Office of Strategic Services under the command of General William J. Donovan as America's wartime intelligence agency. But Donovan's OSS was never built to last. When the new Central Intelligence Agency arose from its ashes, Truman wanted it to serve him solely as a global news service delivering daily bulletins. It was not intended as a cloak-and-dagger outfit, he wrote. It was intended merely as a center for keeping the president informed on what was going on in the world. He insisted that he never wanted the CIA to act as a spy organization. That was never the intention when it was organized. His vision was subverted from the start. In a global and totalitarian war, General Donovan believed, intelligence must be global and totalitarian. On November 18, 1944, he had written to President Roosevelt proposing that the United States create a peacetime Central Intelligence Service. He had started sketching his plan the year before at the behest of Lieutenant General Walter Bedell Smith, Chief of Staff to General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who wanted to know how the OSS would become part of the military establishment of the United States. Donovan told the president that he could learn the capabilities, intentions, and activities of foreign nations while running subversive operations abroad against America's enemies. The OSS had never been stronger than 13,000 members, smaller than a single army division, but the service Donovan envisioned would be its own army, a force skillfully combating communism, defending America from attack, and serving up secrets for the White House. He urged the president to lay the keel of the ship at once, and he aimed to be its captain. Nicknamed Wild Bill after a fast but errant pitcher who managed the New York Yankees from 1915 to 1917, Donovan was a brave old soldier. He had won the Congressional Medal of Honor for heroism in the trenches of France during World War I, but a poor politician. Very few generals and admirals trusted him. They were appalled by his idea of making a spy service out of a scattershot collection of Wall Street brokers, Ivy League eggheads, soldiers of fortune, ad men, newsmen, stuntmen, second-story men, and con men. The OSS had developed a uniquely American cadre of intelligence analysts, but Donovan and his star officer Allen W. Dulles were enthralled by espionage and sabotage, skills at which Americans were amateurs. Donovan depended on British intelligence to school his men in the dark arts. The bravest of the OSS, the ones who inspired legends, were the men who jumped behind enemy lines, running guns, blowing up bridges, plotting against the Nazis with the French and the Balkan resistance movements. In the last year of the war, with his forces spread throughout Europe, North Africa, and Asia, Donovan wanted to drop his agents directly into Germany. He did, and they died. Of the 21 two-man teams that went in, only one was ever heard from again. These were the kinds of missions General Donovan dreamed up daily, some daring, some deluded. His imagination was unlimited, said his right-hand man David K. E. Bruce, later the American ambassador to France, Germany, and England. Ideas were his plaything. Excitement made him snort like a racehorse. Woe to the officer who turned down a project because on its face it seemed ridiculous or at least unusual. For painful weeks under his command, I tested the possibility of using bats taken from concentrations in western caves to destroy Tokyo, dropping them into the sky with incendiary bombs strapped to their backs. That was the spirit of the OSS. President Roosevelt always had his doubts about Donovan. Early in 1945, he had ordered his chief White House military aide, Colonel Richard Park, Jr., to conduct a secret investigation into the wartime operations of the OSS. As Park began his work, leaks from the White House created headlines in New York, Chicago, and Washington, warning that Donovan wanted to create an American Gestapo. When the stories broke, the president urged Donovan to shove his plans under the rug. On March 6, 1945, the Joint Chiefs of Staff formally shelved them. They wanted a new spy service to serve the Pentagon, not the president. What they had in mind was a clearinghouse staffed by colonels and clerks, distilling information gathered by attachés and diplomats and spies for the benefit of four-star commanders. Thus began a battle for control of American intelligence that went on for 3 generations. An extremely dangerous thing. The OSS had little standing at home, and less inside the Pentagon. The organization was barred from seeing the most important intercepted communications from Japan and Germany. Senior American military officers thought an independent civilian intelligence service run by Donovan, with direct access to the president, would be an extremely dangerous thing in a democracy, in the words of Major General Clayton Bissell, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Military Intelligence. These were many of the same men who had slept through Pearl Harbor. Well before dawn on December 7, 1941, the American military had broken some of Japan's codes. It knew an attack might be coming, but it never imagined Japan would take so desperate a gamble. The broken code was too secret to share with commanders in the field. Rivalries within the military meant that information was divided, hoarded, and scattered. Because no one possessed all the pieces of the puzzle, no one saw the big picture. Not until the war was over did Congress investigate how the nation had been taken by surprise, and not until then was it clear that the country needed a new way to defend itself. Before Pearl Harbor, American intelligence covering great swaths of the globe could be found in a short row of wooden filing cabinets at the State Department. A few dozen ambassadors and military attachés were its sole sources of information. In the spring of 1945, the United States knew next to nothing about the Soviet Union and little more about the rest of the world. Franklin Roosevelt was the only man who could revive Donovan's dream of a far-seeing, all-powerful American intelligence service. When Roosevelt died on April 12th, Donovan despaired for the future. After sitting up half the night grieving, he came downstairs at the Ritz Hotel, his favorite haunt in liberated Paris, and had a gloomy breakfast with William J. Casey, an OSS officer and a future director of Central Intelligence. "What do you think it means for the organization?" Casey asked. "I'm afraid it's probably the end," Donovan said. That same day, Colonel Park submitted his top-secret report on the OSS to the new president. The report, fully declassified only after the Cold War ended, was a political murder weapon honed by the military and sharpened by J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI director since 1924. Hoover despised Donovan and harbored his own ambitions to run a worldwide intelligence service. Park's work destroyed the possibility of the OSS continuing as part of the American government, punctured the romantic myths that Donovan created to protect his spies, and instilled in Harry Truman a deep and abiding distrust of secret intelligence operations. The OSS had done serious harm to the citizens, business interests, and national interests of the United States, the report said. Park admitted no important instance in which the OSS had helped to win the war, only mercilessly listing the ways in which it had failed. The training of its officers had been crude and loosely organized. British intelligence commanders regarded American spies as putty in their hands. In China, the nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek had manipulated the OSS to his own ends. Germany's spies had penetrated OSS operations all over Europe and North Africa. The Japanese embassy in Lisbon had discovered the plans of OSS officers to steal its codebooks, and as a consequence, the Japanese changed their codes, which resulted in a complete blackout of vital military information in the summer of 1943. One of Park's informants said, "How many American lives in the Pacific represent the cost of this stupidity on the part of OSS is unknown." Faulty intelligence provided by the OSS after the fall of Rome in June 1944 led thousands of French troops into a Nazi trap on the island of Elba, Park wrote, and as a result of these errors and miscalculations of the enemy forces by OSS, some 1,100 French troops were killed. The report personally attacked Donovan. It said the general had lost a briefcase at a cocktail party in Bucharest that was turned over to the Gestapo by a Romanian dancer. His hiring and promotion of senior officers rested not on merit, but on an old boy network of connections from Wall Street and the social register. He had sent detachments of men to lonely outposts such as Liberia and forgotten about them. He had mistakenly dropped commandos into neutral Sweden. He had sent guards to protect the captured German ammunition dump in France and then blown them up. Colonel Park acknowledged that Donovan's men had conducted some successful sabotage missions and rescues of downed American pilots. He said the desk-bound research and analysis branch of OSS had done an outstanding job, and he concluded that the analysts might find a place at the State Department after the war. But the rest of the OSS would have to go. The almost hopeless compromise of OSS personnel, he warned, makes their use as a secret intelligence agency in the post-war world inconceivable. After VE Day, Donovan went back to Washington to try to save his spy service. A month of mourning for President Roosevelt was giving way to a mad scramble for power in Washington. In the Oval Office on May 14th, Harry Truman listened for less than 15 minutes as Donovan made his proposal to hold communism in check by undermining the Kremlin. The president summarily dismissed him. All summer long, Donovan fought back in Congress and in the press. Finally, on August 25th, he told Truman that he had to choose between knowledge and ignorance. The United States does not now have a coordinated intelligence system, he warned. The defects and the dangers of this situation have been generally recognized. Donovan had hoped that he could sweet-talk Truman, a man he had always treated with cavalier disdain, into creating the CIA. But he had misread his own president. Truman had decided that Donovan's plan had the earmarks of a Gestapo. On September 20th, 1945, 6 weeks after he dropped America's atomic bombs on Japan, the President of the United States fired Donovan and ordered the OSS to disband in 10 days. America's spy service was abolished. 2. The logic of force. In the rubble of Berlin, Allen Dulles, the ranking OSS officer in Germany, had found a splendid and well-staffed mansion for his new headquarters in the summer of 1945. His favorite lieutenant, Richard Helms, began trying to spy on the Soviets. What you have to remember, Helms said half a century later, is that in the beginning we knew nothing. Our knowledge of what the other side was up to, their intentions, their capabilities, was nil, or next to it. If you came up with a telephone book or a map of an airfield, that was pretty hot stuff. We were in the dark about a lot of the world. Helms had been happy to return to Berlin, where he had made his name as a 23-year-old wire service reporter by interviewing Hitler at the 1936 Olympics. He was dumbstruck by the abolition of the OSS. At the outfit's operations center in Berlin, a commandeered sparkling wine factory, the anger and alcohol flowed freely on the night the order from the president arrived. There would be no central headquarters for American intelligence as Dulles had envisioned. Only a skeleton crew would stay on overseas. Helms simply could not believe the mission could come to an end. He was encouraged a few days later when a message arrived from OSS headquarters in Washington telling him to hold the fort. The holy cause of Central Intelligence. The message came from Donovan's deputy, Brigadier General John Magruder, a gentleman soldier who had been in the Army since 1910. He adamantly believed that without an intelligence service, America's new supremacy in the world would be left to blind chance or beholden to the British. On September 26, 1945, 6 days after President Truman signed away the OSS, General Magruder stalked down the endless corridors of the Pentagon. The moment was opportune. The Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, had resigned that week, and Stimson had been dead set against the idea of a CIA. "Seems to me most inadvisable," he had told Donovan a few months earlier. Now General Magruder seized the opening left by Stimson's departure. He sat down with an old friend of Donovan's, the Assistant Secretary of War, John McCloy, one of the great movers and shakers of Washington. Together, the two men countermanded the president. Magruder walked out of the Pentagon that day with an order from McCloy that said, "The continuing operations of OSS must be performed in order to preserve them." That piece of paper kept the hope for a Central Intelligence Agency alive. The spies would stay on duty under a new name, the Strategic Services Unit, the SSU. McCloy then asked his good friend Robert A. Lovett, the Assistant Secretary for Air War and a future Secretary of Defense, to set up a secret commission to plot the course for American intelligence and to tell Harry Truman what had to be done. Magruder confidently informed his men that the holy cause of Central Intelligence would prevail. Emboldened by the reprieve, Helms set to work in Berlin. He purged officers who had plunged into Berlin's black market, where everything and everyone was for sale. 24 cartons of Camels, purchased for $12 at the American Military PX, bought a 1939 Mercedes-Benz. He searched for German scientists and spies to ferret out to the West, with the aim of denying their skills to the Soviets and putting them to work for the United States. But these tasks soon took second place to the struggle to see the new enemy. By October, it was very clear our primary target was going to be what the Russians were up to, remembered Tom Polgar, then a 23-year-old officer at the Berlin base. The Soviets were seizing the railroads and co-opting the political parties of Eastern Germany. At first, the best the American spies could do was to try to track the movement of Soviet military transports to Berlin, giving the Pentagon a sense that someone was trying to keep an eye on the Red Army. Furious at Washington's retreat in the face of the Soviet advance, working against the resistance from the ranking American military men in Berlin, Helms and his men began trying to recruit German police and politicians to establish spy networks in the East. By November, we were seeing the total takeover by the Russians of the East German system, said Peter Sichel, another 23-year-old SSU officer in Berlin. The Joint Chiefs of Staff and the forceful Secretary of the Navy, James V. Forrestal, now began to fear that the Soviets, like the Nazis before them, would move to seize all of Europe, and then push on to the eastern Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, northern China, and Korea. One false move could lead to a confrontation no one could contain. And as the fear of a new war increased, the future leaders of American intelligence split into two rival camps. One believed in the slow and patient gathering of secret intelligence through espionage. The other believed in secret warfare, taking the battle to the enemy through covert action. Espionage seeks to know the world. That was Richard Helms. Covert action seeks to change the world. That would be Frank Wisner. Wisner was the charming son of land-rich Mississippi gentry, a dashing corporate lawyer in a tailored military uniform. In September 1944, he had flown into Bucharest, Romania, as the new OSS station chief. The Red Army and a small American military mission had seized control in the capital, and Wisner's orders were to keep an eye on the Russians. He was in his glory, conspiring with the young King Michael, plotting the rescue of downed Allied airmen, and requisitioning the 30-room mansion of a Bucharest beer baron. Under its sparkling chandeliers, Russian officers mingled with the Americans, toasting one another with champagne. Wisner was thrilled. He was one of the first OSS men to bend an elbow with the Russians, and he proudly reported to headquarters that he had made a successful liaison with the Soviet intelligence service. He had been an American spy for less than a year. The Russians had been at the game for more than 2 centuries. They already had well-placed agents within the OSS, and they quickly infiltrated Wisner's inner circle of Romanian allies and agents. By midwinter, they took control of the capital, herded tens of thousands of Romanians who had German bloodlines into railroad cars, and shipped them eastward to enslavement or death. Wisner watched 27 boxcars filled with human cargo rolling out of Romania. The memory haunted him all his life. He was a deeply shaken man when he arrived at OSS headquarters in Germany, where he and Helms became uneasy allies. They flew to Washington together in December 1945, and as they talked during the 18-hour journey, They realized they had no idea whether the United States would have a clandestine service after they landed. An apparently bastard organization. In Washington, the battle over the future of American intelligence was growing fierce. The Joint Chiefs of Staff fought for a service firmly under their control. The Army and the Navy demanded their own. J. Edgar Hoover wanted the FBI to conduct worldwide espionage. The State Department sought dominion. Even the Postmaster General weighed in. General Magruder defined the problem. Clandestine intelligence operations involve a constant breaking of all the rules, he wrote. To put it baldly, such operations are necessarily extra-legal and sometimes illegal. He argued convincingly that the Pentagon and the State Department could not risk running those missions. A new clandestine service would have to take charge. But almost no one was left to fill its ranks. The intelligence collection effort more or less came to a standstill, said Colonel Bill Quinn, General Magruder's executive officer of the Strategic Services Unit. 5 of every 6 OSS veterans had gone back to their old lives. They saw what was left of American intelligence as transparently jerry-built and transient, Helms said. An apparently bastard organization with an unpredictable life expectancy. Their number fell by nearly 10,000 in 3 months, down to 1,967 by the end of 1945. The London, Paris, Rome, Vienna, Madrid, Lisbon, and Stockholm stations lost almost all their officers. 15 out of 23 Asian outposts closed. On the 4th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, convinced that Truman had run American intelligence off the rails, Allen Dulles returned to his desk at Sullivan and Cromwell, the New York law firm where his brother John Foster Dulles was a partner. Frank Wisner followed his lead and went back to his own New York law firm, Carter Ledyard. The remaining intelligence analysts were dispatched to form a new research bureau at the State Department. They were treated like displaced persons. I don't suppose there had ever been or could ever be a sadder or more tormented period of my life, wrote Sherman Kent, later a founding father of CIA's Directorate of Intelligence. The most talented soon left in despair, back to their universities and newspapers. No replacements appeared. There would be no coherent intelligence reporting in the American government for many years to come. President Truman had relied on his budget director, Harold D. Smith, to oversee the orderly dismantling of the American war machine. But demobilization was turning into disintegration. Smith warned the president on the day he dismembered the OSS that the United States was at risk of returning to the state of innocence that had prevailed before Pearl Harbor. He feared that American intelligence had become royally bitched up. At a hastily convened White House meeting on January 9, 1946, Admiral William D. Leahy, Truman's crusty military chief of staff, bluntly told the president that intelligence had been handled in a disgraceful way. Truman saw that he had created a snafu and decided to set it straight. He summoned the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Rear Admiral Sidney W. Sowers. A reservist, Sowers was a Democratic Party stalwart from Missouri, a wealthy businessman who made his money in life insurance and Piggly Wiggly shops, the nation's first self-service supermarkets. He had served on a post-war commission studying the future of intelligence created by Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, but his sights were set on nothing grander than a swift return to St. Louis. Sowers discovered, to his dismay, that the president was going to make him the first director of Central Intelligence. Admiral Leahy recorded the moment of the investiture in his office diary for January 24, 1946. At lunch today in the White House, with only members of the staff present, Rear Admiral Sidney Sowers and I were presented with black cloaks, black hats, and wooden daggers by Truman. The president then knighted Sowers as chief of the Cloak and Dagger Group of Snoopers and Director of Centralized Snooping. This vaudeville act placed the flabbergasted reservist in command of the misbegotten and short-lived organization called the Central Intelligence Group. Sowers was now in charge of nearly 2,000 intelligence officers and support staff who controlled files and dossiers on some 400,000 individuals. Many of them had no idea what they were doing or what they were supposed to do. Someone asked Sowers after his swearing in what he wanted to do. "I want to go home," he said. Like every director of Central Intelligence who followed him, he was given great responsibility without equivalent authority. He had no direction from the White House. The trouble was that no one really knew what the president wanted, least of all the president himself. Truman said he only needed a daily intelligence digest to keep from having to read a 2-foot stack of cables every morning. It seemed to the charter members of the Central Intelligence Group that it was the only aspect of their work he ever considered. Others saw the mission very differently. General Magruder maintained that there was a tacit understanding at the White House that the Central Intelligence Group would operate a clandestine service. If so, not a word of it appeared on paper. The president never spoke of it, so almost no one else in the government recognized the new group's legitimacy. The Pentagon and the State Department refused to talk to Sowers and his people. The Army, the Navy, and the FBI treated them with the deepest disdain. Sowers lasted barely 100 days as director, though he stayed on to serve the president as an advisor. He left behind only one note of consequence, a top-secret memo with the following plea. There is an urgent need to develop the highest possible quality of intelligence on the USSR in the shortest possible time. The only American insights on the Kremlin in those days came from the newly appointed American ambassador in Moscow, the future director of Central Intelligence, General Walter Beadle Smith, and his ranking Russia hand, George Kennan. What does the Soviet Union want? Beadle Smith was a shopkeeper's son from Indiana who rose from buck private to general without the polish of West Point or a college degree. As Eisenhower's chief of staff in World War II, he had thought through every battle in North Africa and Europe. His fellow officers respected and feared him. He was Ike's unsmiling hatchet man. He worked himself beyond exhaustion. After receiving blood transfusions for a bleeding ulcer when he collapsed at the end of a late dinner with Eisenhower and Winston Churchill, he argued his way out of a British hospital and back to his commander's tent. He had broken bread with Russian military officers, sitting down for awkward dinners at Allied headquarters in Algiers to plan joint operations against the Nazis. He had personally accepted the Nazi surrender that ended the war in Europe, staring down with contempt at the German command in the battered little red schoolhouse in Reims, France, that served as the American military's forward headquarters. On VE Day, May 8, 1945, he had met for a few fleeting minutes in Reims with Allen Dulles and Richard Helms. Dulles, cursed by gout, hobbling on a crutch, had come to see Eisenhower and win his approval for the creation of an all-powerful American intelligence center in Berlin. Ike had no time for Dulles that morning. A bad omen. Beadle Smith arrived in Moscow in March 1946 to be schooled by George Kennan, the chargé d'affaires at the American Embassy. Kennan had spent many years in Russia, many dark hours trying to decipher Joseph Stalin. The Red Army had seized almost half of Europe in the war, a prize taken at the terrible price of 20 million Russian dead. Its forces had liberated nations from the Nazis, but now the shadow of the Kremlin was falling over more than 100 million people beyond Russia's borders. Kennan foresaw that the Soviets would hold their conquests by brute strength. He had warned the White House to prepare for a showdown. A few days before Beadle Smith landed in Moscow, Kennan unleashed the most famous cable in the history of American diplomacy, the Long Telegram, an 8,000-word portrait of Soviet paranoia. Kennan's readers, at first a few, in time millions, All seemed to seize on a single line. The Soviets were impervious to the logic of reason, but highly sensitive to the logic of force. In short order, Kennan would gain fame as the greatest Kremlinologist in the American government. We had accustomed ourselves, through our wartime experience, to having a great enemy before us, Kennan reflected many years later. The enemy must always be a center. He must be totally evil. Beadle Smith called Kennan the best possible tutor a newly arrived chief of mission could have had. On a cold, starry night in April 1946, Beadle Smith rode a limousine flying the American flag into the fortress of the Kremlin. At the gates, Soviet intelligence officers checked his identity. His car passed the ancient Russian cathedrals and the huge broken bell at the foot of a tall tower within the Kremlin's walls. Saluting soldiers in high black leather boots and red-striped breeches ushered him inside. He had come alone. They took him down a long corridor, through tall double doors padded with dark green quilted leather. Finally, in a high-ceilinged conference room, the general met the generalissimo. Beadle Smith had a double-barreled question for Stalin. What does the Soviet Union want, and how far is Russia going to go? Stalin stared into the distance, puffing on a cigarette and doodling lopsided hearts and question marks with a red pencil. He denied designs on any other nation. He denounced Winston Churchill's warning delivered in a speech a few weeks earlier in Missouri about the Iron Curtain that had fallen across Europe. Stalin said Russia knew its enemies. Is it possible that you really believe that the United States and Great Britain are united in an alliance to thwart Russia? Beadle Smith asked. Da, said Stalin. The general repeated, How far is Russia going to go? Stalin looked right at him and said, We're not going to go much further. How much further? No one knew. What was the mission of American intelligence in the face of the new Soviet threat? No one was sure. An apprentice juggler. On June 10, 1946, General Hoyt Vandenberg became the second director of Central Intelligence. A handsome pilot who had led Eisenhower's tactical air war in Europe, he now ran a fly-by-night outfit based in a cluster of undistinguished masonry buildings at the far end of Foggy Bottom, atop a small bluff overlooking the Potomac. His command post stood at 2430 E Street, the old headquarters of the OSS, surrounded by an abandoned gasworks, a turreted brewery, and a roller skating rink. Vandenberg lacked three essential tools: money, power, and people. The Central Intelligence Group stood outside the law in the judgment of Lawrence Houston, General Counsel for Central Intelligence from 1946 to 1972. The President could not legally create a federal agency out of thin air. Without the consent of Congress, Central Intelligence could not legally spend money. No money meant no power. Vandenberg set out to get the United States back into the intelligence business. He created a new Office of Special Operations to conduct spying and subversion overseas, and wrangled $15 million under the table from a handful of congressmen to carry out those missions. He wanted to know everything about the Soviet forces in Eastern and Central Europe, their movements, their capabilities, their intentions, and he ordered Richard Helms to deliver in a hurry. Helms, in charge of espionage in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, with 228 overseas personnel on his roster, said he felt like an apprentice juggler trying to keep an inflated beach ball, an open milk bottle, and a loaded machine gun in the air. All over Europe, a legion of political exiles, former intelligence officers, ex-agents, and sundry entrepreneurs were turning themselves into intelligence moguls, brokering the sale of fabricated-to-order information. The more his spies spent buying intelligence, the less valuable it became. If there are more graphic illustrations of throwing money at a problem that hasn't been thought through, none comes to mind, he wrote. What passed for intelligence on the Soviets and their satellites was a patchwork of frauds produced by talented liars. Helms later determined that at least half the information on the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe in the CIA's files was pure falsehood. His stations in Berlin and Vienna had become factories of fake intelligence. Few of his officers or analysts could sift fact from fiction. It was an ever-present problem. More than half a century later, the CIA confronted the same sort of fabrication as it sought to uncover Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. From the first day Vandenberg took office, he was shaken by terrifying reports from overseas. His daily bulletins generated heat, but little light. It was impossible to determine whether the warnings were true, but they went up the chain of command regardless. Flash. A drunken Soviet officer boasted that Russia would strike without warning. Flash. The commander of Soviet forces in the Balkans was toasting the coming fall of Istanbul. Flash. Stalin was prepared to invade Turkey, encircle the Black Sea, and take the Mediterranean and the Middle East. The Pentagon determined that the best way to blunt a Soviet advance was to cut the Red Army's supply lines in Romania. Senior staff members under the Joint Chiefs started drawing up battle plans. They told Vandenberg to prepare the first covert operation of the Cold War. In an attempt to carry out that order, Vandenberg changed the mission of the Central Intelligence Group. On July 17, 1946, he sent two of his aides to see Truman's White House counsel, Clark Clifford. They argued that the original concept of the Central Intelligence Group should now be altered to make it an operating agency. Without any legal authority, it became one. On that same day, Vandenberg personally asked Secretary of War Robert Patterson and Secretary of State James Burns to slip him an additional $10 million in secret funds to finance the work of intelligence agents all over the world. They did. Vandenberg's Office of Special Operations set out to create an underground resistance force in Romania. Frank Wisner had left behind a network of agents in Bucharest, desperate to work with Americans, but deeply infiltrated by Soviet intelligence. Charles W. Hostler, the first station chief in Bucharest for the Office of Special Operations, found himself surrounded by conspiracy, intrigue, nastiness, double-dealing, dishonesty, occasional murder and assassination among fascists, communists, monarchists, industrialists, anarchists, moderates, intellectuals, and idealists. A social and political environment for which young American officers were poorly prepared. Vandenberg ordered Lieutenant Ira C. Hamilton and Major Thomas R. Hall, based at the tiny American military mission in Bucharest, to organize Romania's National Peasant Party into a resistance force. Major Hall, who had been an OSS officer in the Balkans, spoke some Romanian. Lieutenant Hamilton spoke none. His guide was the one important agent Wisner had recruited 2 years before, Theodore Manacatide, who had been a sergeant on the intelligence staff of the Romanian Army and now worked at the American military mission, translator by day and spy by night. Manacatide took Hamilton and Hall to meet the National Peasant Party leaders. The Americans offered the clandestine support of the United States, guns, money, and intelligence. On October 5th, working with the new Central Intelligence Station in occupied Vienna, the Americans smuggled the former foreign minister of Romania and 5 other members of the would-be Liberation Army into Austria, sedating them, stuffing them into mail sacks, and flying them to safe harbor. It took Soviet intelligence and the Romanian secret police only a few weeks to sniff out the spies. The Americans and their chief agent ran for their lives as communist security forces crushed the mainstream Romanian resistance. The Peasant Party's leaders were charged with treason and imprisoned. Manakatire, Hamilton, and Hall were convicted in absentia at a public trial after witnesses swore that they had represented themselves as agents of a new American intelligence service. Frank Wisner opened the New York Times on November 20th, 1946, and read a short article on page 10 reporting that his old agent, Manakatire, formerly employed by the United States Mission, had been sentenced to life imprisonment on the grounds that he accompanied a Lieutenant Hamilton of the American military mission to a national peasant congress. By winter's end, nearly every one of the Romanians who had worked for Wisner during the war was jailed or killed. His personal secretary had committed suicide. A brutal dictatorship took control of Romania, its rise to power hastened by the failure of American covert action. Wisner left his law firm and went to Washington, securing a post at the State Department where he oversaw the occupied zones of Berlin, Vienna, Tokyo, Seoul, and Trieste. He had greater ambitions. He was convinced that the United States had to learn to fight in a new way, with the same skills and the same secrecy as its enemy. 3. Fight fire with fire. Washington was a small town run by people who believed that they lived in the center of the universe. Their city within the city was Georgetown, a square-mile enclave of cobblestone streets lush with magnolias. In its heart, at 3327 P Street, stood a fine four-story house built in 1820 with an English garden out back and a formal dining room with high windows. Frank and Polly Wisner made it their home. On Sunday evenings in 1947, it became the seat of the emerging American national security establishment. The foreign policy of the United States took shape at the Wisners' table. They started a Georgetown tradition, a Sunday night potluck supper. The main dish was liquor, all hands having sailed out of the Second World War on a tide of alcohol. The Wisners' eldest son, Frank's namesake, who in time rose to the heights of American diplomacy, saw the Sunday night suppers as extraordinarily important events. They were not just trifling social affairs. They became the very lifeblood of the way the government thought, fought, worked, compared notes, made up its mind, and reached consensus. After dinner, in the British tradition, the ladies retired, the gentlemen remained, and the bold ideas and boozy banter went late into the night. On any given evening, the guests might include Wisner's close friend David Bruce, the OSS veteran en route to becoming the American ambassador in Paris; Chip Bolin, counsel to the Secretary of State and a future ambassador to Moscow; Under Secretary of State Robert Lovett and the future Secretary of State Dean Acheson; and the newly eminent Kremlinologist George Kennan. These men believed it was in their power to change the course of human events, and their great debate was how to stop a Soviet takeover of Europe. Stalin was consolidating his control of the Balkans. Leftist guerrillas battled a right-wing monarchy in the mountains of Greece. Food riots broke out in Italy and France, where communist politicians called for general strikes. British soldiers and spies were pulling out of their posts all over the world, leaving wide swaths of the map open for the communists. The sun was setting on the British Empire. The exchequer could not sustain it. The United States was going to have to lead the free world alone. Wisner and his guests listened closely to Kennan. They had absorbed his long telegram from Moscow, and they shared his view of the Soviet threat. So did Navy Secretary James Forrestal, soon to be the first Secretary of Defense, a Wall Street wonder boy who saw communism as a fanatical faith to be fought with a still deeper conviction. Forrestal had become Kennan's political patron, installing him in a general's mansion at the National War College and making his work required reading for thousands of military officers. Director of Central Intelligence Vandenberg brainstormed with Kennan about how to spy on Moscow's atomic weapons work. The new Secretary of State, George C. Marshall, the chief of the U.S. Army in World War II, determined that the nation needed to reshape its foreign policy, and in the spring he put Kennan in charge of the State Department's new policy planning staff. Kennan was drawing up a battle plan for the newly named Cold War. Within the course of 6 months, the ideas of this obscure diplomat gave rise to 3 forces that shaped the world: the Truman Doctrine, a political warning to Moscow to halt its subversion of foreign nations; the Marshall Plan, a global bastion for American influence against communism; and the clandestine service of the Central Intelligence Agency. The greatest intelligence service in the world. In February 1947, the British ambassador had warned Acting Secretary of State Dean Acheson that England's military and economic aid to Greece and Turkey would have to cease in 6 weeks. The Greeks would need something on the order of $1 billion over the next 4 years to fight the threat of communism. From Moscow, Walter Bedell Smith sent his assessment that British troops were the only force keeping Greece from falling into the Soviet orbit. At home, the Red Scare was rising. For the first time since before the Great Depression, the Republicans now controlled both houses of Congress, with men like Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin and Congressman Richard Nixon of California gaining power. Truman's popularity was plunging. His approval rating in public opinion polls had fallen 50 points since the end of the war. He had changed his mind about Stalin and the Soviets. He was now convinced that they were an evil abroad in the world. Truman and Acheson summoned Senator Arthur Vandenberg, the Republican chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations. The newspapers that day noted that the senator's nephew, Hoyt, soon would be relieved as Director of Central Intelligence after only 8 months in power. Acheson explained that a communist beachhead in Greece would threaten all of Western Europe. The United States was going to have to find a way to save the free world, and Congress was going to have to pay the bill. Senator Vandenberg cleared his throat and turned to Truman. "Mr. President," he said, "the only way you are ever going to get this is to make a speech and scare the hell out of the country." On March 12, 1947, Truman made that speech, warning a joint session of Congress that the world would face disaster unless the United States fought communism abroad. Hundreds of millions of dollars had to be sent to shore up Greece, now threatened by the terrorist activities of several thousand armed men, the president said. Without American aid, disorder might spread throughout the Middle East. Despair would deepen in the nations of Europe, and darkness could descend on the free world. His credo was something new. "I believe that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. Any attack launched by an American enemy in any nation of the world was an attack on the United States." This was the Truman Doctrine. Congress rose for a standing ovation. Millions of dollars started flowing to Greece, along with warships, soldiers, guns, ammunition, napalm, and spies. Soon, Athens became one of the biggest American intelligence posts in the world. Truman's decision to fight communism overseas was the first clear direction that American spies received from the White House. They still lacked a strong commander. General Vandenberg was counting the days until he could take over the new Air Force, but he delivered secret testimony to a handful of members of Congress in his last days as Director of Central Intelligence, saying that the nation faced foreign threats as never before. "The oceans have shrunk. Until today, both Europe and Asia border the United States almost as do Canada and Mexico," he said in a turn of phrase repeated eerily by President Bush after 9/11. In World War II, Vandenberg said, "We had to rely blindly and trustingly on the superior intelligence system of the British. But the United States should never have to go hat in hand, begging any foreign government for the eyes the foreign intelligence with which to see. Yet the CIA would always depend on foreign intelligence services for insight into lands and languages it did not understand. Vandenberg ended by saying it would take at least 5 more years to build a professional cadre of American spies. The warning was repeated word for word half a century later, in 1997, by Director of Central Intelligence George J. Tenet, and Tenet said it again upon resigning in 2004. A great spy service was always 5 years over the horizon. Vandenberg's successor, the third man to hold the post in 15 months, was Rear Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, sworn in on May Day 1947. Hilly, as everyone called him, was a miscast man. He exuded insignificance. Like his predecessors, he never wanted to be Director of Central Intelligence, and probably never should have been, says a CIA history of the era. On June 27, 1947, a congressional committee held secret hearings that led to the formal creation of the CIA at summer's end. It spoke volumes that not Hillenkoetter, but Allen Dulles, a lawyer in private practice, was selected to conduct a secret intelligence seminar for a few select members of Congress. Allen Dulles had an onward Christian soldier's sense of patriotic duty. He was born into the best family of Watertown, New York in 1893. His father was the town's Presbyterian pastor. His grandfather and his uncle both had served as Secretary of State. The president of his college, Princeton, was Woodrow Wilson, later to be President of the United States. Dulles had been a junior diplomat after World War I and a white-shoe Wall Street lawyer in the Depression. By virtue of his carefully cultivated reputation as an American master spy, built as the OSS chief in Switzerland, he was regarded by the Republican leadership as the Director of Central Intelligence in exile, in the way that his brother, John Foster Dulles, the party's principal foreign policy spokesman, was seen as a shadow Secretary of State. Allen was genial in the extreme, with twinkling eyes, a belly laugh, and an almost impish deviousness. But he was also a duplicitous man, a chronic adulterer, ruthlessly ambitious. He was not above misleading Congress or his colleagues, or even his commander-in-chief. Room 1501 of the Longworth office building was sealed off by armed guards. Everyone inside was sworn to secrecy. Puffing away on his pipe, a tweedy headmaster instructing unruly schoolboys, Allen Dulles described a CIA that would be directed by a relatively small but elite corps of men with a passion for anonymity. Its director would require judicial temperament in high degree, with long experience and profound knowledge, a man not unlike Allen Dulles. His top aides, if they were military men, would divest themselves of their rank as soldiers, sailors, or airmen, and, as it were, take the cloth of the intelligence service. Americans had the raw material for building the greatest intelligence service in the world, Dulles said. The personnel need not be very numerous. A few hundred good men would do the trick. The operation of the service must neither be flamboyant nor overshrouded in the mystery and abracadabra which the amateur detective likes to assume, he reassured the members of Congress. All that is required for success is hard work, discriminating judgment, and common sense. He never said what he really wanted: to resurrect the wartime covert operations of the OSS. The creation of a new American clandestine service was at hand. President Truman unveiled the new architecture for the Cold War by signing the National Security Act of 1947 on July 26th. The act created the Air Force as a separate service, led by General Vandenberg, and a new National Security Council was to be the White House switchboard for presidential decisions. The act also created the Office of Secretary of Defense. Its first occupant, James Forrestal, was ordered to unify the American military, This office, Forrestal wrote a few days later, will probably be the greatest cemetery for dead cats in history. And in 6 short and sketchy paragraphs, the act gave birth to the Central Intelligence Agency on September 18th. The CIA was born with crippling defects. From the outset, it faced fierce and relentless opponents within the Pentagon and the State Department, the agencies whose reports it was supposed to coordinate. The agency was not their overseer, but their stepchild. Its powers were poorly defined. No formal charter or congressionally appropriated funds would come for nearly 2 more years. The CIA's headquarters would survive until then on a subsistence fund maintained by a few members of Congress. And its secrecy would always conflict with the openness of American democracy. I had the gravest forebodings about this organization, wrote Dean Acheson, soon to be Secretary of State, and warned the President that, as set up, neither he, the National Security Council, nor anyone else would be in a position to know what it was doing or to control it. The National Security Act said nothing about secret operations overseas. It instructed the CIA to correlate, evaluate, and disseminate intelligence, and to perform other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting the national security. Embedded in those 11 words were the powers that General Magruder had preserved in his end run around the President 2 years before. In time, hundreds of major covert actions, 81 of them during Truman's second term, would be driven through this loophole. The conduct of covert action required the direct or implied authority of the National Security Council. The NSC in those days was President Truman, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, and the military chiefs. But it was an evanescent body. It seldom convened, and when it did, Truman was rarely at the table. He came to the first meeting on September 26th, as did a very wary Roscoe Hillenkoetter. The CIA's counsel, Lawrence Houston, had warned the director against the growing calls for covert action. He said the agency had no legal authority to conduct them without the express consent of Congress. Hilly sought to limit the CIA's overseas missions to the gathering of intelligence. He failed. Momentous decisions were being made in secret, often over breakfast on Wednesdays at Secretary of Defense Forrestal's house. On September 27th, Kennan sent Forrestal a detailed paper calling for the establishment of a guerrilla warfare corps. Kennan thought that although the American people might never approve of such methods, it might be essential to our security to fight fire with fire. Forrestal fervently agreed. Together, they set the American clandestine service in motion. This book is continued on Disc 2. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 2. The Inauguration of Organized Political Warfare. Forrestal called Hillenkoetter into the Pentagon to discuss the present widespread belief that our intelligence group is entirely inept. He had good reason. The mismatch between the CIA's capabilities and the missions it was called upon to carry out was staggering. The new commander of the CIA's Office of Special Operations, Colonel Donald Wrong-Way Galloway, was a strutting martinet who had reached the apex of his talent as a West Point cavalry officer teaching equestrian etiquette to cadets. His deputy, Stephen Penrose, who had run the Middle East Division of the OSS, resigned in frustration. In a bitter memo to Forrestal, Penrose warned that CIA is losing its professionals and is not acquiring competent new personnel at the very time when, as almost never before, the government needs an effective, expanding, professional intelligence service. Nevertheless, on December 14, 1947, the National Security Council issued its first top-secret orders to the CIA. The agency was to execute covert psychological operations designed to counter Soviet and Soviet-inspired activities. With this martial drum roll, the CIA set out to beat the Reds in the Italian elections set for April 1948. The CIA told the White House that Italy could become a totalitarian police state. If the Communists won at the ballot box, they would seize the most ancient seat of Western culture. In particular, devout Catholics everywhere would be gravely concerned regarding the safety of the Holy See. The prospect of a godless government surrounding the Pope at gunpoint was too awful to contemplate. Kennan thought that a shooting war would be better than letting the Communists take power legally, but covert action modeled on Communist techniques of subversion was the next best choice. The CIA's F. Mark Wyatt, who cut his teeth on this operation, remembered that it began weeks before the National Security Council formally authorized it. Congress, of course, never gave a go-ahead. The mission was illegal from the start. In CIA, at headquarters, we were absolutely terrified. We were scared to death, Wyatt said, and with good reason. We were going beyond our charter. Cash, lots of it, would be needed to help defeat the Communists. The best guess from the CIA's Rome Station chief, James J. Angleton, was $10 million. Angleton, partly reared in Italy, had served there with the OSS and stayed on. He told headquarters that he had penetrated the Italian Secret Service so deeply that he practically ran it. He would use its members as a bucket brigade to distribute the cash. But where would the money come from? The CIA still had no independent budget and no contingency fund for covert operations. James Forrestal and his good friend Allen Dulles solicited their friends and colleagues from Wall Street and Washington, business people, bankers, and politicians, but it was never enough. Forrestal then went to an old chum, John W. Snyder, the Secretary of the Treasury and one of Harry Truman's closest allies. He convinced Snyder to tap into the Exchange Stabilization Fund, set up in the Depression to shore up the value of the dollar overseas through short-term currency trading, and converted during World War II as a depository for captured Axis loot. The fund held $200 million, earmarked for the reconstruction of Europe. It delivered millions into the bank accounts of wealthy American citizens, many of them Italian Americans, who then sent the money to newly formed political fronts created by the CIA. Donors were instructed to place a special code on their income tax forms alongside their charitable donation. The millions were delivered to Italian politicians and the priests of Catholic Action, a political arm of the Vatican. Suitcases filled with cash changed hands in the four-star Hassler Hotel. We would have liked to have done this in a more sophisticated manner, Wyatt said. Passing black bags to effect a political election is not really a terribly attractive thing. But it worked. Italy's Christian Democrats won by a comfortable margin and formed a government that excluded communists. A long romance between the party and the agency began. The CIA's practice of purchasing elections and politicians with bags of cash was repeated in Italy and in many other nations for the next 25 years. But in the weeks before the election, the Communists scored another victory. They seized Czechoslovakia, beginning a brutal series of arrests and executions that lasted for nearly 5 years. The CIA station chief in Prague, Charles Katek, worked to deliver about 30 Czechs, his agents and their families, over the border to Munich. Chief among them was the head of Czech intelligence. Katek arranged to have him smuggled out of the country, stuffed between the radiator and the grill of a roadster. On March 5, 1948, while the Czech crisis was exploding, a terrifying cable came to the Pentagon from General Lucius D. Clay, Chief of American Occupation Forces in Berlin. The general said he had a gut feeling that a Soviet attack could come at any minute. The Pentagon leaked the cable, and Washington was swamped by fear. Though the CIA's Berlin base sent a report reassuring the president that there was no sign of any impending attack, no one listened. Truman went before a joint session of Congress the next day, warning that the Soviet Union and its agents threatened a cataclysm. He demanded and won immediate approval of the great undertaking that became known as the Marshall Plan. The plan offered billions of dollars to the free world to repair the damage done by the war and to create an American economic and political barricade against the Soviets. In 19 capitals, 16 in Europe, 3 in Asia, the United States would help rebuild civilization with an American blueprint. George Kennan and James Forrestal were among the plan's principal authors. Allen Dulles served as a consultant. They helped devise a secret codicil that gave the CIA the capability to conduct political warfare. It let the agency skim uncounted millions of dollars from the plan. The mechanics were surprisingly simple. After Congress approved the Marshall Plan, it appropriated about $13.7 billion over 5 years. A nation that received aid from the plan had to set aside an equivalent sum in its own currency. 5% of those funds, $685 million all told, was made available to the CIA through the plan's overseas offices. It was a global money laundering scheme that stayed secret until well after the Cold War ended. Where the plan flourished in Europe and in Asia, so would American spies. "We'd look the other way and give them a little help," said Colonel R. Allen Griffin, who ran the Marshall Plan's Far East Division. "Tell them to stick their hand in our pocket." Secret funds were the heart of secret operations. The CIA now had an unfailing source of untraceable cash. In a top-secret paper sent to perhaps 24 people at the State Department, the White House, and the Pentagon on May 4, 1948, Kennan proclaimed the inauguration of organized political warfare and called for the creation of a new clandestine service to conduct covert operations worldwide. He stated clearly that the Marshall Plan, the Truman Doctrine, and the CIA's covert operations were all interlocking parts of a grand strategy against Stalin. The money that the CIA siphoned from the Marshall Plan would finance a network of false fronts, a facade of public committees and councils headed by distinguished citizens. The Communists had front organizations all over Europe, publishing houses, newspapers, student groups, labor unions. Now the CIA would set up its own. Those fronts would recruit foreign agents, the émigrés of Eastern Europe, refugees from Russia. These foreigners, under CIA control, would create underground political groups in the free nations of Europe, and the underground would pass the flame to all-out liberation movements behind the Iron Curtain. If the Cold War turned hot, the United States would have a fighting force on the front lines. Kennan's ideas caught on quickly. His plans were approved in a secret order from the National Security Council on June 18, 1948. NSC Directive 10/2 called for covert operations to attack the Soviets around the world. The strike force Kennan conceived to carry out that secret war received the blandest name imaginable, the Office of Policy Coordination, OPC. It was a cover, serving to veil the group's work. It was placed inside the CIA, but its chief would report to the Secretaries of Defense and State because the Director of Central Intelligence was so weak. The State Department wanted it to carry out rumor spreading, bribery, the organization of non-communist fronts, according to a National Security Council report declassified in 2003. Forrestal and the Pentagon wanted guerrilla movements, underground armies, sabotage and assassination. One man must be boss. The biggest battleground was Berlin. Frank Wisner worked ceaselessly to shape American policy in the occupied city. He urged his superiors at the State Department to undertake a stratagem aimed at subverting the Soviets by introducing a new German currency. Moscow was sure to reject the idea, so the post-war power-sharing agreements in Berlin would collapse. A new political dynamic would push the Russians back. On June 23rd, the Western powers instituted the new currency. In immediate response, the Soviets blockaded Berlin. As the United States mounted an airlift to beat the blockade, Kennan spent long hours in the crisis room, the double-locked Overseas Communications Center on the 5th floor of the State Department, agonizing as cables and telexes flashed in from Berlin. The CIA's Berlin base had been trying unsuccessfully for more than a year to obtain intelligence on the Red Army in occupied Germany and Russia, to track Moscow's progress in nuclear weapons, fighter jets, missiles, and biological warfare. Still, its officers had agents among Berlin's police and politicians, and, most important, a line into the Soviet intelligence headquarters at Karlshorst in East Berlin. It came from Tom Polgar, the Hungarian refugee who was proving himself one of the CIA's best officers. Polgar had a butler, and his butler had a brother working for a Soviet army officer in Karlshorst. Creature comforts, such as salted peanuts, flowed from Polgar to Karlshorst. Information flowed back. Polgar had a second agent, a teletypist in the Soviet liaison section at the Berlin police headquarters. Her sister was the mistress of a police lieutenant who was close to the Russians. The lovers met in Polgar's apartment. That brought me fame and glory, he remembered. Polgar delivered crucial intelligence that reached the White House. I was completely certain, in the Berlin blockade, that the Soviets would not move, he said. The CIA's reports never wavered from that assessment. Neither the Soviet military nor their newly created East German allies were readying for battle. The Berlin base did its part to keep the Cold War cold in those months. Weiner was ready for a hot war. He argued that the United States should battle its way into Berlin with tanks and artillery. His ideas were rejected, but his fighting spirit was embraced. Kennan had insisted that covert operations could not be run by committee. They needed a top commander with the full backing of the Pentagon and the State Department. One man must be boss, he wrote. Forrestal, Marshall, and Kennan all agreed that Weiner was the man. He was just shy of 40, deceptively courtly in appearance. He had been a handsome man in his youth, but his hair was starting to thin, and his face and torso were starting to swell from his thirst for alcohol. He had less than 3 years' experience as a wartime spy and crypto diplomat under his belt. Now he had to create a clandestine service from scratch. Richard Helms observed that Weiner burned with a zeal and intensity which imposed, unquestionably, an abnormal strain on him. His passion for covert action would forever alter America's place in the world. 4. The most secret thing. Frank Weiner took charge of American covert action on September 1, 1948. His mission, to roll the Soviets back to Russia's old boundaries and free Europe from communist control. His command post was a crumbling tin-roofed shanty, one of a long row of temporary War Department buildings flanking the reflecting pool between the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument. Vermin scuttled down the corridors. His men called the place the Rat Palace. He worked himself into a controlled frenzy, 12 hours or more a day, 6 days a week, and he demanded the same of his officers. He rarely told the Director of Central Intelligence what he was doing. He alone would decide whether his secret missions conformed to American foreign policy. His organization soon grew bigger than the rest of the agency combined. Covert operations became the agency's dominant force, with the most people, the most money, the most power, and so they remained for more than 20 years. The CIA's stated mission had been to provide the President with secret information essential to the national security of the United States. But Wisner had no patience for espionage, no time for sifting and weighing secrets. Far easier to plot a coup or pay off a politician than to penetrate the Politburo, and for Wisner, far more urgent. Within a month, Wisner had drawn up battle plans for the next 5 years. He set out to create a multinational media conglomerate for propaganda. He sought to wage economic warfare against the Soviets by counterfeiting money and manipulating markets. He spent millions trying to tip the political scales in capitals across the world. He wanted to recruit legions of exiles, Russians, Albanians, Ukrainians, Poles, Hungarians, Czechs, Romanians, for armed resistance groups to penetrate the Iron Curtain. Wisner believed there were 700,000 Russians adrift in Germany who could join the cause. He wanted to transform 1,000 of them into political shock troops. He found 17. On Forrestal's orders, Wisner created networks of stay-behind agents, foreigners who would fight the Soviets on the opening days of World War III. The goal was to slow the advance of hundreds of thousands of the Red Army's troops in Western Europe. He wanted arms, ammunition, and explosives stockpiled in secret caches all over Europe and the Middle East to blow up bridges, depots, and Arab oil fields in the face of a Soviet advance. General Curtis LeMay, the new chief of the Strategic Air Command and the controller of American nuclear weapons, knew that his bombers would run out of fuel after dropping their weapons on Moscow, and on their return flights his pilots and crews would have to bail out somewhere east of the Iron Curtain. LeMay told Wisner's right-hand man, Franklin Lindsay, to build a rat line inside the Soviet Union, an evacuation route for his men to escape overland. Air Force colonels barked commands at their CIA counterparts. Steal a Soviet fighter bomber, preferably with its pilot stuffed in a gunny sack. Infiltrate agents with radios onto every airfield between Berlin and the Urals. Sabotage every military runway in the Soviet Union at the first warning of war. These were not requests, they were orders. Above all, Wisner needed thousands of American spies. The hunt for talent, then as now, was a constant crisis. He set out on a recruiting drive that ran from the Pentagon to Park Avenue, to Yale and Harvard and Princeton, where professors and coaches were paid to spot talent. He hired lawyers, bankers, college kids, old school friends, veterans at loose ends. They would pull people off the streets, anybody with warm blood who could say yes or no or move arms and legs, said the CIA's Sam Halpern. Wisner aimed to open at least 36 stations overseas within 6 months. He managed 47 in 3 years. Almost every city where he set up shop had 2 CIA station chiefs, one working on covert action for Wisner, the other working on espionage for CIA's Office of Special Operations. Inevitably, they double-crossed one another, stole each other's agents, fought for the upper hand. Wisner poached hundreds of officers from the Office of Special Operations, offering higher salaries and the promise of greater glories. He commandeered aircraft, arms, ammunition, parachutes, and surplus uniforms from the Pentagon and its bases in the occupied zones of Europe and Asia. He soon controlled a military stockpile worth $250 million. Wisner could call on any agency of the government for personnel and such support as he may require, said James McCarger, one of the first men Wisner hired at the Office of Policy Coordination. The CIA was, of course, a publicly known agency whose operations were secret. OPC's operations were not only secret, the existence of the organization itself was also secret. It was, in fact, for its first years, and this must be emphasized since few people now seem aware of it, the most secret thing in the U.S. government after nuclear weapons. And like the first nuclear weapons, whose test blasts were more powerful than their designers anticipated, Wisner's covert action shop grew faster and spread farther than anyone imagined. McCarger had toiled for the State Department in the Soviet Union during World War II, where he learned quickly that the only methods which would help you get your work done were clandestine. He had single-handedly evacuated Hungarian political leaders from Budapest, delivering them to a safe house in Vienna set up by Al Ulmer, the first CIA station chief in that occupied capital. The two became friends, and when they found themselves in Washington in the summer of 1948, Ulmer invited McCarger to meet his new boss. Wisner took them both to breakfast at the Hay Adams Hotel, the fanciest in Washington, just across Lafayette Park from the White House. McCarger was hired on the spot as a headquarters man and placed in charge of 7 nations: Greece, Turkey, Albania, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia. When he reported for work in October 1948, there were only 10 of us, including Wisner, a couple of officers, the secretaries, and myself. 10 people, McCarger said. Within a year, we were 450, and a few years after that, there were so many thousands. We were seen as kings. Wisner sent Al Ulmer to Athens, where he set out to cover 10 nations, across the Mediterranean, the Adriatic, and the Black Sea. The new station chief bought a mansion on a hilltop overlooking the city, a walled compound with a 60-foot-long dining room and top-drawer diplomats for neighbors. "We were in charge," Ulmer said many years later. "We ran things. We were seen as kings." The CIA began channeling clandestine political and financial support to Greece's most ambitious military and intelligence officers, recruiting promising young men who might someday lead the nation. The connections they cultivated could pay great dividends later on. First in Athens and Rome, then across Europe, politicians, generals, spy chiefs, newspaper publishers, union bosses, cultural organizations, and religious associations began looking to the agency for cash and for counsel. Individuals, groups, and intelligence services quickly came to see that there was a force abroad in the world around which they could rally, said a secret CIA chronicle of Wisner's first years in power. Wisner's station chiefs needed cash. Wisner flew to Paris in mid-November 1948 to talk that problem over with Averell Harriman, the Marshall Plan's director. They met in a gilded suite at the Hotel Talleyrand, once the home of Napoleon's foreign minister. Under the gaze of a marble bust of Benjamin Franklin, Harriman told Wisner to dip as deeply as he needed into the plan's grab bag of dollars. Armed with that authority, Wisner returned to Washington to meet Richard Bissell, the Marshall Plan's chief administrator. "I had met him socially and knew and trusted him," Bissell remembered. "He was very much part of our inner circle of people." Wisner came right to the point. Bissell was baffled at first, but Wisner took the time to assuage at least some of my concerns by assuring me that Harriman had approved the action. When I began to press him about how the money would be used, he explained that I could not be told. Bissell would learn soon enough. A decade later, he took Wisner's job. Wisner proposed to break communist influence over the largest trade federations in France and Italy with cash from the plan. Kennan personally authorized these operations. Wisner chose 2 talented labor leaders to run the first of those operations in late 1948. J. Lovestone, a former chairman of the American Communist Party, and Irving Brown, his devoted follower. Both men were dedicated anti-communists, transformed by the bitter ideological battles of the 1930s. Lovestone served as executive secretary of the Free Trade Union Committee, a spin-off of the American Federation of Labor. Brown was his chief representative in Europe. They delivered small fortunes from the CIA to labor groups backed by Christian Democrats and the Catholic Church. Payoffs in the gritty ports of Marseille and Naples guaranteed that American arms and military materiel would be offloaded by friendly longshoremen. The CIA's money and power flowed into the well-greased palms of Corsican gangsters, who knew how to break a strike with bare knuckles. One of Wisner's more genteel tasks was underwriting an arcane association that became an influential CIA front for 20 years, the Congress for Cultural Freedom. He envisioned a vast project targeted on the intellectuals, the battle for Picasso's mind, if you will, in the elegant phrase of the CIA's Tom Braden, an OSS veteran and Sunday night supper regular. This was a war of words, fought with little magazines, paperback books, and high-minded conferences. I think the budget for the Congress for Cultural Freedom one year that I had charge of it was about $800,000, $900,000, Braden said. That included the startup funds for the high-minded monthly called Encounter, which created a swirl of influence in the 1950s without selling more than 40,000 copies an issue. That was a kind of missionary work that appealed to the liberal arts majors newly arrived at the agency. It was a good life, running a little paper or a publishing house in Paris or Rome, the junior year abroad of American intelligence. Wisner, Kennan, and Allen Dulles saw a far better way to harness the political fervor and intellectual energies of Eastern European exiles and channel them back behind the Iron Curtain. Radio Free Europe. The planning began in late 1948 and early 1949, but it took more than 2 years to get the radios on the air. Dulles became the founder of a National Committee for a Free Europe, one of many front organizations financed by the CIA in the United States. The Free Europe board included General Eisenhower, Henry Luce, the chairman of Time, Life, and Fortune, and Cecil B. DeMille, the Hollywood producer, all recruited by Dulles and Wisner as a cover for the true management. The radios would become a powerful weapon for political warfare. The heat of confusion. Wisner had high hopes that Allen Dulles would be the next director of Central Intelligence. So did Dulles. In early 1948, Forrestal had asked Dulles to run a top-secret investigation into the structural weaknesses of the CIA. As Election Day approached, Dulles was putting his final touches on the report that was to serve as his own inaugural address at the agency. He was confident that Truman would be defeated by the Republican Thomas Dewey, and that the new president would elevate him to his rightful place. The report, which remained classified for 50 years, was a detailed and brutal indictment. Count 1. The CIA was churning out reams of paper containing few, if any, facts on the communist threat. Count 2. The agency had no spies among the Soviets and their satellites. Count 3. Roscoe Hillenkoetter was a failure as director. The CIA was not yet an adequate intelligence service, the report said, and it would take years of patient work to do the job of transforming it. What was needed now was a bold new leader, and his identity was no secret. Hillenkoetter noted bitterly that Allen Dulles had all but engraved his name on the director's door. But by the time the report landed in January 1949, Truman had been re-elected, and Dulles was so closely associated with the Republican Party that his appointment was politically inconceivable. Hillenkoetter stayed on, leaving the agency effectively leaderless. The National Security Council ordered Hillenkoetter to implement the report, but he never did. Dulles began telling his friends in Washington that unless something drastic was done at the CIA, the president faced disaster abroad. A chorus of voices joined him. Dean Acheson, now Secretary of State, heard that the CIA was melting away in the heat of confusion and resentment. His informant was Kermit Kim Roosevelt, President Theodore Roosevelt's grandson, FDR's cousin, and the future chief of the CIA's Near East and South Asia Division. Forrestal's intelligence aide, John Oley, warned his boss, "The greatest weakness of the CIA stems from the type and quality of its personnel and the methods through which it is recruited." He noted a complete deterioration of morale among some of the better qualified civilians who would like to make CIA a career, and the loss of many able individuals who simply could not stand the situation. Worse yet, most of the people left in the agency have decided that unless changes occur within the next several months, they will definitely leave. With this cadre of quality lost, the agency will sink into a mire from which it will be difficult, if not impossible, to extract it. The CIA would then become a poor to mediocre intelligence operation virtually in perpetuity. These messages could have been written half a century later. They would accurately describe the agency's woes in the decade after the fall of Soviet communism. The ranks of skilled American spies were thin, the number of talented foreign agents next to none. The capabilities of the CIA were not the only problem. The pressures of the Cold War were fracturing the new leaders of the national security establishment. James Forrestal and George Kennan had been the creators and commanders of the CIA's covert operations, but they proved unable to control the machine they had set in motion. Kennan was becoming a burnt-out case, seeking seclusion in his hideaway at the Library of Congress. Forrestal was beyond the edge. He resigned as Secretary of Defense on March 28, 1949. During his last day in office, he broke down, moaning that he had not slept in months. Dr. William C. Menninger, the most prominent psychiatrist in the United States, found Forrestal in the midst of a psychotic episode and committed him to a psychiatric ward at Bethesda Naval Hospital. After 50 haunted nights, in the final hours of his life, Forrestal was copying out a Greek poem, the chorus from Ajax, and he stopped in the middle of the word nightingale. He wrote night and then fell to his death from his 16th floor window. Nightingale was the code name of a Ukrainian resistance force Forrestal had authorized to carry out a secret war against Stalin. Its leaders included Nazi collaborators who had murdered thousands of people behind the German lines during World War II. Its members were set to parachute behind the Iron Curtain for the CIA. 5. A rich blind man. In World War II, the United States made common cause with communists to fight fascists. In the Cold War, the CIA used fascists to combat communists. Patriotic Americans undertook these missions in the name of the United States. "You can't run the railroads," Allen Dulles said in an unfortunate turn of phrase, "without taking in some Nazi Party members." More than 2 million people were adrift in American-occupied Germany. Many among them were desperate refugees from the spreading shadow of Soviet rule. Frank Wisner sent his men directly into the displaced persons camps to recruit them for a mission he defined as encouraging resistance movements into the Soviet world and providing contacts with an underground. He made the case that the CIA had to utilize refugees from the Soviet world in the national interests of the U.S. Over the objections of the Director of Central Intelligence, he wanted to send guns and money to these men. The Soviet exiles were very much in demand as a reserve for a possible war emergency, the agency recorded, though they were hopelessly split between groups with opposing aims, philosophies, and ethnic composition. Wisner's orders gave rise to the first of the agency's paramilitary missions, the first of many that sent thousands of foreign agents to their deaths. The full story began to reveal itself in a CIA history that just came to light in 2005. The less we say about this bill, the better. Wisner's ambitions faced a huge hurdle at the start of 1949. The agency lacked the legal authority to carry out covert action against any nation. It had no constitutional charter from Congress and no legally authorized funds for those missions. It still operated outside the laws of the United States. In early February 1949, the Director of Central Intelligence went to have a private chat with Carl Vinson, a Georgia Democrat and the chair of the House Armed Services Committee. Hillenkoetter warned that Congress had to pass formal legislation blessing the CIA and granting it a budget as soon as possible. The agency was up to its neck in operations, and it needed legal cover. After confiding his concerns to a few other members of the House and Senate, Hillenkoetter submitted the Central Intelligence Agency Act of 1949 for their consideration. They met for about half an hour in secret to weigh it. "We will just have to tell the House they will have to accept our judgment, and we cannot answer a great many questions that might be asked," Vinson told his colleagues. Dewey Short of Missouri, the ranking Republican on the House Armed Services Committee, agreed that it would be supreme folly to debate the act in public. "The less we say about this bill, the better off all of us will be." The CIA Act was rammed through Congress on May 27, 1949. With its passage, Congress gave the agency the widest conceivable powers. It became fashionable a generation thereafter to condemn American spies for crimes against the Constitution. But in the 25 years between the passage of the CIA Act and the awakening of a watchdog spirit in Congress, the CIA was barred only from behaving like a secret police force inside the United States. The act gave the agency the ability to do almost anything it wanted, as long as Congress provided the money in an annual package. Approval of the secret budget by a small armed services subcommittee was understood by those in the know to constitute a legal authorization for all secret operations. One of the congressmen voting aye summed up this tacit understanding many years later when he was the President of the United States. "If it's secret, it's legal," Richard M. Nixon said. The CIA now had free rein. Unvouchered funds, untraceable money buried under falsified items in the Pentagon's budget, meant unlimited license. A key clause of the 1949 Act allowed the CIA to let 100 foreigners a year into the United States in the name of national security, granting them permanent residence without regard to their inadmissibility under the immigration or any other laws. On the same day that President Truman signed the CIA Act of 1949 into law, Willard G. Weiner, the two-star general now running the agency's Office of Special Operations, told American immigration officials that a Ukrainian named Mykola Lebed was rendering valuable assistance to this agency in Europe. Under the newly approved law, the CIA smuggled Lebed into the United States. The agency's own files describe the Ukrainian faction led by Lebed as a terrorist organization. Lebed himself had gone to prison for the murder of the Polish interior minister in 1936, and he escaped when Germany attacked Poland 3 years later. He saw the Nazis as natural allies. The Germans recruited his men into 2 battalions, including the one named Nightingale, which fought in the Carpathian Mountains, survived past the end of the war, and remained in the forests of Ukraine to haunt Secretary of Defense Forrestal. Lebed had set himself up as a self-proclaimed foreign minister in Munich and offered his Ukrainian partisans to the CIA for missions against Moscow. The Justice Department determined that he was a war criminal who had slaughtered Ukrainians, Poles, and Jews, but all attempts to deport him ceased after Allen Dulles himself wrote to the Federal Immigration Commissioner saying Lebed was of inestimable value to this agency and was assisting in operations of the first importance. The CIA had few methods of collecting intelligence on the Soviet Union and felt compelled to exploit every opportunity, however slim the possibility of success or unsavory the agent, the secret agency history of the Ukrainian operation notes. Émigré groups, even those with dubious pasts, were often the only alternative to doing nothing. So the sometimes brutal war record of many émigré groups became blurred as they became more critical to the CIA. By 1949, the United States was ready to work with almost any son of a bitch against Stalin. Lebed fit that bill. We did not want to touch it. So did General Reinhard Gehlen. During World War II, General Gehlen had tried to spy on the Soviets from the Eastern Front as a leader of the Abwehr, Hitler's military intelligence service. He was an imperious and cagey man who swore he had a network of good Germans to spy behind Russian lines for the United States. "From the beginning," Gehlen said, "I was motivated by the following convictions. A showdown between East and West is unavoidable. Every German is under the obligation of contributing his share, so that Germany is in a position to fulfill the missions incumbent on her for the common defense of Western Christian civilization. The United States needed the best German men as co-workers if Western culture is to be safeguarded. The intelligence network he offered to the Americans was a group of outstanding German nationals who are good Germans but also ideologically on the side of the Western democracies. The Army, unable to control the Gehlen organization despite lavishly financing its operations, repeatedly tried to hand him off to the CIA. Many of Richard Helms's officers were dead set against it. One recorded his revulsion at working with a network of SS personnel with known Nazi records. Another warned that American intelligence is a rich blind man using the Abwehr as a seeing eye dog. The only trouble is the leash is much too long. Helms himself expressed a well-founded fear that there is no question the Russians know this operation is going on. "We did not want to touch it," said Peter Sichel, then chief of German operations at CIA headquarters. "It had nothing to do with morals or ethics, and everything to do with security." But in July 1949, under relentless pressure from the Army, the CIA took over the Gehlen Group. Housed in a former Nazi headquarters outside Munich, Gehlen welcomed dozens of prominent war criminals into his circle. As Helms and Sichel feared, the East German and Soviet intelligence services penetrated the Gehlen Group at the highest levels. The worst of the moles surfaced long after the Gehlen Group had transformed itself into the National Intelligence Service of West Germany. Gehlen's longtime chief of counterintelligence had been working from Moscow all along. Steve Tanner, a young CIA officer based in Munich, said Gehlen had convinced American intelligence officers that he could run missions aimed at the heart of Soviet power. And given how hard it was for us, Tanner reflected, it seemed idiotic not to try it. We weren't going to sit still. Tanner was an Army intelligence veteran fresh out of Yale, hired by Richard Helms in 1947, one of the first 200 CIA officers sworn into service. In Munich, his assignment was to recruit agents to gather intelligence for the United States from behind the Iron Curtain. Almost every major nationality from the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe had at least one self-important émigré group seeking help from the CIA in Munich and Frankfurt. Some of the men Tanner vetted as potential spies were Eastern Europeans who had sided with Germany against Russia. They included people with fascist backgrounds trying to save their careers by becoming useful to the Americans, Tanner said. And he was wary of them. The non-Russians hated the Russians violently, Tanner said, and they were automatically on our side. Others who had fled the outlying republics of the Soviet Union exaggerated their power and influence. These émigré groups, their main goal was to convince the U.S. government of their importance and their ability to help the U.S. government so that they would get support in one form or another, he said. Lacking guidelines from Washington, Tanner wrote his own. To receive the CIA support, the émigré groups had to be founded on native soil, not in a Munich coffee house. They had to have contact with anti-Soviet groups in their home country. They should not be compromised by close collaboration with the Nazis. In December 1948, after a long and careful assessment, Tanner believed he had found a band of Ukrainians who deserved the CIA's backing. The group called itself the Supreme Council for the Liberation of the Ukraine. Its members in Munich served as political representatives of the fighters back home. The Supreme Council, Tanner reported to headquarters, was morally and politically sound. Tanner spent the spring and summer of 1949 preparing to infiltrate his Ukrainians behind the Iron Curtain. The men had come out of the Carpathian Mountains as couriers months before, carrying messages from the Ukrainian underground written on thin sheets of paper folded into wads and sewn together. These scraps were signs of a stalwart resistance movement that could provide intelligence on events in Ukraine and warning of a Soviet attack on Western Europe. Hopes were even higher at headquarters. The CIA believed that the existence of this movement could have bearing on the course of an open conflict between the United States and the USSR. Tanner hired a daredevil Hungarian aircrew who had hijacked a Hungarian commercial airliner and flown it to Munich a few months earlier. General Weiner, the CIA's Special Operations Chief, formally approved the mission on July 26th. Tanner supervised their training in Morse code and weaponry, planning to drop two of them back into their homeland so that the CIA could communicate with the partisans. But the CIA had no one in Munich with experience in parachuting agents behind enemy lines. Tanner finally found someone. A Serbo-American colleague who had parachuted into Yugoslavia in World War II taught my guys how to jump and land, and it was crazy. How can you do a backward somersault on impact with a carbine strapped to your side? But that was the kind of operation that had made the OSS famous. Tanner cautioned against great expectations. We realized that in the woods of western Ukraine they weren't liable to know what was on Stalin's mind, the big political issues, he said. At least they could get documents, they could get pocket litter, clothing, shoes. To create a real network of spies inside the Soviet Union, the CIA would have to provide them with elements of disguise, the daily detritus of Soviet life. Even if the missions never produced much important intelligence, Tanner said, they would have strong symbolic value. They showed Stalin that we weren't going to sit still. And that was important because up till then we had done zilch as far as operations into his country. On September 5, 1949, Tanner's men took off in a C-47 flown by the Hungarians who had hijacked their way into Munich. Singing a martial strain, they jumped into the darkness of the Carpathian night, landing near the city of Lvov. American intelligence had penetrated the Soviet Union. The CIA history declassified in 2005 offers a terse summary of what happened next. The Soviets quickly eliminated the agents. What had we done wrong? The operation, nevertheless, set off a huge wave of enthusiasm at CIA headquarters. Weiner began drawing up plans to send more men to recruit networks of dissidents, create American-backed resistance forces, and send the White House early warning of a Soviet military attack. The CIA dispatched dozens of Ukrainian agents by air and by land. Almost every one was captured. Soviet intelligence officers used the prisoners to feed back disinformation. All's well, send more guns, more money, more men. Then they killed them. After 5 years of abortive missions, the agency's history states, CIA discontinued this approach. In the long run, it concludes, the agency's effort to penetrate the Iron Curtain using Ukrainian agents was ill-fated and tragic. Weiner was undaunted. He started new paramilitary adventures all over Europe. In October 1949, 4 weeks after the first flight into the Ukraine, Weiner teamed up with the British to run rebels into communist Albania, the poorest and most isolated nation in Europe. He saw this barren Balkan outcrop as fertile ground for a resistance army formed from exiled royalists and ragtag loyalists in Rome and Athens. A ship launched from Malta carried 9 Albanians on the first commando mission. 3 men were killed immediately, and the secret police chased down the rest. Weiner had neither the time nor the inclination for introspection. He flew more Albanian recruits to Munich for parachute training, then turned them over to the Athens station, which had its own airport, a fleet of planes, and some tough Polish pilots. They jumped into Albania and landed in the arms of the secret police. With each failed mission, the plans became more frantic, the training more slipshod, the Albanians more desperate, their capture more certain. The agents who survived were taken prisoner, their messages back to the Athens station controlled by their captors. What had we done wrong? Wondered the CIA's John Lyman Hart, who was handling the Albanians in Rome. It took years before the CIA understood that the Soviets had known every aspect of the operation from the start. The training camps in Germany were infiltrated. The Albanian exile communities in Rome, Athens, and London were shot through with traitors. And James J. Angleton, the headquarters man responsible for the security of secret operations, the CIA's guardian against double agents, had coordinated the operation with his best friend in British intelligence, the Soviet spy, Kim Philby, London's liaison with the agency. Philby worked for Moscow out of a secure room in the Pentagon, adjacent to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. His friendship with Angleton was sealed with the cold kiss of gin and the warm embrace of whiskey. He was an extraordinary drinker, knocking back a fifth a day, and Angleton was on his way to becoming one of the CIA's champion alcoholics, a title held against stiff competition. For more than a year, before and after many a liquid lunch, Angleton gave Philby the precise coordinates for the drop zones for every agent the CIA parachuted into Albania. Though failure followed failure, death upon death, the flights went on for 4 years. Roughly 200 of the CIA's foreign agents died. Almost no one in the American government knew. It was a most secret thing. Angleton was promoted to Chief of Counterintelligence when it was over. He held the job for 20 years. Drunk after lunch, his mind an impenetrable maze, his inbox a black hole, he passed judgment on every operation and every officer that the CIA aimed against the Soviets. He came to believe that a Soviet master plot controlled American perceptions of the world, and that he and he alone understood the depths of the deception. He took the CIA's missions against Moscow down into a dark labyrinth. A fundamentally bad idea. In early 1950, Wisner ordered up a new assault on the Iron Curtain. The job went to another Yale man in Munich by the name of Bill Coffin, a new recruit with the special anti-communist fervor of an ardent socialist. The ends don't always justify the means, Coffin said of his years in the CIA, but they are the only thing that can. Coffin came to the CIA through a family connection, recruited by his brother-in-law, Frank Lindsay, Wisner's Eastern Europe operations officer. I said to them when I went into CIA, "I don't want to do spy work. I want to do underground political work," he remembered in 2005. The question was, can Russians operate underground? And that seemed to me quite morally acceptable at the time. Coffin had spent the last 2 years of World War II as a U.S. Army liaison with Soviet commanders. He had been part of the heartless post-war process by which Soviet soldiers were forcibly repatriated. He had been left with a great burden of guilt, which influenced his decision to join the CIA. "I had seen that Stalin could occasionally make Hitler look like a Boy Scout," Coffin said. "I was very anti-Soviet, but very pro-Russian." Wisner placed his money on the Solidarists, a Russian group that stood as far to the right as possible in Europe after Hitler. Only the handful of CIA officers who spoke Russian, like Bill Coffin, could work with them. The CIA and the Solidarists first smuggled leaflets into Soviet barracks in East Germany. Then they launched balloons bearing thousands of pamphlets. Then they sent 4-man parachute missions in unmarked airplanes, flying as far east as the outskirts of Moscow. One by one, the Solidarist agents floated down to Russia. One by one, they were hunted down, captured, and killed. Once again, the CIA delivered its agents to the secret police. "It was a fundamentally bad idea," Coffin said, long after he quit the CIA, and became known as the Reverend William Sloane Coffin, the chaplain of Yale, and one of the most passionate anti-war voices in America during the 1960s. We were quite naive about the use of American power. Almost a decade passed before the agency admitted, in its own words, that assistance to the émigrés for the eventuality of war with or revolution within the USSR was unrealistic. All told, hundreds of the CIA's foreign agents were sent to their deaths in Russia, Poland, Romania, Ukraine, and the Baltic states during the 1950s. Their fates were unrecorded. No accounts were kept, and no penalty assessed for failure. Their missions were seen as a matter of national survival for the United States. For only hours before Tanner's men took off on their first flight in September 1949, an Air Force crew flying out of Alaska had detected traces of radioactivity in the atmosphere. While the results were being analyzed, on September 20th, the CIA confidently declared that the Soviet Union would not produce an atomic weapon for at least another 4 years. 3 days later, Truman told the world that Stalin had the bomb. On September 29th, the CIA's Chief of Scientific Intelligence reported that his office was unable to accomplish its mission. It lacked the talent to track Moscow's efforts to build weapons of mass destruction. The agency's work on Soviet atomic weapons had been an almost total failure at every level, he reported. Its spies had no scientific or technical data on the Soviet bomb, and its analysts had resorted to guesstimates. He warned that catastrophic consequences faced the United States as a result of this failure. The Pentagon frantically commanded the CIA to place its agents in Moscow in order to steal the Red Army's military plans. At the time, Richard Helms reflected, the possibility of recruiting and running any such sources was as improbable as placing resident spies on the planet Mars. Then, without warning, on July 25, 1950, the United States faced a surprise attack that looked like the start of World War III. 6. They were suicide missions. The Korean War was the first great test for the CIA. It gave the agency its first real leader, General Walter Beadle Smith. President Truman had called on him to save the CIA before the war broke out, but after serving as the American ambassador in Moscow, the general had come home with an ulcer that almost killed him. When the news of the Korean invasion arrived, he was at Walter Reed Army Hospital, where 2/3 of his stomach was removed. Truman implored him, but he begged off for a month to see if he would survive. Then that call became an order, and Beadle Smith became the 4th director of Central Intelligence in 4 years. The general's task was to learn the secrets of the Kremlin, and he had a good idea of his chances. There are only 2 personalities that I know of who might do it, he told the 5 senators who confirmed him at an August 24th hearing, where he wore a newly acquired 4th star, a prize from the president. One is God, and the other is Stalin, and I do not know that even God can do it because I do not know whether he is close enough in touch with Uncle Joe to know what he is talking about. As for what awaited him at the CIA, he said, I expect the worst, and I am sure I won't be disappointed. Immediately upon taking office in October, he discovered that he had inherited an unholy mess. It's interesting to see all you fellows here, he said as he looked around the table at his first staff meeting. It'll be even more interesting to see how many of you are here a few months from now. Beadle Smith was fiercely authoritarian, devastatingly sarcastic, and intolerant of imperfection. Wisner's sprawling operations left him spluttering with rage. It was the place where all the money was spent, he said, and all the rest of the agency was suspicious of it. In his first week in office, he discovered that Wisner reported to the State Department and the Pentagon, not to the Director of Central Intelligence. In a towering fury, he informed the Chief of Covert Operations that his freebooting days were over. An impossible task. To serve the President, the general tried to salvage the analytical side of the House, which he called the heart and soul of CIA. He overhauled the agency's procedures for writing intelligence reports, and he ultimately persuaded Sherman Kent, who had fled Washington in the dismal first days of the Central Intelligence Group, to return from Yale to create a system of national estimates, pulling together the best available information from across the government. Kent called the job an impossible task. After all, he said, Estimating is what you do when you do not know. Days after Bedell Smith took over, Truman was preparing to meet with General Douglas MacArthur on Wake Island in the Pacific. The president wanted the CIA's best intelligence on Korea. Above all, he wanted to know whether the Communist Chinese would enter the war. MacArthur, driving his troops deep into North Korea, had insisted that China would never attack. The CIA knew almost nothing about what went on in China. In October 1949, by the time Mao Zedong drove out the nationalist forces of Chiang Kai-shek and proclaimed the People's Republic, all but a handful of the American spies in China had fled to Hong Kong or Taiwan. Already hobbled by Mao, the CIA was crippled by MacArthur, who hated the agency and did his best to ban its officers from the Far East. Though the CIA worked frantically to keep an eye on China, the chains of foreign agents it had inherited from the OSS were far too weak. So was the agency's research and reporting. 400 CIA analysts worked on daily intelligence bulletins for President Truman at the start of the Korean War. But 90% of their reporting was rewritten State Department files. Most of the rest was weightless commentary. The CIA's allies in the theater of war were the intelligence services of two corrupt and unreliable leaders: South Korea's president, Syngman Rhee, and the Chinese nationalist chief, Chiang Kai-shek. The strongest first impression of the CIA officers upon arriving in their capitals of Seoul and Taipei was the stench of human feces fertilizing the surrounding fields. Reliable information was as scarce as electricity and running water. The CIA found itself manipulated by crooked friends, duped by communist foes, and at the mercy of money-hungry exiles fabricating intelligence. Fred Schultheis, the Hong Kong station chief in 1950, spent the next 6 years sorting through the trash that Chinese refugees sold the agency during the Korean War. The CIA was supporting a free market of paper mills run by con artists. The one true source of intelligence on the Far East from the final days of World War II until the end of 1949 had been the wizards of American signals intelligence. They had been able to intercept and decrypt passages from communist cables and communiques sent between Moscow and the Far East. Then silence fell at the very hour that the North Korean leader Kim Il-sung was consulting with Stalin and Mao on his intent to attack. America's ability to listen in on Soviet, Chinese, and North Korean military plans suddenly vanished. On the eve of the Korean War, a Soviet spy had penetrated the codebreaker's nerve center, Arlington Hall, a converted girls' school a stone's throw from the Pentagon. He was William Wolf Weisband, a linguist who translated broken messages from Russian into English. Weisband, recruited as a spy by Moscow in the 1930s, single-handedly shattered the ability of the United States to read the Soviets' secret dispatches. Bedell Smith recognized that something terrible had happened to American signals intelligence, and he alerted the White House. The result was the creation of the National Security Agency, the Signals Intelligence Service that grew to dwarf the CIA in its size and power. Half a century later, the National Security Agency called the Weisband case perhaps the most significant intelligence loss in U.S. history. No convincing indications. The president left for Wake Island on October 11, 1950. The CIA assured him that it saw no convincing indications of an actual Chinese communist intention to resort to full-scale intervention in Korea, barring a Soviet decision for global war. The agency reached that judgment despite 2 alarms from its 3-man Tokyo station. First, the station chief, George Orell, reported that a Chinese nationalist officer in Manchuria was warning that Mao had amassed 300,000 troops near the Korean border. Headquarters paid little heed. Then Bill Duggan, later chief of station in Taiwan, insisted that the Chi-Coms soon would cross into North Korea. General MacArthur responded by threatening to have Duggan arrested. The warnings never reached Wake Island. At headquarters, the agency kept advising Truman that China would not enter the war on any significant scale. On October 18th, as MacArthur's troops surged north toward the Yalu River and the Chinese border, the CIA reported that the Soviet-Korean venture has ended in failure. On October 20th, the CIA said that Chinese forces detected at the Yalu were there to protect hydroelectric power plants. On October 28th, it told the White House that those Chinese troops were scattered volunteers. On October 30th, after American troops had been attacked, taking heavy casualties, the CIA reaffirmed that a major Chinese intervention was unlikely. A few days later, Chinese-speaking CIA officers interrogated several prisoners taken during the encounter and determined that they were Mao's soldiers. Yet CIA headquarters asserted one last time that China would not invade in force. 2 days later, 300,000 Chinese troops struck with an attack so brutal that it nearly pushed the Americans into the sea. Beadle Smith was aghast. He believed that the business of the CIA was to guard the nation against military surprise, but the agency had misread every global crisis of the past year: the Soviet atom bomb, the Korean War, the Chinese invasion. In December 1950, as President Truman declared a national emergency and recalled General Eisenhower to active duty, Beadle Smith stepped up his own war to turn the CIA into a professional intelligence service. He looked first for someone to control Frank Wisner. A distinct danger. Only one name presented itself. On January 4, 1951, Beadle Smith bowed to the inevitable and appointed Allen Dulles as the CIA's Deputy Director of Plans. The title was a cover. The job was Chief of Covert Operations. The two men quickly proved to be a bad match, as the CIA's Tom Polgar saw when he observed them together at headquarters. Beadle clearly doesn't like Dulles, and it's easy to see why, he recounted. An Army officer gets an order and he carries it out. A lawyer finds a way to weasel. In CIA, as it developed, an order is a departure point for a discussion. Wisner's operations had multiplied fivefold since the start of the war. Beadle Smith saw that the United States had no strategy for conducting this kind of struggle. He appealed to President Truman and the National Security Council. Was the agency really supposed to support armed revolution in Eastern Europe, in China, in Russia? The Pentagon and the State Department replied, yes, all that and more. The director wondered how. Wisner was hiring hundreds of college kids every month, running them through a few weeks of commando school, sending them overseas for half a year, rotating them out, and sending more raw recruits to replace them. He was trying to build a worldwide military machine without a semblance of professional training, logistics, or communications. Beadle Smith sat at his desk, nibbling the crackers and warm mush on which he survived after his stomach surgery, and his anger mingled with despair. His second-in-command, the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, Bill Jackson, resigned in frustration, saying that the CIA's operations were an impossible tangle. Beadle Smith had no choice but to promote Dulles to Deputy Director and Wisner to Chief of all covert operations. When he saw the first CIA budget the two men proposed, he exploded. It was $587 million, an 11-fold increase from 1948. More than $400 million was for Wisner's covert operations, 3 times the cost of espionage and analysis combined. This posed a distinct danger to CIA as an intelligence agency, Beadle Smith fumed. The operational tail will wag the intelligence dog, he warned. The top people will be forced to take up all their time in the direction of operations and will necessarily neglect intelligence. It was then that the general began to suspect that Dulles and Wisner were hiding something from him. At his daily meetings with the CIA's deputy directors and staff, recorded in documents declassified after 2002, he constantly cross-examined them about what was going on overseas. But his direct questions received unaccountably vague responses, or none at all. He warned them not to withhold or to whitewash unfortunate incidents or serious errors. He ordered them to create a detailed accounting of their paramilitary missions, code names, descriptions, objectives, costs. They never complied. In exasperation, he visited upon them more violent manifestations of his wrath than he did upon anybody else, wrote his personal representative on the NSC staff, Ludwell Lee Montague. Beadle Smith was not afraid of much, but he was angry and frightened by the thought that Dulles and Wisner were leading the CIA to some ill-conceived and disastrous misadventure, Montague wrote. He feared that some blunder overseas might become public knowledge. We didn't know what we were doing. The classified CIA histories of the Korean War reveal what Beadle Smith feared. They say the agency's paramilitary operations were not only ineffective, but probably morally reprehensible in the number of lives lost. Thousands of recruited Korean and Chinese agents were dropped into North Korea during the war, never to return. The amount of time and treasure expended was enormously disproportionate to attainments, the agency concluded. Nothing was gained from the substantial sums spent and the numerous Koreans sacrificed. Hundreds more Chinese agents died after they were launched onto the mainland in misconceived land, air, and sea operations. Most of these missions weren't sent for intelligence. They were sent to supply non-existent or fictitious resistance groups, said Peter Sichel, who saw the string of failures play out after he became station chief in Hong Kong. They were suicide missions. They were suicidal and irresponsible. They continued into the 1960s, legions of agents sent to their deaths chasing shadows. In the early days of the war, Wisner assigned 1,000 officers to Korea and 300 to Taiwan, with orders to penetrate Mao's walled fortress and Kim Il-sung's military dictatorship. These men were thrown into battle with little preparation or training. One among them was Donald Gregg, fresh out of Williams College. His first thought when the war broke out was, "Where the hell is Korea?" After a crash course in paramilitary operations, he was dispatched to a new CIA outpost in the middle of the Pacific. Wisner was building a covert operations base on the island of Saipan at a cost of $28 million. Saipan, still riddled with the bones of World War II dead, became a training camp for the CIA's paramilitary missions into Korea, China, Tibet, and Vietnam. Gregg took tough Korean farm boys plucked from refugee camps, brave but undisciplined men who spoke no English, and tried to turn them into instant American intelligence agents. The CIA sent them on crudely conceived missions that produced little save a lengthening roster of lost lives. The memory stayed with Gregg as he rose through the ranks of the Far East Division to become the CIA's station chief in Seoul, then the U.S. ambassador to South Korea, and finally the chief national security aide to Vice President George H.W. Bush. "We were following in the footsteps of the OSS," Gregg said, "but the people we were going up against had complete control. We didn't know what we were doing. I asked my superiors what the mission was, and they wouldn't tell me. They didn't know what the mission was. It was swashbuckling of the worst kind. We were training Koreans and Chinese and a lot of other strange people, dropping Koreans into North Korea, dropping Chinese into China just north of the Korean border, and we'd drop these people in, and we'd never hear from them again. The record in Europe was bad," he said. "The record in Asia was bad. The agency had a terrible record in its early days. A great reputation and a terrible record." This book is continued on Disc 3. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 3. CIA was being duped. Beadle Smith repeatedly warned Wisner to watch out for false intelligence fabricated by the enemy. But some of Wisner's officers were fabricators themselves, including the station chief and the chief of operations he sent to Korea. In February, March, and April 1951, more than 1,200 North Korean exiles were gathered on Yongdo Island in Pusan Harbor under the command of the operations chief Hans Tofte, an OSS veteran with a greater talent for deceiving his superiors than his enemies. Tofte formed 3 brigades: White Tiger, Yellow Dragon, and Blue Dragon, with 44 guerrilla teams. Their missions were threefold: to serve as intelligence-gathering infiltrators, as guerrilla warfare squads, and as escape and evasion crews to rescue downed American pilots and crews. White Tiger went ashore in North Korea at the end of April 1951 with 104 men, reinforced by 36 more agents dropped by parachute. Before leaving Korea 4 months later, Tofte sent back glowing reports on his accomplishments. But by November, most of the White Tiger guerrillas were killed, captured, or missing. Blue Dragon and Yellow Dragon met similar fates. The few infiltration teams that survived were captured and forced on pain of death to deceive their American case officers with phony radio messages. None of the guerrillas made it out alive. Most of the escape and evasion teams were lost or slaughtered. In the spring and summer of 1952, Wisner's officers dropped more than 1,500 Korean agents into the north. They sent back a flood of detailed radio reports on North Korean and Chinese Communist military movements. They were heralded by the CIA station chief in Seoul, Albert R. Haney, a garrulous and ambitious Army colonel who boasted openly that he had thousands of men working for him on guerrilla operations and intelligence missions. Haney said he personally had overseen the recruitment and training of hundreds of Koreans. Some of his fellow Americans thought Haney was a dangerous fool. William W. Thomas, Jr., a State Department political intelligence officer in Seoul, suspected the station chief had a payroll filled with people who were controlled by the other side. So did John Lyman Hart, who replaced Haney as the Seoul chief of station in September 1952. After a series of stinging experiences with intelligence fabricators in Europe during his first 4 years at the CIA, and his stint running Albanian exiles out of Rome, Hart was intensely aware of the problems of deception and disinformation, and he decided to take a hard look at the miraculous achievements claimed by my predecessors. Haney had presided over 200 CIA officers in Seoul, not one of whom spoke Korean. The station depended on recruited Korean agents who supervised the CIA's guerrilla operations and intelligence-gathering missions in the north. After 3 months of digging, Hart determined that nearly every Korean agent he had inherited had either invented his reports or worked in secret for the Communists. Every dispatch the station had sent to CIA headquarters from the front for the past 18 months was a calculated deception. One particular report lives in my memory, Hart recounted. It purported to be a recapitulation of all Chinese and North Korean units along the battle line, citing each unit's strength and numerical designation. American military commanders had hailed it as one of the outstanding intelligence reports of the war. Hart determined that it was a complete fabrication. He went on to discover that all of the important Korean agents Haney had recruited, not some but all, were con men who had for some time been living happily on generous CIA payments supposedly being sent to assets in North Korea. Almost every report we had received from their notional agents came from our enemies. Long after the Korean War was over, the CIA concluded that Hart was correct. Almost all the secret information the agency gathered during the war had been manufactured by the North Korean and Chinese security services. The fictional intelligence was passed on to the Pentagon and the White House. The agency's paramilitary operations in Korea had been infiltrated and betrayed before they began. Hart told headquarters that the station should cease operations until the ledger was cleared and the damage undone. An intelligence service penetrated by the enemy was worse than no service at all. Instead, Beadle Smith sent an emissary to Seoul to tell Hart that the CIA, being a new organization whose reputation had not yet been established, simply could not admit to other branches of government, least of all to the highly competitive U.S. military intelligence services, its inability to collect intelligence on North Korea. The messenger was the Deputy Director of Intelligence, Loftus Becker. After Beadle Smith sent him on an inspection tour of all the CIA's Asian stations in November 1952, Becker came home and turned in his resignation. He had concluded that the situation was hopeless. The CIA's ability to gather intelligence in the Far East was almost negligible. Before resigning, he confronted Frank Wisner. "Blown operations indicate a lack of success," he told him, "and there have been a number of these lately." Hart's reports and Haney's frauds were buried. The agency had walked into an ambush and represented it as a strategic maneuver. Dulles told members of Congress that CIA was controlling considerable resistance elements in North Korea, said Air Force Colonel James G. L. Kellis, who had served as Wisner's paramilitary operations director. At the time, Dulles had been warned that CIA's guerrillas in North Korea were under the control of the enemy. In truth, CIA had no such assets, and CIA was being duped, Kellis reported in a whistleblowing letter he sent to the White House after the war was over. The ability to represent failure as success was becoming a CIA tradition. The agency's unwillingness to learn from its mistakes became a permanent part of its culture. The CIA's covert operators never wrote lessons learned studies. Even today, there are few, if any, rules or procedures for producing them. "We are all aware that our operations in the Far East are far from what we would like," Wisner admitted in a headquarters meeting. "We simply have not had the time to develop the quantity and kind of people we must have if we are to successfully carry out the heavy burdens which have been placed on us." The inability to penetrate North Korea remains the longest-running intelligence failure in the CIA's history. Some people have to get killed. The agency opened a second front in the Korean War in 1951. The officers on the agency's China operations desk, frantic at Mao's entry into the war, convinced themselves that as many as 1 million Kuomintang nationalist guerrillas were waiting inside Red China for the CIA's help. Were these reports fabricated by paper mills in Hong Kong, produced by political conniving in Taiwan, or conjured up by wishful thinking in Washington? Was it wise for the CIA to make war against Mao? There was no time to think that through. "You do not have in government a basic approved strategy for this kind of war," Beadle Smith told Dulles and Wisner. "We haven't even a policy on Chiang Kai-shek." Dulles and Wisner made their own. First, they tried to enlist Americans to parachute into communist China. One potential recruit, Paul Kreisberg, was eager to join the CIA until they tested me on my loyalty and my commitment by asking whether I would be willing to be dropped by parachute into Sichuan. My target would be to organize a group of anti-communist Kuomintang soldiers who remained up in the hills in Sichuan and work with them in a number of operations and then exfiltrate myself, if necessary, out through Burma. They looked at me and they said, "Would you be willing to do that?" Kreisberg thought it over and joined the State Department. Lacking American volunteers, the CIA dropped hundreds of recruited Chinese agents into the mainland, often dropping them blindly, with orders to find their way to a village. When they went missing, they were written off as a cost of covert warfare. The CIA also thought it could undermine Mao with Muslim horsemen, the Hui clans of China's far northwest, commanded by Ma Pufang, a tribal leader who had political connections with the Chinese nationalists. The CIA dropped tons of weapons and ammunition and radios and scores of Chinese agents into western China, then tried to find Americans to follow them. Among the men they tried to recruit was Michael D. Coe, later one of the 20th century's greatest archaeologists, the man who broke the code of Mayan hieroglyphics. Coe was a 22-year-old Harvard graduate student in the fall of 1950, when a professor took him out to lunch and asked the question thousands of Ivy Leaguers would hear over the next decade. How would you like to work for the government in a really interesting capacity? He went to Washington and received a pseudonym selected at random out of a London telephone directory. He was told he would become a case officer in one of two clandestine operations. Either he would be dropped by parachute deep into far western China to support the Muslim fighters, or he would be sent to an island off the China coast to run raids. Luckily for me, Coe said, it was the latter option. He became part of Western Enterprises, a CIA front in Taiwan created to subvert Mao's China. He spent 8 months on a tiny island called White Dog. The only intelligence operation of consequence on the island was the discovery that the nationalist commander's chief of staff was a communist spy. Back in Taipei in the closing months of the Korean War, he saw that Western Enterprises was no more clandestine than the Chinese whorehouses his colleagues frequented. They built a whole gated community with its own PX and officers' club, he said. The esprit that had been there had changed. It was an incredible waste of money. Coe concluded that the CIA had been sold a bill of goods by the nationalists, that there was a huge force of resistance inside of China. We were barking up the wrong tree. The whole operation was a waste of time. Hedging its bets on the nationalist Chinese, the CIA decided that there had to be a third force in China. From April 1951 until the end of 1952, the agency spent roughly $100 million buying enough arms and ammunition for 200,000 guerrillas, without finding the elusive third force. About half the money and guns went to a group of Chinese refugees based on Okinawa, who sold the CIA on the idea that a huge cadre of anti-communist troops on the mainland supported them. It was a scam. Ray Piers, the OSS veteran who ran Western Enterprises, said that if he ever found a real live soldier of the Third Force, he would kill him, stuff him, and ship him to the Smithsonian Institution. The CIA was still searching for the elusive resistance forces when it dropped a 4-man Chinese guerrilla team into Manchuria in July 1952. 4 months later, the team radioed for help. It was a trap. They had been captured and turned against the CIA by the Chinese. The agency authorized a rescue mission using a newly devised sling designed to scoop up the stranded men. 2 young CIA officers on their first operation, Dick Fecteau and Jack Downey, were sent into a shooting gallery. Their plane went down in a storm of Chinese machine gun fire. The pilots died. Fecteau did 19 years in a Chinese prison, and Downey, fresh out of Yale, did more than 20. Beijing later broadcast a scorecard for Manchuria. The CIA had dropped 212 foreign agents in. 101 were killed, 111 captured. The final theater for the CIA in the Korean War lay in Burma. In early 1951, as the Chinese Communists chased General MacArthur's troops south, the Pentagon thought the Chinese nationalists could take some pressure off MacArthur by opening a second front. About 1,500 followers of Li Mi, a nationalist general, were stranded in northern Burma near the Chinese border. Li Mi asked for American guns and American gold. The CIA began flying Chinese nationalist soldiers into Thailand, training them, equipping them, and dropping them along with pallets of guns and ammunition into northern Burma. Desmond Fitzgerald, newly arrived at the agency with glittering legal and social credentials, had fought in Burma during World War II. He took over the Li Mi operation. It quickly became a farce, then a tragedy. When Li Me's soldiers crossed over into China, Mao's forces shot them to pieces. The CIA's espionage officers discovered that Li Me's radio man in Bangkok was a Chinese communist agent. But Wisner's men pressed on. Li Me's soldiers retreated and regrouped. When Fitzgerald dropped more guns and ammunition into Burma, Li Me's men would not fight. They settled into the mountains known as the Golden Triangle, harvested opium poppies, and married the local women. 20 years later, the CIA would have to start another small war in Burma to wipe out the heroin labs that were the basis of Li Me's global drug empire. There is no point in bemoaning opportunities lost, nor attempting to alibi past failures, Beadle Smith wrote in a letter to General Matthew B. Ridgway, MacArthur's successor as Chief of the Far East Command. I have found, through painful experience, that secret operations are a job for the professional and not for the amateur. A postscript to the CIA's Korean calamities came soon after the armistice of July 1953. The agency saw President Syngman Rhee of South Korea as a hopeless case, and for years it sought ways to replace him. It almost killed him by mistake. One cloudless afternoon in late summer, a yacht sailed slowly past the shoreline of Yongdo, the island encampment where the CIA trained its Korean commandos. President Rhee was on board having a party with his friends. The officers and guards in charge of the training site had not been informed that President Rhee would be passing by. They opened fire. Miraculously, no one was hurt, but the president was displeased. He called in the American ambassador and informed him that the CIA's paramilitary group had 72 hours to leave the country. Soon thereafter, the luckless station chief, John Hart, had to start all over again, recruiting, training, and parachuting agents into North Korea from 1953 until 1955. All of them, to the best of his knowledge, were captured and executed. The agency failed on all fronts in Korea. It failed in providing warning, in providing analysis, and in its headlong deployment of recruited agents. Thousands of deaths of Americans and their Asian allies were the consequence. A generation later, American military veterans called Korea the Forgotten War. At the agency, it was deliberate amnesia. The waste of $152 million on weapons for phantom guerrillas was adjusted on the balance sheets. The fact that a great deal of Korean War intelligence was false or fabricated was kept secret. The question of what it had cost in lost lives was unasked and unanswered. But the Assistant Secretary of State for the Far East, Dean Rusk, sniffed out a whiff of decay. He called on John Melby, a skilled State Department China hand, to investigate. Melby had worked side by side with the first American spies in Asia from the mid-1940s onward and knew the cast of characters. He went out to the region and took a long, hard look. "Our intelligence is so bad that it approaches malfeasance in office," he told Rusk in an eyes-only report that somehow wound up on the desk of the Director of Central Intelligence. Melby was summoned to CIA headquarters for a classic chewing out by Beadle Smith as Deputy Director Allen Dulles sat by in silence. For Dulles, Asia was always a sideshow. He believed that the real war for Western civilization was in Europe. That fight called for people who are ready and willing to stand up and take the consequences, he told a few of his closest friends and colleagues at a secret conference held at the Princeton Inn in May 1952. "After all, we have had 100,000 casualties in Korea," he said, according to a transcript declassified in 2003. "If we have been willing to accept those casualties, I wouldn't worry if there were a few casualties or a few martyrs behind the Iron Curtain. I don't think you can wait until you have all your troops and are sure you are going to win. You have got to start and go ahead. You have got to have a few martyrs," Dulles said. "Some people have to get killed." 7. A vast field of illusion. Allen Dulles asked his colleagues at the Princeton Inn to consider how best to destroy Stalin's ability to control his satellite states. He believed that communism could be undone by covert action. The CIA was ready to roll back Russia to its old borders. "If we are going to move in and take the offensive, Eastern Europe presents the best place to start," he said. "I don't want a bloody battle," he said, "but I would like to see things started." Chip Bolin spoke up. Soon to be named the American ambassador to Moscow, Bolin had been in on the game from the start. The seeds of the CIA's political warfare program were first planted at the Sunday night suppers he had attended 5 years before. "Are we waging political warfare?" he asked Dulles rhetorically. "We have been waging it since 1946. A lot has been going on. Whether it has been effective or done in the best way is another question." "When you ask, shall we go on the offensive, I see a vast field of illusion," Bolin said. While the war in Korea still raged, the Joint Chiefs commanded Frank Wisner and the CIA to conduct a major covert offensive against the Soviet Union, aimed at the heartland of the communist control system. Wisner tried. The Marshall Plan was being transformed into pacts, providing America's allies with weapons, and Wisner saw this as a chance to arm secret stay-behind forces to fight the Soviets in the event of war. He was seeding the ground all over Europe. Throughout the mountains and forests of Scandinavia, France, Germany, Italy, and Greece, his men were dropping gold ingots into lakes and burying caches of weapons for the coming battle. In the marshes and foothills of Ukraine and the Baltics, his pilots were dropping agents to their deaths. In Germany, more than 1,000 of his officers were slipping leaflets into East Berlin, forging postal stamps carrying a portrait of the East German leader Walter Ulbricht, with a hangman's noose around his neck, and plotting out paramilitary missions in Poland. None of this provided insight into the nature of the Soviet threat. Operations to sabotage the Soviet Empire kept overwhelming plans to spy on it. You own him, body and soul. Deeply wary, Walter Beadle Smith dispatched a trusted 3-star general, Lucian K. Truscott, an officer with impeccable connections and a distinguished war record, to take over the CIA's operations in Germany and to find out what Wisner's men were doing. General Truscott's orders were to suspend every scheme he deemed dubious. Upon his arrival, he chose Tom Polgar of the CIA's Berlin base as his chief aide. They found several ticking time bombs. Among them was one very dark secret, described in CIA documents of the day as a program of overseas interrogations. The agency had set up clandestine prisons to wring confessions out of suspected double agents. One was in Germany, another in Japan. The third, and the biggest, was in the Panama Canal Zone. Like Guantanamo, Polgar said in 2005, it was anything goes. The zone was its own world, seized by the United States at the turn of the century, bulldozed out of the jungles that surrounded the Panama Canal. On a naval base in the zone, the CIA's Office of Security had refitted a complex of cinder block prison cells inside a Navy brig normally used to house drunk and disorderly sailors. In those cells, the agency was conducting secret experiments in harsh interrogation, using techniques on the edge of torture, drug-induced mind control, and brainwashing. The project dated back to 1948, when Richard Helms and his officers in Germany realized that they were being defrauded by double agents. The effort began as a crash program in 1950, when the Korean War erupted and a sense of emergency seized the CIA. Late that summer, as the temperature approached 100 degrees in Panama, 2 Russian émigrés who had been delivered to the Canal Zone from Germany were injected with drugs and brutally interrogated. Along with 4 suspected North Korean double agents subjected to the same treatment at a military base commandeered by the CIA in Japan, they were among the first known human guinea pigs under a program codenamed Project Artichoke, a small but significant part of the 15-year search by the CIA for ways to control the human mind. Many of the Russians and East Germans whom the agency had recruited as agents and informers in Germany had gone sour. After they had given up what little knowledge they had, they resorted to deception or blackmail to extend their short careers. More than a few of them were suspected of working in secret for the Soviets. The issue became urgent when CIA officers came to realize that the communist intelligence and security services were far bigger and significantly more sophisticated than the agency. Richard Helms once said that American intelligence officers were trained to believe that they could not count on a foreign agent unless you own him body and soul. The need for a way to own a man's soul led to the search for mind control drugs and secret prisons in which to test them. Dulles, Wisner, and Helms were personally responsible for these endeavors. On May 15, 1952, Dulles and Wisner received a report on Project Artichoke, spelling out the agency's 4-year effort to test heroin, amphetamines, sleeping pills, the newly discovered LSD, and other special techniques in CIA interrogations. Part of the project sought to find an interrogation technique so strong that the individual under its influence will find it difficult to maintain a fabrication under questioning. A few months later, Dulles approved an ambitious new program codenamed Ultra. Under its auspices, 7 prisoners at a federal penitentiary in Kentucky were kept high on LSD for 77 consecutive days. When the CIA slipped the same drug to an Army civilian employee, Frank Olson, he leaped out of the window of a New York hotel. Like the suspected double agents sent to the secret brig in Panama, these men were expendable conscripts in the battle to defeat the Soviets. Senior CIA officers, including Helms, destroyed almost all the records of these programs in fear that they might become public. The evidence that remains is fragmentary, but it strongly suggests that use of secret prisons for the forcible drug-induced questioning of suspect agents went on throughout the 1950s. Members of the clandestine service, the agency's security office, and the CIA's scientists and doctors met monthly to discuss the progress of Project Artichoke until 1956. These discussions included the planning of overseas interrogations, the agency's files show, and the use of special interrogation techniques continued for several years thereafter. The drive to penetrate the Iron Curtain had led the CIA to adopt the tactics of its enemies. A well-thought-out plan, except. Among the CIA operations that General Truscott killed off was a project to support a group called the Young Germans. Many of its leaders were aging Hitler youth. The membership rolls had grown to more than 20,000 in 1952. They enthusiastically took the CIA's weapons, radios, cameras, and money and buried them all over the country. They also began drawing up their own extensive hit list of mainstream Democratic West German politicians to be assassinated when the hour was at hand. The Young Germans became so blatant that their existence and their enemies' list blew up into a public scandal. That became cause for a great deal of concern and a major flap when the secrecy was broken, said John McMahon, a future deputy director of Central Intelligence, then a young CIA officer on Truscott's staff. On the same day that Dulles was speaking at the Princeton Inn, Henry Heckscher was writing a heartfelt plea to CIA headquarters. For years, Heckscher, soon to become chief of the Berlin base, had cultivated a unique agent inside East Germany, Horst Erdmann, who ran an impressive organization called the Free Jurists Committee. The Free Jurists were an underground group of young lawyers and paralegals challenging the communist regime in East Berlin. They compiled dossiers on the crimes committed by the state. An international congress of jurists was set to convene in West Berlin in July 1952, and the Free Jurists could play an important political part on a world stage. Wisner wanted to take control of the Free Jurists and turn them into an armed underground. Heckscher protested. These men were sources of intelligence, he argued, and if they were forced into a paramilitary role, they would become cannon fodder. He was overruled. Wisner's officers in Berlin selected one of General Reinhard Gehlen's officers to transform the group into a fighting force made up of three-man cells. But every member of every cell they created knew the identity of every other member of every other cell, a classic lapse in security. After Soviet soldiers kidnapped and tortured one of their leaders on the eve of the international conference, every one of the CIA's free jurists was arrested. Toward the end of 1952, in the last months of Smith's tenure as Director of Central Intelligence, more of Wisner's hastily improvised operations began coming apart. The fallout left a lasting impression on a newly anointed CIA officer named Ted Shackley, who started a supercharged career at the agency as a second lieutenant, shanghaied from his job training military police in West Virginia. His first assignment was to make himself familiar with a major Wisner operation to support a Polish Liberation Army, the Freedom and Independence Movement, known as WIN. Wisner and his men had dropped roughly $5 million worth of gold bars, submachine guns, rifles, ammunition, and two-way radios into Poland. They had established trusted contacts with WIN Outside, a handful of émigrés in Germany and London. They believed that WIN Inside was a powerful force, 500 soldiers in Poland, 20,000 armed partisans, and 100,000 sympathizers, all prepared to fight the Red Army. It was an illusion. The Polish secret police, backed by the Soviets, had wiped out WIN back in 1947. WIN Inside was a phantom, a communist trick. In 1950, a clueless courier was sent to alert the Polish émigrés in London. His message was that WIN lived and thrived in Warsaw. The émigrés contacted Wisner's men, who leaped at the chance to build a resistance group behind enemy lines and parachuted as many patriots as possible back into Poland. At headquarters, the CIA's leaders thought they had finally beaten the communists at their own game. Poland represents one of the most promising areas for the development of underground resistance, Beadle Smith said at a meeting of his deputies in August 1952. Wisner told him that WIN is now riding high. The Soviet and Polish intelligence services had spent years setting their traps. They were well aware of our air operations. When we would drop these agents in, McMahon said, they would go out and make contact with people we knew would be helpful to us, and the Poles and the KGB were right in back of them and would mop them up. So it was a well-thought-out plan, except we were recruiting agents of the Soviet Union. It turned out to be a monumental disaster. People died. Perhaps 30, maybe more, were lost. Shackley said he never forgot the sight of his fellow officers realizing that 5 years of planning and millions of dollars had gone down the drain. The unkindest cut might have been their discovery that the Poles had sent a chunk of the CIA's money to the Communist Party of Italy. CIA had clearly thought they could operate in Eastern Europe the way the OSS had operated and occupied Western Europe during the war, said the CIA's Henry Loomis, a future chief of the Voice of America. That was clearly impossible. In Washington, Frank Lindsay, who had run operations in Eastern Europe from headquarters, resigned in anguish. He told Dulles and Wisner that scientific and technical means of spying on the Soviets would have to replace covert action as the CIA's strategy against communism. Quixotic paramilitary missions to support imaginary resistance movements could not push the Russians out of Europe. In Germany, McMahon had spent several months reading all the cable traffic coming into the station. He came to a stark conclusion. We had no capability there, he said years later. Our insight into the Soviet Union was zero. The agency's future. The CIA was now a worldwide force with 15,000 people, $500 million in secret funds to spend each year, and more than 50 overseas stations. By sheer willpower, Beadle Smith had shaped it into an organization that looked much the way it would for the next 50 years. He had forged the Office of Policy Coordination and the Office of Special Operations into a single clandestine service to serve abroad, created a unified system for analysis at home, and achieved a measure of respect for the CIA at the White House. But he had never made it a professional intelligence service. "We can't get qualified people," he lamented in his last days as Director of Central Intelligence. "They just simply don't exist." And he had never made Allen Dulles and Frank Wisner bend to his authority. A week before the 1952 presidential election, Beadle Smith tried one last time to bring them under control. On October 27th, he convened a conference of the CIA's 26 most senior officers and proclaimed that until CIA could build a reserve of well-trained people, it would have to hold its activities to the limited number of operations that it could do well, rather than attempt to cover a broad field with poor performance from improperly trained or inferior personnel. Galvanized by Truscott's investigations in Germany, the general ordered the convening of a murder board, a jury that could kill off the worst of the CIA's covert operations. Wisner immediately fought back. He said that shutting down dubious operations would be a long and painful process, and it would take many, many months, well into the next administration, for Beadle Smith's order to be carried out. The general was defeated, and the murder board defused. Dwight D. Eisenhower won the presidency on a national security platform that called for the free world to liberate the Soviet satellites, a script written by his closest foreign policy advisor, John Foster Dulles. Their victory plans called for a new director of Central Intelligence. Chosen over Beadle Smith's protests, confirmed without opposition in the Senate, and cheered on by the press, Allen Dulles finally won the job he coveted. Richard Helms had known Dulles well for 8 years, ever since they traveled together to the Little Red Schoolhouse in France, where Beadle Smith had accepted the unconditional surrender of the Third Reich. Helms was 40 now, a tightly wired man, not a slicked-back hair out of place nor a stray paper on his desk when the lights went out at night. Dulles was 60, shuffling in the carpet slippers he wore in private to ease his gout, ever the absent-minded professor. Not long after Eisenhower's election, Dulles buzzed Helms into the director's chambers, and the two men sat down for a chat. "A word about the future," Dulles said, filling the air with great clouds of pipe smoke. "The agency's future. You remember the conniving and blood-spilling that went on when we were trying to sort things out in 1946. What would Central Intelligence be responsible for? Would there even be a service?" Dulles wanted Helms to understand that as long as he was the director of Central Intelligence, there was damn well going to be a service devoted to daring, difficult, dangerous missions. "I want to be absolutely sure you understand how important covert action operations are right now," Dulles said. "The White House and this administration have an intense interest in every aspect of covert action." Over the next 8 years, through his devotion to covert action, his disdain for the details of analysis, and his dangerous practice of deceiving the President of the United States, Allen Dulles did untold damage to the agency he had helped to create. Part 2. A Strange Kind of Genius. The CIA under Eisenhower, 1953 to 1961. 8. We have no plan. Allen Dulles had been director of Central Intelligence for 1 week when, on March 5, 1953, Joseph Stalin died. "We have no reliable inside intelligence on thinking inside the Kremlin," the agency lamented a few days later. "Our estimates of Soviet long-range plans and intentions are speculations drawn from inadequate evidence." The new President of the United States was not pleased. "Ever since 1946, Eisenhower fumed, all the so-called experts have been yapping about what would happen when Stalin dies and what we as a nation should do about it. Well, he's dead, and you can turn the files of our government inside out in vain looking for any plans laid. We have no plan. We are not even sure what difference his death makes." Stalin's death intensified American fears about Soviet intentions. The question for the CIA was whether Stalin's successors, whoever they might be, would launch a preemptive war. But the agency's speculations about the Soviets were reflections in a funhouse mirror. Stalin never had a master plan for world domination, nor the means to pursue it. The man who eventually took control of the Soviet Union after his death, Nikita Khrushchev, recalled that Stalin trembled and quivered at the prospect of a global combat with America. "He was afraid of war," Khrushchev said. "Stalin never did anything to provoke a war with the United States. He knew his weakness." One of the fundamental failings of the Soviet state was that every facet of daily life was subordinated to national security. Stalin and his successors were pathological about their frontiers. Napoleon had invaded from Paris and then Hitler from Berlin. Stalin's only coherent post-war foreign policy had been to turn Eastern Europe into an enormous human shield. While he devoted his energies to murdering his internal enemies, the Soviet people stood in endless lines waiting to buy a sack of potatoes. Americans were about to enjoy 8 years of peace and prosperity under Eisenhower, but that peace came at the cost of a skyrocketing arms race, political witch hunts, and a permanent war economy. Eisenhower's challenge was to confront the Soviet Union without starting World War III or subverting American democracy. He feared that the costs of the Cold War could cripple the United States. If his generals and admirals had their way, they would consume the treasury. He decided to base his strategy on secret weapons, nuclear bombs, and covert action. They were far cheaper than multi-billion-dollar fleets of fighter jets and flotillas of aircraft carriers. With enough nuclear firepower, the United States could deter the Soviets from starting a new world war, or win the war if it came. With a global campaign of covert action, the United States could stop the spread of communism, or, as was Eisenhower's publicly proclaimed policy, roll back the Russians. Ike bet the fate of the nation on his nuclear arsenal and his spy service. Questions about their best use arose at almost every meeting of the National Security Council early in his presidency. The NSC, created in 1947 to govern the use of American power abroad, had been rarely convened under Truman. Eisenhower revived it and ran it as a good general runs his staff. Every week, Allen Dulles left the slightly shabby confines of his offices and stepped into his black limousine, drove past the crumbling temporaries where Wisner and his covert operators worked, and entered the gates of the White House. He took his seat at the great oval desk in the cabinet room, facing his brother Foster, the Secretary of State, along with the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Vice President Richard M. Nixon, and the President. Allen typically opened each meeting with a tour of the world's hot spots. Then the talk turned to the strategies of secret war. We could lick the whole world. Eisenhower worried endlessly about a nuclear Pearl Harbor, and the CIA could not ease his mind. At the June 5, 1953 meeting of the National Security Council, Allen Dulles told him that the agency could not give him any prior warning through intelligence channels of a Soviet sneak attack. A few months later, the CIA ventured a guess that the Soviets would be incapable of launching an intercontinental ballistic missile at the United States before 1969. The estimate proved to be off by a dozen years. In August 1953, when the Soviet Union tested its first weapon of mass destruction, not quite a thermonuclear bomb, but near enough, the agency had no clue and gave no warning. 6 weeks later, when Allen Dulles briefed the president on the Soviet test, Eisenhower wondered whether he should launch an all-out nuclear strike on Moscow before it was too late. He said it looked as though the hour of decision were at hand, and that we should presently have to really face the question of whether or not we would have to throw everything at once against the enemy. say the NSC's declassified minutes. He had raised this terrible question because there was no sense in our now merely shuddering at the enemy's capability, especially when the United States could not know if Moscow had one nuclear weapon or 1,000. We were engaged in the defense of a way of life, and the great danger was that in defending this way of life we would find ourselves resorting to methods that endangered this way of life. The real problem, as the President saw it, was to devise methods of meeting the Soviet threat and of adopting controls, if necessary, that would not result in our transformation into a garrison state. The whole thing, said the President, was a paradox. When Dulles warned the President that the Russians could launch an atomic attack on the United States tomorrow, Eisenhower replied that he didn't think anyone here thought the cost of winning a global war against the Soviet Union was a cost too high to pay. But the price of victory might be the destruction of American democracy. The President noted that the Joint Chiefs of Staff had told him we should do what was necessary even if the result was to change the American way of life. We could lick the whole world if we were willing to adopt the system of Adolf Hitler. Eisenhower had thought he could confront the paradox with covert action. But a bitter battle in East Berlin had revealed the CIA's inability to confront communism head-on. On June 16th and 17th, 1953, nearly 370,000 East Germans took to the streets. Thousands of students and workers struck violently at their oppressors, burning Soviet and East German Communist Party buildings, trashing police cars, and trying to stop the Soviet tanks that crushed their spirits. The uprising was far larger than the CIA first realized, but the agency could do nothing to save the rebels. Though Frank Wisner weighed the risks of trying to arm the East Berliners, he balked. His liberation armies proved worthless. On June 18th, he said that the CIA should do nothing at this time to incite East Germans to further actions. The uprising was crushed. The next week, Eisenhower ordered the CIA to train and equip underground organizations capable of launching large-scale raids or sustained warfare in East Germany and the other Soviet satellites. The order also called upon the CIA to encourage elimination of key puppet officials in the captive states. Elimination meant what it said. But the order was an empty gesture. The President was learning the limits of the CIA's abilities. That summer, in the White House solarium, Eisenhower convened the men he trusted most in the realm of national security. Among them, Walter Beadle Smith, George Kennan, Foster Dulles, and retired Air Force Lieutenant General James R. Doolittle, the pilot who had led the bombing of Tokyo in 1942, and asked them to redefine American national strategy toward the Soviets. By the end of the Solarium project, the idea of rolling back Russia through covert action was pronounced dead at age 5. The President began trying to redirect the agency. The CIA would fight the enemy in Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America, and wherever colonial empires crumbled. Under Eisenhower, the agency undertook 170 new major covert actions in 48 nations, political, psychological, and paramilitary warfare missions in countries where American spies knew little of the culture or the language or the history of the people. Eisenhower often made his initial decisions on covert action in private conversations with the Dulles brothers. Typically, Allen spoke to Foster with a proposal for an operation, and Foster spoke to the President over a cocktail in the Oval Office. Foster went back to Allen with the President's approval and an admonition, "Don't get caught." The brothers steered the course of covert action in private conversations at their respective headquarters, on the telephone, or on Sundays by the swimming pool with their sister Eleanor, a State Department officer herself. Foster firmly believed that the United States should do everything in its power to alter or abolish any regime not openly allied with America. Allen wholeheartedly agreed. With Eisenhower's blessings, they set out to remake the map of the world. a rapidly deteriorating situation. From his first days in power, Allen Dulles polished the public image of the CIA, cultivating America's most powerful publishers and broadcasters, charming senators and congressmen, courting newspaper columnists. He found dignified publicity far more suitable than discreet silence. Dulles kept in close touch with the men who ran the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the nation's leading weekly magazines. He could pick up the phone and edit a breaking story, make sure an irritating foreign correspondent was yanked from the field, or hire the services of men such as Time's Berlin bureau chief and Newsweek's man in Tokyo. It was second nature for Dulles to plant stories in the press. American newsrooms were dominated by veterans of the government's wartime propaganda branch, the Office of War Information, once part of Wild Bill Donovan's domain. The men who responded to the CIA's call included Henry Luce and his editors at Time, Look, and Fortune, popular magazines such as Parade, the Saturday Review, and Reader's Digest, and the most powerful executives at CBS News. Dulles built a public relations and propaganda machine that came to include more than 50 news organizations, a dozen publishing houses, and personal pledges of support from men such as Axel Springer, West Germany's most powerful press baron. Dulles wanted to be seen as the subtle master of a professional spy service. The press dutifully reflected that image, but the archives of the CIA tell a different story. The minutes of the daily meetings of Dulles and his deputies depict an agency lurching from international crisis to internal calamities, rampant alcoholism, financial malfeasance, mass resignations. What should be done about a CIA officer who had killed a British colleague and faced trial for manslaughter? Why had the former station chief in Switzerland committed suicide? What could be done about the lack of talent in the clandestine service? The agency's new Inspector General, Lyman Kirkpatrick, became a constant bearer of bad tidings about the caliber of the CIA's personnel, training, and performance. He warned Dulles that hundreds of the skilled military officers that the CIA had hired during the Korean War were quitting, and it was most evident that a too high percentage were leaving with an unfriendly attitude toward the CIA. At the end of the war, a group of junior and mid-level CIA officers, appalled at the poor morale at headquarters, demanded and received permission to conduct an internal poll of their peers. They interviewed 115 CIA personnel and wrote a long, detailed report, completed at the end of Dulles's first year as director. They described a rapidly deteriorating situation, widespread frustration, confusion, and purposelessness. Bright and patriotic people had been recruited with promises of exciting overseas service, a completely false impression, and then stuck in dead-end posts as typists and messengers. Hundreds of officers returned from foreign assignments to wander through headquarters for months looking for new assignments without success. The harm accruing to the agency from inert personnel practices mounts in geometric, not arithmetic progression, they reported. For every capable officer that the agency loses through discontent or frustration, there may well be 2 or 3 more competent men sharing the same educational, professional, or social background that the agency will never have the opportunity to employ. The harm done may be irreparable. The CIA's young officers worked for too many people in responsible positions who apparently don't know what they're doing. They watched a shocking amount of money going to waste on failed missions overseas. One of Frank Wisner's case officers wrote that the operations he worked on were largely ineffectual and quite expensive. Some are directed at targets that are hardly logical, let alone legitimate. Thus, to protect jobs and prestige, both here and in the field, Headquarters' mission is to whitewash operational budget and programming justifications with, to say the least, exaggerated statements. They concluded that the agency is shot through with mediocrity and less. These young officers had seen an intelligence service that was lying to itself. They described a CIA in which incompetent people were given great power and capable recruits were stacked like cordwood in the corridors. Allen Dulles suppressed their report. Nothing changed. 43 years later, in 1996, a congressional investigation concluded that the CIA continues to face a major personnel crisis that it has, thus far, not addressed in any coherent way. Today, the CIA still does not have enough qualified case officers to staff many of its stations around the world. Somebody to do the dirty work. Eisenhower wanted to shape the CIA into an efficient instrument of presidential power. He tried to impose a command structure on the agency through Walter Beadle Smith. In the days after Eisenhower's election, the general had expected to be named chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was devastated by Eisenhower's decision to make him the Undersecretary of State. Beadle Smith did not want to be second in command to Foster Dulles, a man he regarded as a pompous blowhard. But Ike wanted him, and needed him, to serve as an honest broker between himself and the Dulles brothers. Beadle Smith vented his anger to Vice President Nixon, his neighbor in Washington. From time to time, the general would drop in for a visit, Nixon remembered, and a couple of drinks would loosen his tongue a bit in an uncharacteristic way. And I remember one night we were sitting having scotch and soda, and Beadle got very emotional, and he said, "I want to tell you something about Ike. I was just Ike's Pratt boy. Ike has to have somebody to do the dirty work that he doesn't want to do so that he can look like the good guy." Beadle Smith did that work as Ike's overseer of covert action. He served as the crucial link between the White House and the CIA's secret operations. As the driving force of the newly created Operations Coordinating Board, he carried out the secret directives from the President and the National Security Council, and he oversaw the CIA's execution of those orders. His hand-picked ambassadors played central roles in carrying out these missions. During the 19 months that Beadle Smith served as the President's proconsul for covert action, the agency carried out the only 2 victorious coups in its history. The declassified records of those coups show that they succeeded by bribery and coercion and brute force, not secrecy and stealth and cunning. But they created the legend that the CIA was a silver bullet in the arsenal of democracy. They gave the agency the aura that Dulles coveted. 9. CIA's greatest single triumph. In January 1953, a few days before Eisenhower's inauguration, Walter Beadle Smith called Kim Roosevelt in at CIA headquarters and asked, "When is our goddamn operation going to get underway?" 2 months before, in early November 1952, Roosevelt, the CIA's Near East operations chief, had gone to Tehran to clean up a mess for his friends in British intelligence. Iran's Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, had caught the British trying to topple him. He had expelled everyone in their embassy, including the spies. Roosevelt had arrived to preserve and pay off a network of Iranian agents who had worked for the British but were happy to accept American largesse. On the way home, he stopped in London to report to his British colleagues. He learned that Prime Minister Winston Churchill wanted the CIA to help overthrow Iran. Iran's oil had propelled Churchill to power and glory 40 years before. Now Sir Winston wanted it back. On the eve of World War I, Churchill, as First Lord of the British Admiralty, had converted the Royal Navy from coal-burning to oil-burning ships. He championed the British purchase of 51% of the new Anglo-Persian Oil Company, which had struck the first of Iran's oil 5 years before. The British took a lion's share. Not only did Iranian oil fuel Churchill's new armada, but the revenues paid for it. The oil became the lifeblood of the British exchequer. While Britannia ruled the waves, British, Russian, and Turkish troops trampled northern Iran, destroying much of the nation's agriculture and sparking a famine that killed perhaps 2 million people. Out of this chaos, arose a Cossack commander, Reza Khan, who seized power with guile and force. In 1925, he was proclaimed the Shah of Iran. A nationalist politician named Mohammad Mossadegh was one of the 4 members of the Iranian parliament, the Majlis, who opposed him. The Majlis soon discovered that the British oil giant, now the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, systematically cheated their government of billions. Hatred of the British and fear of the Soviets ran so high in Iran in the 1930s that the Nazis made deep inroads there, so deep that Churchill and Stalin invaded Iran in August 1941. They exiled Reza Khan and installed his pliant, dewy-eyed, 21-year-old son Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. While Soviet and British armies occupied Iran, American forces used its airports and roads to transport roughly $18 billion worth of military aid to Stalin. The only American of consequence in Iran during World War II was General Norman Schwarzkopf, who organized Iran's gendarmerie, the rural police. His son and namesake was the commander of the 1991 war on Iraq, Operation Desert Storm. Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin held a war conference in Tehran in December 1943, but the Allies left behind a starving nation where oil workers made 50 cents a day and the young Shah held power through electoral fraud. After the war, Mossadegh called upon the Majlis to renegotiate the British oil concession. Anglo-Iranian Oil controlled the world's largest known reserves. Its offshore refinery at Abadan was the biggest on Earth. While British oil executives and technicians played in private clubs and swimming pools, Iranian oil workers lived in shanties without running water, electricity, or sewers. The injustice bred support for the Communist Tudeh Party of Iran, which claimed about 2,500 members at the time. The British took twice as much income from the oil as the Iranians. Now Iran demanded a 50-50 split. The British refused. They tried to sway opinion by paying off politicians, newspaper editors, and the state radio director, among others. The British intelligence chief in Tehran, Christopher Montague Woodhouse, warned his compatriots that they were courting disaster. It came in April 1951, when the Majlis voted to nationalize Iran's oil production. A few days later, Mohammad Mossadegh became Iran's prime minister. By the end of June, British warships were off the coast of Iran. In July, the American ambassador Henry Grady reported that the British, in an act of utter folly, were trying to overthrow Mossadegh. In September, the British solidified an international boycott of Iran's oil, an act of economic warfare intended to destroy Mossadegh. Then Churchill returned to power as prime minister. He was 76. Mossadegh was 69. Both were stubborn old men who conducted affairs of state in their pajamas. British commanders drew up plans for 70,000 troops to seize Iran's oil fields and the Abadan refinery. Mossadegh took his case to the United Nations and the White House, laying on the charm in public while warning Truman in private that a British attack could set off World War III. Truman told Churchill flatly that the United States would never back such an invasion. Churchill countered that the price for British military support in the Korean War was American political support for his position in Iran. They reached an impasse in the summer of 1952. CIA makes policy by default. The British spy Monty Woodhouse flew to Washington to meet with Walter Beadle Smith and Frank Wisner. On November 26, 1952, they discussed how to unseat Mossadegh. Their plot began in the twilight of a presidential transition. As Truman's power faded, the coup plans grew. As Wisner said when the plot was in full cry, there were times when CIA makes policy by default. The stated foreign policy of the United States was to support Mossadegh, but the CIA was setting out to depose him without the imprimatur of the White House. On February 18, 1953, the newly installed chief of the British Secret Intelligence Service arrived in Washington. Sir John Sinclair, a soft-spoken Scotsman known to the public as C and to his friends as Sinbad, met with Allen Dulles and proposed Kim Roosevelt as field commander for a coup. The British gave their plan the prosaic title of Operation Boot. Roosevelt had a grander name, Operation Ajax, after the mythical hero of the Trojan War. A strange choice, as legend has it that Ajax went mad, slew a flock of sheep thinking they were warriors, and killed himself in shame after he came to his senses. Roosevelt ran the show with flair. He had been working for 2 years on political, propaganda, and paramilitary operations to fight off a feared Soviet invasion in Iran. CIA officers already had enough cash and guns stashed away to support 10,000 tribal warriors for 6 months. He had the authority to attack the Tudeh, the small, influential, outlawed Communist Party of Iran. Now he shifted his target, aiming to undermine support for Mossadegh inside Iran's mainstream political and religious parties. Roosevelt started stepping up a campaign of bribery and subversion. The agency's officers and their Iranian agents rented the allegiances of political hacks, holy men, and thugs. They bought the services of street gangs who broke up Tudeh rallies with their bare knuckles and mullahs who denounced Mossadegh from the mosques. The CIA did not have Britain's decades of experience in Iran, nor nearly as many recruited Iranian agents. But it had more money to hand out, at least $1 million a year, a great fortune in one of the world's poorer nations. The CIA took its cues from the influence-buying network controlled by British intelligence. It was run by the Rashidian brothers, 3 sons of an Iranian Anglophile who controlled ships, banks, and real estate. The Rashidians had clout with members of the Iranian parliament. They held sway among the leading merchants of the bazaar, the unacknowledged legislators of Tehran. They bribed senators, senior military officers, editors and publishers, goon squads, and at least one member of Mossadegh's cabinet. They bought information with cookie tins filled with cash. Their circle even included the Shah's chief manservant. It would prove a catalyst in the coup. Allen Dulles walked into the March 4, 1953 National Security Council meeting with 7 pages of briefing notes focused on the consequences of Soviet takeover in Iran. The country faced a maturing revolutionary setup, and if it went communist, all the dominoes of the Middle East would fall. 60% of the free world's oil would be in Moscow's hands. This disastrous loss would seriously deplete our reserves for war, Dulles warned. Oil and gasoline would have to be rationed in the United States. The president did not buy a word of it. He thought it might be better to offer Mossadegh a $100 million loan in order to stabilize his government rather than to overthrow it. Monty Woodhouse tactfully suggested to his American counterparts at the CIA that they might take a different approach in presenting the problem to Eisenhower. They could not maintain that Mossadegh was a communist, but they could argue that the longer he remained in power, the greater the danger that the Soviets would invade Iran. Kim Roosevelt fine-tuned this pitch for the president's ear. If Mossadegh wobbled to the left, Iran would fall to the Soviets. But if he was pushed the right way, the CIA could make sure that the government fell into American control. Mossadegh played straight into this trap. In a miscalculated bluff, he raised the specter of the Soviet threat with the American embassy in Tehran. He expected to be rescued by the Americans, said John H. Stutzman, an American diplomat who knew Mossadegh well and served as the State Department officer in charge of Iranian affairs in 1953. Mossadegh felt that if he kicked out the British and threatened the Americans with Russian hegemony, that we'd rush in. He wasn't that far wrong. On March 18, 1953, Frank Wisner informed Roosevelt and Woodhouse that they had an initial go-ahead from Allen Dulles. On April 4th, CIA headquarters sent $1 million to the Tehran station. But Eisenhower still had his doubts, as did other key players in the plan to overthrow Iran. The president made an eloquent speech a few days later called "The Chance for Peace," in which he declared that any nation's right to form a government and an economic system of its own choosing is inalienable, and any nation's attempt to dictate to other nations their form of government is indefensible. These ideas struck home with the CIA station chief in Tehran, Roger Goiran, who asked headquarters why the United States would want to ally itself with the traditions of British colonialism in the Middle East. It was a historic mistake, he argued, a long-term disaster for American interests. Allen Dulles recalled him to Washington and dismissed him as station chief. The U.S. ambassador to Iran, Loy Henderson, who had been in on the plans from the start, strongly opposed the British choice of a dissolute retired Major General Fazlollah Zahidi as the frontman for the coup. Mossadegh had told the ambassador that he knew Zahidi was a British-backed traitor. Despite that, the British nominated and the CIA seconded Zahidi, the only man openly bidding for power who was thought to be pro-American. In late April, he went into hiding after the kidnapping and murder of Iran's national police chief, with good reason, for the suspected killers were his own supporters. He did not resurface for 11 weeks. In May, the plot gained momentum, though it still lacked the president's approval. It was now in its final draft. Zahidi, armed with $75,000 in CIA cash, would form a military secretariat and choose colonels to mount the coup. A group of religious fanatics called the Warriors of Islam, a terrorist gang, says a CIA history of the coup, would threaten the lives of Mossadegh's political and personal supporters inside and outside the government. They would stage violent attacks on respected religious leaders that would look as if they were the work of the communists. The CIA drew up pamphlets and posters as part of a $150,000 propaganda campaign to control Iran's press and public, proclaiming that Mossadegh favors the Tudeh Party and the USSR. Mossadegh is an enemy of Islam. Mossadegh is deliberately destroying the morale of the army. Mossadegh is deliberately leading the country into economic collapse. Mossadegh has been corrupted by power. On D-Day, the coup plotters, led by Zahidi's military secretariat, would seize the Army's General Staff Headquarters, Radio Tehran, Mossadegh's home, the central bank, police headquarters, and the telephone and telegraph offices. They would arrest Mossadegh and his cabinet. More money, $11,000 a week, immediately went to buy off enough members of the Majlis to ensure that a majority would proclaim Zahidi as the new prime minister. This last detail had the advantage of giving the coup an appearance of legality. Zahidi, in turn, would pledge fealty to the Shah and restore his monarchy to power. Would the weak-willed Shah play his role? Ambassador Henderson did not believe he had the backbone to support a coup, but Roosevelt thought it would be hopeless to go ahead without him. On June 15th, Roosevelt went to London to show the plan to the boffins of British intelligence. They met in a headquarters conference room with a sign that read, "Curb your guests." No objections were raised. The Americans, after all, were footing the bill. The British had conceived the coup, but their leaders could not play a commanding role in its execution. On June 23rd, Foreign Minister Anthony Eden had major abdominal surgery in Boston. That same day, Winston Churchill suffered a severe stroke and almost died. The news was kept so quiet that the CIA heard nothing of it. Over the next 2 weeks, the agency set up a two-pronged chain of command. One would run Zahidi's military secretariat. The other would control the political warfare and propaganda campaign. Both reported directly to Frank Wisner. Kim Roosevelt set out to fly to Beirut, drive through Syria and Iraq into Iran, and link up with the Rashidian brothers. The CIA awaited a green light from the President of the United States. It came on July 11th, and from that moment on, almost everything went wrong. This book is continued on Disc 4. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 4. After you, Your Majesty. The secrecy of the mission was blown before day one. On July 7th, the CIA had monitored a two-day party radio broadcast. The clandestine radio warned Iranians that the American government, along with various spies and traitors, including General Zahedi, were working to liquidate the Mossadegh government. Mossadegh had his own military and political intelligence sources independent of the two-day, and he knew what he was up against. Then the CIA discovered that its coup had no troops. General Zahedi had not a single soldier under his control. The agency had no map of the military situation in Tehran, no roster of the Iranian army. Kim Roosevelt turned to Brigadier General Robert A. McClure, the father of U.S. Special Operations Forces. McClure was Eisenhower's chief intelligence officer during World War II, ran the Army's Psychological Warfare Division during the Korean War, and specialized in overseeing joint operations with the CIA. He had worked side by side with Dulles and Wisner, and he trusted neither man. General McClure had gone to Tehran to run the American Military Assistance Advisory Group, established in 1950 to provide up-and-coming Iranian officers with military support, training, and advice. As part of the CIA's war of nerves, he cut off American contact with pro-Mossadegh commanders. Roosevelt relied entirely on McClure for a picture of the Iranian military and the political loyalties of its senior officers. President Eisenhower personally insisted that McClure receive a second star after the coup, noting his very fine relationships with the Shah and other senior people in whom we are interested. The CIA recruited a colonel who had served as the Iranian liaison to McClure's military assistance group to help run the coup. He secretly enlisted about 40 fellow officers. Now all that was lacking was the Shah. A CIA colonel, Stephen J. Meade, flew to Paris to pick up the Shah's strong-willed and unpopular twin sister, Princess Ashraf. The CIA script called for her to return from exile and persuade the Shah to back General Zahedi. But Princess Ashraf was nowhere to be found. The British intelligence agent, Azadollah Rashidian, tracked her down on the French Riviera. It took another 10 days to coax her onto a commercial flight to Tehran. The inducements included a large sum of cash and a mink coat from the British intelligence service, along with a promise from Colonel Meade that the United States would bankroll the royal family should the coup fail. After a stormy face-to-face confrontation with her twin, she left Tehran on July 30th, wrongly convinced that she had stiffened his spine. The CIA brought in General Norman Schwarzkopf to bolster the Shah on August 1st. The Shah, fearing that his palace was bugged, led the general into the grand ballroom, pulled a small table to its center, and whispered that he would not go along with the coup. He had no confidence that the army would back him. Kim Roosevelt spent the next week skulking in and out of the Shah's palace, pressuring him mercilessly, warning him that his failure to follow the CIA could lead to a communist Iran or a second Korea. In either case, a death sentence for the monarch and his family. Terrified, the Shah fled to his royal resort on the Caspian Sea. Roosevelt improvised furiously. He commissioned a royal decree dismissing Mossadegh and appointing General Zahedi as prime minister. He ordered the colonel who commanded the Shah's Imperial Guard to present a signed copy of this legally dubious document to Mossadegh at gunpoint and arrest him if he defied it. On August 12th, the colonel chased after the Shah on the Caspian and returned the next night with signed copies of the decrees. Now Roosevelt's Iranian agents cascaded into the streets of Tehran. Newspapermen and printing presses spewed propaganda. Mossadegh was a communist. Mossadegh was a Jew. The CIA street thugs, posing as two-day party members, attacked mullahs and defiled a mosque. Mossadegh counterattacked by shutting down the Majlis. Under the law, only the Majlis could dismiss him, not the Shah, rendering the senators and deputies whose votes had been purchased by the CIA useless. Roosevelt forged ahead. He cabled headquarters on August 14th with an urgent request for $5 million more to prop up General Zahedi. The coup was set for that night, and Mossadegh knew it. He mobilized the Tehran garrison of the Iranian army and surrounded his home with tanks and troops. When the Shah's imperial guardsman went to arrest the prime minister, loyal officers seized him. Zahedi hid at a CIA safehouse, watched over by one of Roosevelt's officers, a rookie named Rocky Stone. The CIA's hastily assembled cadre of Iranian colonels disintegrated. Radio Tehran went on the air at 5:45 a.m. on August 16th, announcing that the coup had failed. CIA headquarters had no clue what to do next. Allen Dulles had left Washington a week earlier for an extended European vacation, blithely confident that all was well. He was out of touch. Frank Wisner was out of ideas. Roosevelt, on his own, decided to try to convince the world that it was Mossadegh who had staged the failed coup. He needed the Shah to sell that story, but the monarch had fled the country. The American ambassador in Iraq, Burton Berry, learned a few hours later that the Shah was in Baghdad, begging for help. Roosevelt fed the outlines of a script to Berry, who advised the Shah to broadcast a statement saying he had fled in the face of a left-wing uprising. He did as instructed. Then he told his pilot to file a flight plan for the world capital of exiled monarchs, Rome. On the night of August 16th, one of Roosevelt's officers handed $50,000 to the station's Iranian agents and told them to produce a crowd posing as communist goons. The next morning, hundreds of paid agitators flooded the streets of Tehran, looting, burning, and smashing the symbols of government. Actual members of the two-day party joined them, but they soon realized that a covert action was being staged, as the CIA station reported, and tried to argue demonstrators into going home. After a second sleepless night, Roosevelt welcomed Ambassador Loy Henderson, who flew in from Beirut on August 17th. On the way to meet him at the airport, members of the American embassy passed a toppled bronze statue of the Shah's father, with only the boots left standing. Henderson, Roosevelt, and General McClure held a 4-hour war council inside the embassy compound. The result was a new plan to create anarchy. Thanks to McClure, Iranian military officers were dispatched to outlying garrisons to enlist soldiers to support the coup. The CIA's Iranian agents were ordered to hire more street mobs. Religious emissaries were sent to persuade the supreme Shiite Ayatollah in Iran to declare a holy war. But back at headquarters, Wisner despaired. He read the assessment of the CIA's best analysts that day. The failure of the military coup in Tehran and the flight of the Shah to Baghdad emphasize Prime Minister Mossadegh's continued mastery of the situation and foreshadow more drastic action on his part to eliminate all opposition. Late on the night of August 17th, he sent a message to Tehran saying that in the absence of strong recommendations to the contrary from Roosevelt and Henderson, the coup against Mossadegh should cease. A few hours later, sometime after 2 a.m., Wisner placed a frantic telephone call to John Waller, who was running the Iran desk at CIA headquarters. The Shah had flown to Rome and checked into the Excelsior Hotel, Wisner reported. And then a terrible, terrible coincidence occurred, Wisner said. Can you guess what it is? Waller could not imagine. Think of the worst thing you can think of, Wisner said. He was hit by a cab and killed, Waller replied. No, Wisner responded. John, maybe you don't know that Dulles had decided to extend his vacation by going to Rome. Now can you imagine what happened? Waller shot back. Dulles hit him with his car and killed him? Wisner was not amused. They both showed up at the reception desk at the Excelsior at the very same moment, Wisner said. And Dulles had to say, "After you, Your Majesty." A passionate embrace. At dawn on August 19th, the agency's hired mobs assembled in Tehran, ready for a riot. Buses and trucks filled with tribesmen from the south, Their leaders, all paid by the CIA, arrived in the capital. Ambassador Henderson's deputy chief of mission, William Roundtree, described what happened next as an almost spontaneous revolution. It began with a public demonstration by a health club or exercise club, lifting barbells and chains and that sort of thing, he recounted. These were weightlifters and circus strongmen recruited by the CIA for the day. They began shouting anti-Mossadegh, pro-Shah slogans and proceeded to march through the streets. Many others joined them, and soon there was a substantial demonstration in favor of the Shah and against Mossadegh. Shouts of "Long live the Shah" spread throughout the city, and the crowd went in the direction of the building housing the Mossadegh cabinet, where they seized ranking members of the government, burned 4 newspaper offices, and sacked the political headquarters of a pro-Mossadegh party. 2 of the men in the crowd were religious leaders. One was the Ayatollah Ahmed Kashani. Alongside him was his 51-year-old devotee, Ayatollah Ruhollah Mousavi Khomeini, the future leader of Iran. Roosevelt told his Iranian agents to hit the telegraph office, the propaganda ministry, and police and army headquarters. By afternoon, after a skirmish that killed at least 3 people, the CIA's agents were on the air at Radio Tehran. Roosevelt went to Zahidi's hideout, in the safe house run by the CIA's Rocky Stone, and told him to be ready to proclaim himself prime minister. Zahidi was so frightened that Stone had to button him into his military tunic. At least 100 people died on the streets of Tehran that day. At least 200 more were killed after the CIA directed the Shah's Imperial Guard to attack Mossadegh's heavily defended home. The prime minister escaped, but surrendered the next day. He spent the next 3 years incarcerated and a decade more under house arrest before he died. Roosevelt handed Zahidi $1 million in cash, and the new prime minister set out to crush all opposition and jail thousands of political prisoners. The CIA did remarkably well in creating a situation in which, in the proper circumstances and atmosphere, a change could be effected, remembered Ambassador Roundtree, later the Assistant Secretary of State for the Near East. Quite clearly, the matter did not work out as they had anticipated, or at least hoped, but it did work out in the end. In his hour of glory, Kim Roosevelt flew to London. On August 26th, at 2 p.m, he was received at 10 Downing Street by the Prime Minister. Winston Churchill was in bad shape, Roosevelt reported, his speech slurred, his vision occluded, his memory fleeting. The initials CIA meant nothing to him, but he had a vague idea that Roosevelt must be connected in some way with his old friend Beadle Smith. Roosevelt was hailed as a hero at the White House. Faith in the magic of covert action soared. Romantic gossip about the coup in Iran spread around Washington like wildfire, remembered the CIA's Ray Klein, one of the agency's star analysts. Allen Dulles basked in the glory of the exploit. But not everyone at headquarters saw the fall of Mossadegh as a triumph. The trouble with this seemingly brilliant success was the extravagant impression of CIA's power that it created, Klein wrote. It did not prove that CIA could topple governments and place rulers in power. It was a unique case of supplying just the right amount of marginal assistance in the right way at the right time. By renting the allegiances of soldiers and street mobs, the CIA had created a degree of violence sufficient to stage a coup. Money changed hands, and those hands changed a regime. The Shah returned to the throne and rigged the next parliamentary elections, using the CIA's street gangs as enforcers. He imposed 3 years of martial law and tightened his control over the country. He called upon the agency and the American military mission in Iran to help him secure his power by creating a new intelligence service which became known as SAVAK. The CIA wanted SAVAK to serve as its eyes and ears against the Soviets. The Shah wanted a secret police to protect his power. SAVAK, trained and equipped by the CIA, enforced his rule for more than 20 years. The Shah became the centerpiece of American foreign policy in the Islamic world. For years to come, it would be the station chief, not the American ambassador, who spoke to the Shah for the United States. the CIA wove itself into Iran's political culture, locked in a passionate embrace with the Shah, said Andrew Kilgore, a State Department political officer under the American ambassador from 1972 to 1976, Richard Helms. The coup was regarded as CIA's greatest single triumph, Kilgore said. It was trumpeted as a great American national victory. We had changed the whole course of a country here. A generation of Iranians grew up knowing that the CIA had installed the Shah. In time, the chaos that the agency had created in the streets of Tehran would return to haunt the United States. The illusion that the CIA could overthrow a nation by sleight of hand was alluring. It led the agency into a battle in Central America that went on for the next 40 years. 10. Bomb. Repeat bomb. Colonel Al Haney parked his new Cadillac at the edge of a decrepit airbase in Opelika, Florida, a few days after Christmas in 1953, stepped out onto the tarmac, and surveyed his new domain. 3 two-story barracks buildings on the fringes of the Everglades. Colonel Haney had buried the human wreckage he had created as the station chief in South Korea under a top-secret shroud. Then he conned his way into a new command. A handsome rogue, 39 years old, newly divorced, wearing a crisp Army uniform on a muscular 6'2" frame, he was Allen Dulles' newly appointed Special Deputy for Operation Success, the CIA's plot to overthrow the government of Guatemala. Plots for a coup against the president, Jacobo Arbenz, had been kicking around the agency for almost 3 years. They were revived the instant that Kim Roosevelt returned triumphant from Iran. An elated Allen Dulles asked him to lead the operation in Central America. Roosevelt respectfully declined. He determined, after studying the matter, that the agency was going in blind. It had no spies in Guatemala and no sense of the will of the army or the people. Was the military loyal to Arbenz? Could that loyalty be broken? The CIA had no idea. Haney had orders to devise a path to power for a cashiered Guatemalan colonel selected by CIA headquarters, Carlos Castillo Armas. But his strategy was no more than an elaborate sketch. It said only that the CIA would train and equip a rebel force and point it toward the presidential palace in Guatemala City. Wisner sent the draft over to the State Department for a bolstering from General Walter Beadle Smith, who put a new team of American ambassadors in place for the operation. The Big Stick. Pistol-packing Jack Purefoy had made his name ridding the State Department of leftists and liberals in 1950. On his first tour abroad as ambassador to Greece from 1951 to 1953, he worked closely with the CIA to establish covert American channels of power in Athens. Upon arriving at his new post, Purefoy cabled Washington, "I have come to Guatemala to use the Big Stick." He met with President Arbenz and reported, "I am definitely convinced that if the president is not a communist, he will certainly do until one comes along." Beadle Smith picked Whiting Willauer, a founder of Civil Air Transport, the Asian airline that Frank Wisner bought in 1949, as ambassador to Honduras. Willauer summoned pilots from CAT headquarters in Taiwan with instructions to lie low and await orders in Miami and Havana. Ambassador Thomas Whalen went to Nicaragua to work with the dictator Anastasio Somoza, who was helping the CIA build a training base for Castillo Armas's men. On December 9, 1953, Allen Dulles formally approved Operation Success and authorized a $3 million budget. He appointed Al Haney as field commander and named Tracy Barnes as its chief of political warfare. Dulles believed in the romantic notion of the gentleman spy. Tracy Barnes was an exemplar. The well-bred Mr. Barnes had the classic CIA resume of the 1950s, Groton, Yale, Harvard Law. He grew up on the Whitney Estate on Long Island with his own private golf course. He was an OSS hero in World War II and won a Silver Star by capturing a German garrison. He had dash and panache, and the pride that goes before a fall, and he came to represent the worst of the clandestine service. Like those who, no matter how great their effort, seem doomed never to master a foreign language, Barnes proved unable to get the hang of secret operations, Richard Helms reflected. Even worse, thanks to Allen Dulles' constant praise and pushing, Tracy apparently remained unaware of his problem. He went on to serve as chief of station in Germany and England, and then on to the Bay of Pigs. Barnes and Castillo Armas flew to Opa-locka on January 29, 1954, where they started hammering out their plans with Colonel Haney. They awoke the next morning to discover that their scheme had been blown sky high. Every major newspaper in the Western Hemisphere published President Arbenz's accusations of a counter-revolutionary plot sponsored by a northern government led by Castillo Armas and based in a rebel training camp on Somoza's farm in Nicaragua. The leak had come from secret cables and documents that a CIA officer, Colonel Haney's liaison with Castillo Armas, had left in a Guatemala City hotel room. The hapless officer was summoned to Washington and advised to take a job as a fire watcher somewhere deep in the forests of the Pacific Northwest. The crisis quickly revealed Al Haney as one of the loosest cannons in the CIA's arsenal. He flailed for ways to distract Guatemalans from the accounts of the plot by planting fake news in the local press. If possible, fabricate big human interest story like flying saucers, birth sextuplets in remote area, he cabled CIA headquarters. He dreamed up headlines. Arbenz was forcing all Catholic troops to join a new church that worshipped Stalin. A Soviet submarine was on its way to deliver arms for Guatemala. This last idea captured the imagination of Tracy Barnes. 3 weeks later, he had his CIA staff plant a cache of Soviet weapons on the Nicaraguan coast. They concocted stories about Soviets arming communist assassination squads in Guatemala. But few among the press and the public bought what Barnes was peddling. The CIA's charter demanded that covert action be conducted in ways so subtle that the American hand was unseen. That mattered little to Wisner. There is not the slightest doubt that if the operation is carried through, many Latin Americans will see in it the hand of the U.S., he told Dulles. But if operation success was curtailed on the grounds that the hand of the U.S. is too clearly shown, Wisner argued, a serious question is raised as to whether any operation of this kind can appropriately be included as one of the U.S. Cold War weapons, no matter how great the provocation or how favorable the auspices. Wisner thought that an operation was clandestine so long as it was unacknowledged by the United States and kept secret from the American people. Wisner summoned Colonel Haney to headquarters for a come-to-Jesus meeting. There is no operation regarded as being so important as this one, and no operation on which the reputation of the agency is more at stake, he told Haney. The boss has to be satisfied that we have what it takes, Wisner said. But headquarters had never received a clear and concise statement of what the plans are with respect to what takes place on D-Day. Colonel Haney's blueprint was a set of interlocking timelines scrawled on a 40-foot roll of butcher paper pinned to the wall at the Opa-locka barracks. He explained to Wisner that you could understand the operation only by studying the scribbles on the Opa-locka scrolls. Wisner began to lose confidence in Haney's judgment and restraint, Richard Bissell remembered. The fiercely cerebral Bissell, another product of Groton and Yale, the man once known as Mr. Marshall Plan, had just come aboard at the CIA. He had signed on as Dulles' apprentice, as he put it, with promises of great responsibilities to come. The director immediately asked him to sort out the increasingly complicated logistics of Operation Success. Bissell and Barnes represented the head and the heart of Allen Dulles' CIA. They had no experience in running covert action, and it was a mark of Dulles' faith that they were ordered to find out what Al Haney was up to in Opa-locka. Bissell said that he and Barnes rather enjoyed the hyperkinetic colonel. Barnes was very much pro-Haney and gung-ho about the operation. I believed Haney was the right man for the job because the person in charge of an operation of this kind had to be an activist and strong leader. Barnes and I both liked Haney and approved of the way he was running things. No doubt Haney's operation left a positive impression on me because I set up a project office similar to his during the preparations for the Bay of Pigs invasion. What we wanted to do was to have a terror campaign. The bold but incompetent Castillo Armas, to quote Barnes, along with his extremely small and ill-trained rebel forces, to quote Bissell, waited for a signal from the Americans to attack, under the watchful eye of Haney's man, Rip Robertson, who had run some of the CIA's ill-fated guerrilla operations in Korea. No one knew what would happen when Castillo Armas and his few hundred rebels attacked the 5,000-man Guatemalan military. The CIA subsidized an anti-communist student movement in Guatemala City, several hundred strong, but they served mainly, in Wisner's words, as a goon squad, not as a resistance army. So Wisner hedged his bet and opened up a second front on the war against Arbenz. He sent one of the CIA's best officers, Henry Heckscher, the chief of the Berlin base, to Guatemala City with orders to persuade senior military officers to rebel against the government. Heckscher was authorized to spend up to $10,000 a month for bribes, and he soon bought the loyalty of a minister without portfolio in Arbenz's cabinet, Colonel Elfego Monzon. The hope was that more money would drive a wedge into an officer corps already beginning to crack under the twin pressures of an arms embargo imposed by the United States and the threat of an American invasion. But Heckscher soon became convinced that only an actual attack by the United States would embolden the Guatemalan military to overthrow Arbenz. Heckscher wrote to Haney, "The crucial spark has to be generated by heat, United States heat, in the form of bombing the capital." CIA headquarters then sent Haney a 5-page roster of 58 Guatemalans marked for assassination. The targeted killing was approved by Wisner and Barnes. The list encompassed high government and organizational leaders suspected of communist leanings and those few individuals in key government and military positions of tactical importance whose removal for psychological, organizational, or other reasons is mandatory for the success of military action. Castillo Armas and the CIA agreed that the assassinations would take place during or immediately after his triumphant arrival in Guatemala City. They would send a message underscoring the seriousness of the rebels' intent. One of the many myths about Operation Success, planted by Allen Dulles in the American press, was that its eventual triumph lay not in violence, but in a brilliant piece of espionage. As Dulles told the story, the trick was turned by an American spy in the Polish city of Stettin on the Baltic Sea, the northern terminus of the Iron Curtain, posing as a bird watcher. He saw through his binoculars that a freighter called the Alfhem was carrying Czech arms to the Arbenz government. He then posted a letter with a microdot message, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" addressed to a CIA officer under deep cover in a Paris auto parts store who relayed the coded signal by shortwave to Washington. As Dulles told the story, another CIA officer secretly inspected the hold of the ship while it docked at the Kiel Canal connecting the Baltic to the North Sea. The CIA, therefore, knew from the moment that the Alfhem left Europe that she was bound for Guatemala carrying guns. A wonderful yarn, repeated in many history books, but a bald-faced lie. A cover story that disguised a serious operational mistake. In reality, the CIA missed the boat. Arbenz was desperate to break the American weapons embargo on Guatemala. He thought he could ensure the loyalty of his officer corps by arming them. Henry Heckscher had reported that the Bank of Guatemala had transferred $4.86 million via a Swiss account to a Czech weapons depot. But the CIA lost the trail. 4 weeks of frantic searching ensued before the Alfhem docked successfully at Puerto Barrios, Guatemala. Only after the cargo was uncrated did word reach the U.S. Embassy that a shipment of rifles, machine guns, howitzers, and other weapons had come ashore. The arrival of the arms, many of them rusted and useless, some bearing a swastika stamp indicating their age and origin, created a propaganda windfall for the United States. Grossly overstating the size and military significance of the cargo, Foster Dulles and the State Department announced that Guatemala was now part of a Soviet plot to subvert the Western Hemisphere. The Speaker of the House, John McCormack, called the shipment an atomic bomb planted in America's backyard. Ambassador Purefoy said the United States was at war. "Nothing short of direct military intervention will succeed," he cabled Wisner on May 21st. 3 days later, U.S. Navy warships and submarines blockaded Guatemala in violation of international law. On May 26th, a CIA plane buzzed the presidential palace and dropped leaflets over the headquarters of the Presidential Guard, the most elite of the Army's units in Guatemala City. "Struggle against communist atheism," they read. "Struggle with Castillo Armas." It was a deft blow. "I suppose it really doesn't matter what the leaflets say," Tracy Barnes told Al Haney. He was right. What mattered was that the CIA had swooped down and dropped a weapon on a country that had never been bombed before. "What we wanted to do was to have a terror campaign," said the CIA's E. Howard Hunt, who worked on the political warfare portfolio for the operation, "to terrify our Benz particularly, to terrify his troops, much as the German Stuka bombers terrified the population of Holland, Belgium, and Poland at the onset of World War II. For 4 weeks, starting on May Day 1954, the CIA had been waging psychological warfare in Guatemala through a pirate radio station called The Voice of Liberation, run by a CIA contract officer, an amateur actor and skilled dramatist named David Atlee Phillips. In a tremendous stroke of luck, the Guatemalan state radio station went off the air in mid-May for a scheduled replacement of its antenna. Phillips snuggled up to its frequency, where listeners looking for the state broadcasts found Radio CIA. Unrest turned to hysteria among the populace as the rebel station sent out shortwave reports of imaginary uprisings and defections and plots to poison wells and conscript children. On June 5th, the retired chief of the Guatemalan Air Force flew to Somoza's farm in Nicaragua, where the broadcasts originated. Phillips's men fueled him with a bottle of whiskey and induced him to talk about his reasons for fleeing Guatemala. After the tape was cut and spliced at the CIA's field studio, it sounded like a passionate call for rebellion. Consider Uprising a farce. When our Benz heard about the broadcast the next morning, his mind snapped. He became the dictator the CIA had depicted. He grounded his own Air Force for fear his flyers would defect. Then he raided the home of an anti-communist student leader who worked closely with the CIA and found evidence of the American plot. He suspended civil liberties and began arresting hundreds of people, hitting the CIA's student group the hardest. At least 75 of them were tortured, killed, and buried in mass graves. Panic spreading in government circles, the CIA station in Guatemala cabled on June 8th. That was exactly what Haney wanted to hear. He sent orders to fan the flames with more falsehoods. A group of Soviet commissars, officers, and political advisers, led by a member of the Moscow Politburo, have landed. In addition to military conscription, the communists will introduce labor conscription. A decree is already being printed. All boys and girls 16 years old will be called for 1 year of labor duty in special camps, mainly for political indoctrination and to break the influence of family and church on the young people. Our Benz has already left the country. His announcements from the National Palace are actually made by a double provided by Soviet intelligence. Haney started flying bazookas and machine guns down south on his own initiative, issuing unauthorized orders to arm peasants and to urge them to kill Guatemalan police. "We question strongly that campesinos be enjoined kill Guardia Civil," Weiner cabled Haney. "This amounts to incitement civil war, discrediting movement as terrorist, and irresponsible outfit willing to sacrifice innocent lives." Colonel Monzon, the CIA's agent in Arbenz's cabinet, demanded bombs and tear gas to kick off the coup. "Vitally important this be done," the CIA station told Haney. Monzon was told he better move fast. He agreed, said Arbenz, commies, and enemies will be executed. The CIA station in Guatemala pleaded again for an attack. "We urgently request that bomb be dropped, show strength be made, that all available planes be sent over, that army and capital be shown that time for decision is here." On June 18th, Castillo Armas launched his long-awaited assault, more than 4 years in the making. A force of 198 rebels attacked Puerto Barrios on the Atlantic coast. They were defeated by policemen and dock workers. Another 122 marched toward the Guatemalan army garrison at Zacapa. All but 30 were killed or captured. A third force of 60 rebels set out from El Salvador, only to be arrested by local police. Castillo Armas himself, clad in a leather jacket and driving a battered station wagon, led 100 men from Honduras toward 3 lightly defended Guatemalan villages. He camped out a few miles from the border, calling on the CIA for more food, more men, more weapons. But within 72 hours, more than half of his forces were killed, captured, or on the verge of defeat. On the afternoon of June 19th, Ambassador Purifoy commandeered the CIA's secure communications line at the American Embassy and wrote directly to Allen Dulles. "Bomb, repeat bomb," he pleaded. Haney weighed in less than 2 hours later with a blistering message to Weiner. "Are we going to stand by and see last hope of free people in Guatemala submerged to depths of communist oppression and atrocity until we send American armed force against enemy? Is not our intervention now under these circumstances far more palatable than by Marines? This is the same enemy we fought in Korea and may fight tomorrow in Indochina." Weiner froze. It was one thing to send legions of foreigners to their deaths. It was quite another to send American pilots to blow up a national capital. The morning of June 20th, the CIA's Guatemala City station reported that the Arbenz government was recovering its nerve. The capital was very still. Stores shuttered. People waiting apathetically. Consider uprising a farce. The tension at CIA headquarters was almost unbearable. Weiner became fatalistic. He cabled Haney and the CIA station. "We are ready authorize use of bombs, moment we are convinced would substantially increase likelihood of success without disastrous damage interests of United States. We fear bombing of military installations more likely to solidify army against the rebellion than to induce defection, and we are convinced attacks against civilian targets, which would shed blood of innocent people, would fit perfectly into communist propaganda line and tend to alienate all elements of population." Bissell told Dulles that the outcome of the effort to overthrow the regime of President Arbenz of Guatemala remains very much in doubt. "At CIA headquarters, we were all at our wits' end as how to proceed," Bissell wrote years later. "Grappling with continual operational snafus, we were only too aware how perilously close to failure we were." Dulles had limited Castillo Armas to 3 F-47 Thunderbolt fighter bombers in the name of deniability. 2 were out of commission. Now, Bissell recorded in his memoirs, the agency's reputation and his own were at stake. Dulles secretly authorized one more airstrike on the capital as he prepared to meet with the president. On the morning of June 22nd, the single plane still flying for the CIA set a small oil tank ablaze on the outskirts of town. The fire was out in 20 minutes. Public impression is that attacks show incredible weakness, lack of decision, and faint-hearted effort, Haney raged. Castillo Armas' efforts widely described as farce. Anti-commie, anti-government morale near vanishing point. He cabled Dulles directly, demanding more aircraft immediately. Dulles picked up the phone and called William Pauley, one of the richest businessmen in the United States, the chairman of Democrats for Eisenhower, one of Ike's biggest benefactors in the 1952 elections, and a CIA consultant. Pauley could provide a secret Air Force if anyone could. Then Dulles sent Bissell to see Walter Beadle Smith, whom the CIA had consulted daily on Operation Success, and the general approved the back-channel request for aircraft. But at the last minute, the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America, Henry Holland, objected violently, demanding that they go to see the president. At 2:15 p.m. on June 22nd, Dulles, Pauley, and Holland walked into the Oval Office. Eisenhower asked what the rebellion's chances of success were at that moment. 0, Dulles confessed. And if the CIA had more planes and bombs? Maybe 20%, Dulles guessed. The president and Pauley recorded the conversation almost identically in their memoirs, with one exception. Eisenhower erased Pauley from history, and it is clear why. He cut a secret deal with his political benefactor. Ike turned to me, Pauley wrote, and he said, "Bill, go ahead and get the planes." Pauley telephoned the Riggs Bank, a block away from the White House. Then he called the Nicaraguan ambassador to the United States. He drew $150,000 in cash and drove the ambassador to the Pentagon. Pauley handed over the cash to a military officer who promptly transferred ownership of 3 Thunderbolts to the government of Nicaragua. The planes arrived, fully armed, in Panama from Puerto Rico that evening. They flew into combat at dawn, unleashing a barrage against the same Guatemalan army forces whose loyalties were the linchpin of the plan to topple Arbenz. CIA pilots strafed troop trains carrying soldiers to the front. They dropped bombs, dynamite, hand grenades, and Molotov cocktails. They blew up a radio station run by American Christian missionaries and sank a British freighter docked on the Pacific coast. On the ground, Castillo Armas failed to gain an inch. Turning back, he radioed the CIA, pleading for more air power. The Voice of Liberation, its signal relayed from a transponder atop the American embassy, broadcast craftily concocted stories that thousands of rebel troops were converging on the capital. Loudspeakers atop the embassy roof blasted the tape-recorded sounds of P-38 fighters soaring into the night. President Arbenz, drinking himself into a stupor, saw through his fog that he was under attack from the United States. On the afternoon of June 25th, the CIA bombed the parade grounds of the largest military encampment in Guatemala City. That broke the will of the officer corps. Arbenz summoned his cabinet that night and told them that elements of the army were in revolt. It was true. A handful of officers had secretly decided to side with the CIA and overthrow their president. Ambassador Purifoy met with the coup plotters on June 27th, victory within his grasp. But then Arbenz ceded power to Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz, who formed a junta and vowed to fight Castillo Armas. "We have been double-crossed," Purifoy cabled. Al Haney sent a message to all CIA stations identifying Diaz as a commie agent. He ordered a silver-tongued CIA officer, Enno Habing, Times Berlin bureau chief before joining the agency, to have a little talk with Diaz at dawn the next day. Habing delivered the message to Diaz. "Colonel, you are not convenient for American foreign policy." The junta vanished instantly, to be replaced in quick succession by 4 more, each one increasingly pro-American. Ambassador Purifoy now demanded that the CIA stand down. Wisner cabled all hands on June 30th that it was time for the surgeons to step back and the nurses to take over the patient. Purifoy maneuvered for 2 more months before Castillo Armas assumed the presidency. He received a 21-gun salute and a state dinner at the White House, where the vice president offered the following toast: "We in the United States have watched the people of Guatemala record an episode in their history deeply significant to all peoples. Richard Nixon said. Led by the courageous soldier who is our guest this evening, the Guatemalan people revolted against communist rule, which in collapsing bore graphic witness to its own shallowness, falsity, and corruption. Guatemala was at the beginning of 40 years of military rulers, death squads, and armed repression. Incredible. The leaders of the CIA created a myth about Operation Success, just as they did with the coup in Iran. The company line was that the mission was a masterwork. In truth, we really didn't think it was much of a success, said Jake Esterline, who became the new station chief in Guatemala at summer's end. The coup had succeeded largely through brute force and blind luck. But the CIA spun another story at a formal White House briefing for the president on July 29, 1954. The night before, Allen Dulles invited Frank Wisner, Tracy Barnes, Dave Phillips, Al Haney, Henry Heckscher, and Rip Robertson to his house in Georgetown for a dress rehearsal. He listened in growing horror as Haney began a rambling discourse with a long preamble about his heroic exploits in Korea. "I've never heard such crap," said Dulles. And he ordered Phillips to rewrite the speech. In the East Wing of the White House, in a room darkened for a slideshow, the CIA sold Eisenhower a dressed-up version of Operation Success. When the lights went on, the president's first question went to the paramilitary man, Rip Robertson. "How many men did Castillo Armas lose?" Ike asked. "Only one," Rip Robertson replied. "Incredible," said the president. At least 43 of Castillo Armas's men had been killed during the invasion, but no one contradicted Robertson. It was a shameless falsehood. This was a turning point in the history of the CIA. The cover stories required for covert action overseas were now part of the agency's political conduct in Washington. Bissell stated it plainly. Many of us who joined the CIA did not feel bound in the actions we took as staff members to observe all the ethical rules. He and his colleagues were prepared to lie to the president to protect the agency's image, and their lies had lasting consequences. 11. And then we'll have a storm. Secrecy now beclouds everything about the CIA. Its cost, its efficiency, its successes, its failures, Senator Mike Mansfield of Montana said in March 1954. Allen Dulles answered to a very few members of Congress. They protected the CIA from public scrutiny through informal armed services and appropriations subcommittees. He regularly asked his deputies to supply him with CIA success stories that might be used at the next budget hearing. He had none up his sleeve. On rare occasions he was prepared to be candid. 2 weeks after Mansfield's critique, Dulles faced 3 senators at a closed-door hearing. His briefing notes said the CIA's rapid expansion of covert operations might have been risky or even unwise for the long pull of the Cold War. They conceded that unplanned, urgent, one-shot operations not only usually failed, but also disrupted and even blew our careful preparations for longer-range activities. That kind of secret could be kept safe on Capitol Hill. But one senator posed a grave and gathering threat to the CIA, the red-baiting Joseph McCarthy. McCarthy and his staff had developed an underground of informants who had quit the agency in anger toward the end of the Korean War. In the months after Eisenhower's election, McCarthy's files grew thick with allegations that the CIA had unwittingly hired a large number of double agents, individuals who, although working for the CIA, were actually communist agents whose mission was to plant inaccurate data, as his chief counsel Roy Cohn recounted. Unlike many of McCarthy's charges, this one was true. The agency could not withstand a whit of scrutiny on the issue, and Allen Dulles knew it. If the American people had learned in the heat of the Red Scare that the agency had been duped all over Europe and Asia by the Soviet and Chinese intelligence services, the CIA would be destroyed. When McCarthy privately told Dulles face-to-face that CIA was neither sacrosanct nor immune from investigation, the director knew its survival was at stake. Foster Dulles had opened his doors to McCarthy's bloodhounds in a public display of sanctimony that devastated the State Department for a decade. But Allen fought them off. He rebuffed the senator's attempt to subpoena the CIA's Bill Bundy, who, out of old-school loyalties, had contributed $400 to the defense fund of Alger Hiss, the suspected communist spy. Allen refused to let the senator scourge the CIA. His public stance was a principled one, but he also ran a down-and-dirty covert operation on McCarthy. The clandestine campaign was outlined in a CIA officer's secret testimony before McCarthy's Senate committee and its 28-year-old minority counsel, Robert F. Kennedy, which was unsealed in 2003. It was detailed in a CIA history declassified in 2004. After his private confrontation with McCarthy, Dulles organized a team of CIA officers to penetrate the senator's office with a spy or a bug, preferably both. The methodology was just like J. Edgar Hoover's: gather dirt, then spread it. Dulles instructed James Angleton, his counterintelligence czar, to find a way to feed disinformation to McCarthy and his staff as a means of discrediting him. Angleton convinced James McCarger, the officer who had been one of Wisner's first hires, to plant phony reports on a known member of the McCarthy underground at the CIA. McCarger succeeded. The CIA penetrated the Senate. "You've saved the Republic," Allen Dulles told him. This fundamentally repugnant philosophy. But the threat to the CIA grew as McCarthy's power began fading in 1954. Senator Mansfield and 34 of his colleagues were backing a bill to create an oversight committee and order the agency to keep Congress fully and currently informed about its work. It would not pass for 20 years. A congressional task force led by Eisenhower's trusted colleague General Mark Clark was getting ready to investigate the agency. At the end of May 1954, the President of the United States received an extraordinary 6-page letter from an Air Force colonel. It was an impassioned cry by the first whistleblower from inside the CIA. Eisenhower read it and kept it. The author, Jim Kellis, was one of the agency's founding fathers. An OSS veteran who had fought guerrilla warfare in Greece, he had gone to China and served as the first station chief in Shanghai for the Strategic Services Unit. At the CIA's birth, he was among its few experienced China hands. He went back to Greece as an investigator for Wild Bill Donovan, who as a private citizen had been asked to investigate the 1948 murder of a CBS reporter. He determined that the killing came at the hands of America's right-wing allies in Athens, not ordered by the communists, as was commonly believed. His findings were suppressed. He returned to the CIA, and during the Korean War he was in charge of the CIA's paramilitary operations and resistance forces worldwide. Walter Beadle Smith had sent him on troubleshooting investigations in Asia and Europe. He did not like what he saw. A few months after Allen Dulles took command, Kellis quit in disgust. "The Central Intelligence Agency is in a rotten state," Colonel Kellis warned Eisenhower. "Today's CIA has hardly any worthwhile operations behind the Iron Curtain. In their briefings they present a rosy picture to outsiders, but the awful truth remains under the top-secret label of the agency." The truth was that CIA, wittingly or unwittingly, delivered $1 million to a communist security service. This was the Win operation in Poland. It is unlikely that Dulles told the president about the ugly details of the operation, which blew up 3 weeks before Eisenhower's inauguration. CIA unwittingly organized an intelligence network for the communists, Kellis wrote, referring to the debacle created by the Seoul station during the Korean War. Dulles and his deputies, fearing any after-effects on their reputation, had lied to Congress about the agency's operations in Korea and China. Kellis had personally investigated the question on a trip to the Far East in 1952. He had determined that CIA was being duped. Dulles had been planting stories in the press, burnishing his image as a scholarly, affable Christian missionary, the country's outstanding intelligence expert, Kellis wrote. For some of us who have seen the other side of Allen Dulles, we don't see too many Christian traits. I personally consider him a ruthless, ambitious, and utterly incompetent government administrator. Kellis pleaded with the president to take the drastic action needed to clean up the CIA. Eisenhower wanted to counter the threats to the clandestine service and clean up its problems in secret. In July 1954, shortly after the conclusion of Operation Success, the president commissioned General Jimmy Doolittle, who had worked on the Solarium project, and his good friend William Pauley, the millionaire who had provided the fighter bombers for the Guatemala coup, to assess the CIA's capabilities for covert action. Doolittle had 10 weeks to report back. He and Pauley met with Dulles and Wisner, traveled to CIA stations in Germany and London, and interviewed senior military and diplomatic officers who worked in liaison with their CIA counterparts. They also talked to Beadle Smith, who told them that Dulles was too emotional to be in this critical spot, and that his emotionalism was far worse than it appeared on the surface. On October 19, 1954, Doolittle went to see the president at the White House. He reported that the agency had ballooned out into a vast and sprawling organization manned by a large number of people, some of whom were of doubtful competence. Dulles surrounded himself with people who were unskilled and undisciplined. The sensitive matter of the family relationship with Foster Dulles arose. Doolittle thought it would be better for all concerned if the personal connection were not a professional connection. It leads to protection of one by the other, or influence of one by the other. An independent committee of trusted civilians should oversee the CIA for the president. The Doolittle report warned that Wisner's clandestine service was filled with people having little or no training for their jobs. Within its 6 separate staffs, 7 geographic divisions, and more than 40 branches, deadwood exists at virtually all levels. The report recommended a complete reorganization of Wisner's empire, which had suffered from its mushroom expansion and tremendous pressures to accept commitments beyond its capacity to perform. It observed that in covert operations, quality is more important than quantity. A small number of competent people can be more useful than a large number of incompetents. Dulles was well aware that the clandestine service was out of control. The CIA's officers were running operations behind their commanders' backs. 2 days after Doolittle presented his report, the director told Wisner that he was worried that sensitive and/or delicate operations are carried out at lower levels without being brought to the attention of the appropriate deputy, the deputy director of Central Intelligence or the director of Central Intelligence. But Dulles handled the Doolittle report the way he usually dealt with bad news, by burying it. He would not let the highest-ranking officers at the CIA see it, not even Wisner. Though the full report remained classified until 2001, its preface was made public a quarter-century before. It contained one of the grimmest passages of the Cold War. It is now clear that we are facing an implacable enemy whose avowed objective is world domination by whatever means and at whatever cost. There are no rules in such a game. Hitherto acceptable norms of human conduct do not apply. If the United States is to survive, long-standing American concepts of fair play must be reconsidered. We must develop effective espionage and counter-espionage services and must learn to subvert, sabotage, and destroy our enemies by more clever, more sophisticated, and more effective methods than those used against us. It may become necessary that the American people be made acquainted with, understand, and support this fundamentally repugnant philosophy. The report said the nation needed an aggressive, covert, psychological, political, and paramilitary organization more effective, more unique, and, if necessary, more ruthless than that employed by the enemy. For the CIA had never solved the problem of infiltration by human agents, it said. Once across borders, by parachute or any other means, escape from detection is extremely difficult. It concluded, the information we have obtained by this method of acquisition has been negligible, and the cost in effort, dollars, and human lives prohibitive. It placed the highest priority on espionage to gain intelligence on the Soviets. It stressed that no price was too high to pay for this knowledge. We didn't raise the right questions. Dulles was desperate to place an American spy inside the Iron Curtain. In 1953, the first CIA officer he had dispatched to Moscow was seduced by his Russian housemaid, she was a KGB colonel, photographed in flagrante delicto, blackmailed, and fired by the agency for his indiscretions. In 1954, a second officer was caught in the act of espionage, arrested, and deported shortly after his arrival. Soon thereafter, Dulles called in one of his special assistants, John Maury, who had traveled in Russia before World War II and spent much of the war at the American Embassy in Moscow, representing the Office of Naval Intelligence. He asked Maury to join the clandestine service and to train for a mission to Moscow. None of Wisner's officers had ever been to Russia, Dulles said. They know nothing about the target. I don't know anything about operations, Maury responded. I don't think they do either, Dulles replied. Such men could hardly provide the president with the intelligence he wanted most, strategic warning against a nuclear attack. When the National Security Council convened to talk about what to do if that attack came, the president turned to Dulles and said, "Let's not have another Pearl Harbor." That was the task the president assigned to the second Secret Intelligence Commission he created in 1954. Eisenhower told James R. Killian, the president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, to lead a group seeking ways of preventing a Soviet bolt from the blue. He pressed for techniques the Doolittle report strongly recommended: communications and electronic surveillance to provide early warning of impending attack. The CIA redoubled its own efforts to listen in on the enemy. It succeeded in its own fashion. Up in the attic of the Berlin base headquarters, a washed-up baseball player turned lawyer turned spy named Walter O'Brien had been photographing papers purloined from the East Berlin post office. They described the underground routes of the new telecommunications cables used by Soviet and East German officials. This espionage coup turned into the Berlin Tunnel project. The tunnel was regarded at the time as the CIA's greatest public triumph. The idea, and its undoing, came from British intelligence. In 1951, the British had told the CIA that they had been tapping into the Soviets' telecommunications cables through a network of tunnels in the occupied zones of Vienna since shortly after the end of World War II. They suggested doing the same in Berlin. Thanks to the stolen blueprints, it became a real possibility. A secret CIA history of the Berlin Tunnel, written in August 1967 and declassified in February 2007, laid out three questions that faced William K. Harvey, a hard-drinking, gun-toting ex-FBI agent who took over as chief of the Berlin base in 1952. Could the agency dig a 1,476-foot tunnel into the Soviet zone of East Berlin and hit a target 2 inches in diameter and 27 inches underneath a major highway without being caught? How could it get rid of the spoils, some 3,000 tons of sandy soil, in secret? And what kind of cover story would serve to disguise the construction of an installation for the dig in a squalid district of refugees' shacks at the edge of the American zone? Allen Dulles and his British counterpart, Sir John Sinclair, agreed in December 1953 on terms of reference for a set of conferences on the tunnel operation, which was to be code-named Jointly. The talks led to a plan of action the following summer. A building covering a full city block would rise amid the rubble with antennae bristling from the roof, and the Soviets would be given to understand that it was a station for intercepting signals intelligence from the atmosphere, the magician's trick of diverting the eye. The Americans would dig the tunnel eastward to a point beneath the cables. The British, relying on their experience in Vienna, would drive a vertical shaft from the end of the tunnel to the cables and then install the taps. A London office that grew to 317 officers would process the spoken conversations recorded by the CIA. In Washington, the agency would set 350 personnel to work transcribing teletype transmissions intercepted in the tunnel. The Army Corps of Engineers did the digging, with technical assistance from the British. The biggest problem, as ever, proved to be translating the words intercepted by the operation. We were never successful in obtaining as many linguists as we needed, the CIA history noted, for the agency's language capabilities in Russian and even in German were sorely lacking. The tunnel was completed at the end of February 1955, and the British began to set the taps 1 month later. Information began flowing in May. It came to tens of thousands of hours of conversations and teletypes, including precious details about Soviet nuclear and conventional forces in Germany and Poland, insights into the Soviet Ministry of Defense in Moscow, and the architecture of Soviet counterintelligence operations in Berlin. It provided pictures of political confusion and indecision among Soviet and East German officialdom, and the names or cover identities of several hundred Soviet intelligence officers. It delivered news, even if it took weeks or months of translation, at a cost of $6.7 million. Once it was revealed, as the CIA anticipated it would be one day, the tunnel was seen as a sign that the U.S., almost universally regarded as a stumbling neophyte in espionage matters, was capable of a coup against the Soviet Union, which has long been the acknowledged master in such matters, the CIA history poignantly reported. The agency had not expected the operation would be blown quite so soon. It lasted less than a year, until the following April, when the tunnel was uncovered. For the Kremlin had known about it from the start, before the first shovel of earth was turned. The plan was uncovered by a Soviet mole in British intelligence, George Blake, who had switched his allegiances while a prisoner of war in North Korea, and who had let the Soviets in on the secret back in late 1953. The Soviets valued Blake so highly that Moscow let the tunnel operation run for 11 months before exposing it in a blaze of heavy-handed publicity. Years later, even after realizing that the other side had known of the tunnel from the start, the CIA still believed it had dug a gold mine. To this day, the question remains, did Moscow deliberately feed deceptive information into the tunnel? The evidence suggests that the CIA gained two invaluable and untainted kinds of knowledge from the taps. The agency learned a basic blueprint of the Soviet and East German security systems, and it never picked up a glimmer of warning that Moscow intended to go to war. Those of us who knew a little bit about Russia viewed it as a backward third world country that wanted to develop along the lines of the West, said the CIA's Tom Polgar, the Berlin base veteran. But that view was rejected at the highest levels in Washington. The White House and the Pentagon presumed that the Kremlin's intentions were identical to theirs, to destroy their enemy on the first day of World War III. Their mission was therefore to locate Soviet military capabilities and destroy them first. They had no faith that American spies could do that. But American machines might. The Killian Report was the beginning of the triumph of technology and the eclipse of old-fashioned espionage at the CIA. We obtain little significant information from classic covert operations inside Russia, the report told Eisenhower. But we can use the ultimate in science and technology to improve our intelligence take. It urged Eisenhower to build spy planes and space satellites to soar over the Soviet Union and photograph its arsenals. The technology was within America's grasp. It had been for 2 years. Dulles and Weiner had been too busy with operational matters to pay attention to a July 1952 memo from their colleague Loftus Becker, then the Deputy Director for Intelligence, on a proposal to develop a satellite vehicle for reconnaissance, a television camera launched on a rocket to survey the Soviet Union from deep space. The key was building the camera. Edwin Land, a Nobel laureate who had invented the Polaroid, was sure that he could do it. In November 1954, with the Berlin Tunnel underway, Land, Killian, and Dulles met with the president and won his approval to build the U-2 spy plane, a powered glider with a camera in its belly that would put American eyes behind the Iron Curtain. Eisenhower gave the go-ahead, along with a glum prediction. "Someday," he said, "one of these machines is going to be caught, and then we'll have a storm." Dulles gave the job of building the plane to Dick Bissell, who knew nothing about aircraft, but skillfully created a secret government bureaucracy that shielded the U-2 program from scrutiny and helped speed the plane's creation. "Our agency," he proudly told a class of CIA trainees a few years later, "is the last refuge of organizational privacy available to the U.S. government." Bissell paced down the CIA's corridors with long strides, a gawky man with great ambitions. He believed that he someday would be the next director of Central Intelligence, for Dulles told him so. He became increasingly contemptuous of espionage and disdained Richard Helms and his intelligence officers. The two men became bureaucratic rivals and then bitter enemies. They personified the battle between spies and gadgets, which began 50 years ago and continues today. Bissell saw the U-2 as a weapon, an aggressive blow against the Soviet threat. If Moscow couldn't do a goddamn thing to prevent you from violating Soviet airspace and spying on Soviet forces, that alone would sap Soviet pride and power. He formed a very small and secret cell of CIA officers to run the program, and he assigned the CIA's James Q. Reber, the Assistant Director for Intelligence Coordination, to decide what the plane should photograph inside the Soviet Union. Reber rose to become the longtime chairman of the committee that chose the Soviet targets for the U-2 planes and the spy satellites that succeeded them. But in the end, the Pentagon always set the requirements for reconnaissance. How many bombers did the Soviets have? How many nuclear missiles? How many tanks? Later in life, Reber said that the Cold War mentality blocked the very idea of photographing anything else. "We didn't raise the right questions," Reber said. "If the CIA had developed a bigger picture of life inside the Soviet Union, it would have learned that the Soviets were putting little money into the resources that truly made a nation strong. They were a weak enemy. If the CIA's leaders had been able to run effective intelligence operations inside the Soviet Union, they might have seen that Russians were unable to produce the necessities of life. The idea that the final battles of the Cold War would be economic instead of military was beyond their imagination." There are some things he doesn't tell the president. The president's efforts to investigate the capabilities of the CIA led to a leap of technology that revolutionized the gathering of intelligence. But they never got to the root of the problem. 7 years after its creation, there was no oversight or control of the CIA. Its secrets were shared on a need-to-know basis, and Allen Dulles decided who needed to know. No one was left to look into the agency after Walter Bedell Smith quit the government in October 1954. By sheer force of personality, Bedell Smith had tried to rein in Allen Dulles. But when he left, the ability of anyone but Eisenhower to control covert action went with him. In 1955, the president changed the rules by creating the Special Group, 3 designated representatives of the White House, State, and Defense, charged with reviewing the secret operations of the CIA. but they had no ability to approve covert action in advance. If he chose to do so, Dulles might make passing mention of his plans at informal lunches with the special group, the new Undersecretary of State, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and the President's National Security Assistant. But more often he did not. A 5-volume CIA history of Dulles's career as Director of Central Intelligence noted that he believed they had no need to know about covert action. They were in no position to judge him or the agency. He felt that no policy approval was required for his decisions. The director, his deputies, and his station chiefs abroad remained free to set their own policies, plot their own operations, and judge the results for themselves, in secret. Dulles advised the White House as he saw fit. "There are some things he doesn't tell the president," his sister confided to a State Department colleague. "It is better that he doesn't know." This book is continued on Disc 5. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued, Disc 5. 12. We ran it in a different way. One weapon the CIA used with surpassing skill was cold cash. The agency excelled at buying the services of foreign politicians. The first place where it picked the future leader of a world power was Japan. 2 of the most influential agents the United States ever recruited helped carry out the CIA's mission to control the government. They had been cellmates, charged as war criminals, and imprisoned for 3 years in Tokyo after the end of World War II under the American occupation. They walked free at the end of 1948, the day before many of their fellow inmates were taken to the prison gallows. With the CIA's help, Nobusuke Kishi became Japan's prime minister and the chief of its ruling party. Yoshio Kodama secured his freedom and his position as the nation's #1 gangster by helping American intelligence. Together, they shaped the politics of post-war Japan. In the war against fascism, they had represented everything America hated. In the war against communism, they were just what America needed. In the 1930s, Kodama had led a right-wing youth group that attempted to assassinate the prime minister. He was sentenced to prison, but Japan's government put him to use as a procurer of spies and strategic metals for the coming battle. After 5 years spent running one of the war's biggest black markets in occupied China, Kodama held the rank of Rear Admiral and possessed a personal fortune worth roughly $175 million. Upon his release from prison, Kodama began to pour part of his fortune into the careers of Japan's most conservative politicians, and he became a key member of a CIA operation that helped bring them to power. He worked with American businessmen, OSS veterans, and ex-diplomats to pull off an audacious covert operation, bankrolled by the CIA during the Korean War. The American military needed tungsten, a scarce strategic metal used for hardening missiles. Kodama's network smuggled tons of it out of Japanese military caches into the United States. The Pentagon paid $10 million for it. The CIA provided $2.8 million in financing to underwrite the operation. The tungsten smuggling network reaped more than $2 million. But the operation left Kodama in bad odor with the CIA's Tokyo station. "He is a professional liar, gangster, charlatan, and outright thief," the station reported on September 10, 1953. "Kodama is completely incapable of intelligence operations and has no interest in anything but the profits." The relationship was severed, and the CIA turned its attention to the care and feeding of up-and-coming Japanese politicians, including Kishi, who won seats in the Diet, Japan's parliament, in the first elections after the end of the American occupation. We're all Democrats now. Kishi became the leader of the rising conservative movement in Japan. Within a year of his election to the Diet, using Kodama's money and his own considerable political skills, he controlled the largest faction among Japan's elected representatives. Once in office, he built the ruling party that led the nation for nearly half a century. He had signed the declaration of war against the United States in 1941 and led Japan's munitions ministry during World War II. Even while imprisoned after the war, Kishi had well-placed allies in the United States, among them Joseph Grew, the American ambassador in Tokyo when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Grew was under detention in Tokyo in 1942 when Kishi, as a member of the War Cabinet, offered to let him out to play a round of golf. They became friends. Days after Kishi was freed from prison, Grew became the first chairman of the National Committee for a Free Europe, the CIA front created to support Radio Free Europe and other political warfare programs. Upon his release, Kishi went directly to the residence of the Prime Minister, where his brother, Eisaku Sato, the chief secretary of the cabinet under the occupation, handed him a business suit to replace his prisoner's uniform. "Strange, isn't it?" Kishi said to his brother. "We're all Democrats now." 7 years of patient planning transformed Kishi from prisoner to prime minister. He took English lessons from Newsweek's Tokyo bureau chief and gained introductions to American politicians from Newsweek's foreign affairs editor, Harry Kern, a close friend to Allen Dulles, and later in life a CIA conduit to Japan. Kishi cultivated American embassy officials like rare orchids. He moved cautiously at first. He was still a notorious man, routinely followed by the police. In May 1954, he staged a political coming out at the Kabuki Theater in Tokyo. He invited Bill Hutchinson, an OSS veteran who worked with the CIA in Japan as an information and propaganda officer at the American Embassy, to attend the theater with him. He paraded Hutchinson around the ornate foyers of the Kabuki-za at intermission, showing him off to his friends among the Japanese elite. It was a highly unusual gesture at the time, but it was pure political theater, Kishi's way of announcing in public that he was back in the international arena and in the good graces of the United States. For a year, Kishi met in secret with CIA and State Department officials in Hutchinson's living room. It was clear that he wanted at least the tacit backing of the United States government, Hutchinson remembered. The talks laid the groundwork for the next 40 years of Japan's relations with the United States. Kishi told the Americans that his strategy was to wreck the ruling Liberal Party, rename it, rebuild it, and run it. The new Liberal Democratic Party under his command would be neither liberal nor democratic, but a right-wing club of feudal leaders rising from the ashes of Imperial Japan. He would first work behind the scenes, while more senior statesmen preceded him as prime minister, and then take charge. He pledged to change the foreign policies of Japan to fit American desires. The United States could keep its military bases in Japan and store nuclear weapons there, a matter of some sensitivity in Japan. All he asked in return was secret political support from America. Foster Dulles met with Kishi in August 1955, and the American Secretary of State told him face-to-face that he could expect that support if Japan's conservatives unified to help the United States fight communism. Everyone understood what that American support would be. Kishi told Sam Berger, the senior political officer at the American Embassy, that it would be best for him to deal directly with a younger and lower-ranking man, unknown in Japan, as his primary contact with the United States. The assignment went to the CIA's Clyde McAvoy, a Marine veteran who had survived the storming of Okinawa and joined the agency after a stint as a newspaper reporter. Shortly after McAvoy arrived in Japan, Sam Berger introduced him to Kishi, and one of the stronger relationships the CIA ever cultivated with a foreign political leader was born. A great coup. The most crucial interaction between the CIA and the Liberal Democratic Party was the exchange of information for money. It was used to support the party and to recruit informers within it. The Americans established paid relationships with promising young men who became, a generation later, members of parliament, ministers, and elder statesmen. Together, they promoted the LDP and subverted Japan's Socialist Party and labor unions. When it came to bankrolling foreign politicians, the agency had grown more sophisticated than it had been 7 years earlier in Italy. Instead of passing suitcases filled with cash in four-star hotels, the CIA used trusted American businessmen as go-betweens to deliver money to benefit its allies. Among these were executives from Lockheed, the aircraft company then building the U-2 and negotiating to sell warplanes to the new Japanese defense forces Kishi aimed to build. In November 1955, Kishi unified Japan's conservatives under the banner of the Liberal Democratic Party. As the party's leader, he allowed the CIA to recruit and run his political followers on a seat-by-seat basis in the Japanese parliament. As he maneuvered his way to the top, he pledged to work with the agency in reshaping a new security treaty between the United States and Japan. As Kishi's case officer, the CIA's Clyde McAvoy was able to report on and influence the emerging foreign policy of post-war Japan. In February 1957, on the day Kishi was to be installed as prime minister, a crucial procedural vote on the security treaty was scheduled in the Diet, where the LDP held the biggest block of votes. "He and I pulled off a great coup that day," McAvoy remembered. "The United States and Japan were moving toward this agreement. The Japan Communist Party found it especially threatening. On the day of this vote, the Communists planned an uprising in the Diet. I found out about this through a left-wing socialist member of the Secretariat who was my agent. Kishi was to meet the Emperor that day. I called for an urgent meeting. He made it. He showed up at the door of our safe house in top hat, striped pants, and a cutaway coat. And though I had no approval to do so, I told him of the Communists' plans for a riot in the Diet. Now, the custom was for members to take a break and go to the eating and drinking stalls around the Diet at 10:30 or 11 a.m. Kishi told his own party, 'Don't take a break.' And after everyone but the LDP peeled off, they ran to the Diet and passed the bill." In June 1957, barely 8 years after shedding his prison uniform, Kishi traveled to the United States for a triumphal visit. He went to Yankee Stadium and threw out the ceremonial first ball. He played a round of golf at an all-white country club with the President of the United States. Vice President Nixon introduced him to the Senate as a great and loyal friend of the American people. Kishi told the new American ambassador to Japan, Douglas MacArthur II, the general's nephew, that the new security treaty would be passed and a rising left-wing tide could be stemmed if America helped him consolidate his power. Kishi wanted a permanent source of financial support from the CIA rather than a series of surreptitious payments. He convinced the American envoy that if Japan went communist, it was difficult to see how the rest of Asia would not follow suit, Ambassador MacArthur remembered. Foster Dulles agreed. He argued that the United States had to place a big bet on Japan, and that Kishi was the best bet the United States had. President Eisenhower himself decided that Japanese political support for the security treaty and American financial support for Kishi were one and the same. He authorized a continuing series of CIA payoffs to key members of the LDP. Politicians, unwitting of the CIA's role, were told that the money came from the titans of corporate America. The money flowed for at least 15 years, under 4 American presidents, and it helped consolidate one-party rule in Japan for the rest of the Cold War. Others followed in Kishi's path. Okinori Kaya had been the finance minister in Japan's wartime cabinet. Convicted as a war criminal, he was sentenced to life in prison. Paroled in 1955 and pardoned in 1957, he became one of Kishi's closest advisors and a key member of the LDP's Internal Security Committee. Kaya became a recruited agent of the CIA either immediately before or immediately after he was elected to the Diet in 1958. After his recruitment, He wanted to travel to the United States and meet Allen Dulles in person. The CIA, skittish about the appearance of a convicted war criminal meeting with the Director of Central Intelligence, kept the meeting secret for nearly 50 years. But on February 6, 1959, Kaya came to visit Dulles at CIA headquarters and asked the director to enter into a formal agreement to share intelligence with his Internal Security Committee. Everyone agreed that cooperation between CIA and the Japanese regarding counter-subversion was most desirable, and that the subject was one of major interest to CIA, say the minutes of their talk. Dulles regarded Kaya as his agent, and 6 months later he wrote him to say, "I am most interested in learning your views both in international affairs affecting relations between our countries and on the situation within Japan." Kaya's on and off relationship with the CIA reached a peak in 1968 when he was the leading political advisor to Prime Minister Eisaku Sato. The biggest domestic political issue in Japan that year was the enormous American military base on Okinawa, a crucial staging ground for the bombing of Vietnam and a storehouse of American nuclear weapons. Okinawa was under American control, but regional elections were set for November 10th, and opposition politicians threatened to force the United States off the island. Kaya played a key role in the CIA's covert actions aimed to swing the elections for the LDP, which narrowly failed. Okinawa itself returned to Japanese administration in 1972, but the American military remains there to this day. The Japanese came to describe the political system created with the CIA's support as kozo oshoku, structural corruption. The CIA's payoffs went on into the 1970s. The structural corruption of the political life of Japan continued long thereafter. "We ran Japan during the occupation, and we ran it in a different way in these years after the occupation," said the CIA's Horace Feldman, who served as station chief in Tokyo. "General MacArthur had his ways. We had ours." 13. Wishful blindness. Enthralled by covert action, Allen Dulles ceased to focus on his core mission of providing intelligence to the president. He handled most of the CIA's analysts and much of their work with studied contempt. Dulles would keep them waiting for hours when they came to prep him for the next morning's meeting at the White House. As afternoon turned to evening, he would burst out his door and blow past them, rushing to keep a dinner date. He had fallen into the habit of assessing briefings by weight, said Dick Lemon, a senior CIA analyst for 3 decades and latterly the man who prepared the president's daily briefing. He would heft them and decide, without reading them, whether or not to accept them. An analyst admitted to the inner sanctum in mid-afternoon to advise Dulles on the crisis of the moment might find the director watching a Washington Senators baseball game on the television in his office. Lounging in a reclining chair, his feet up on an ottoman, Dulles followed the game while the hapless aide faced him from the back of the TV set. As the briefer reached his crucial points, Dulles would analyze the ball game. He became inattentive to the life and death questions at hand. Indict the whole Soviet system. Dulles and Wisner together had launched more than 200 major covert actions overseas over the course of 5 years, pouring American fortunes into the politics of France, Germany, Italy, Greece, Egypt, Pakistan, Japan, Thailand, the Philippines, and Vietnam. The agency had overthrown nations. It could make or break presidents and prime ministers. But it could not get a handle on the enemy. At the end of 1955, President Eisenhower changed the CIA's marching orders. Recognizing that covert action could not undermine the Kremlin, he revised the rules written at the start of the Cold War. The new order, labeled NSC 5412/2 and dated December 28, 1955, remained in effect for 15 years. The new goals were to create and exploit troublesome problems for international communism, to counter any threat of a party or individuals directly or indirectly responsive to communist control, and to strengthen the orientation toward the United States of the people of the free world. Great ambitions, but more modest and nuanced than what Dulles and Weiner tried to achieve. A few weeks later, the Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev, created more trouble for international communism than the CIA dreamed possible. In his February 1956 speech to the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, he denounced Stalin, dead less than 3 years, as a supreme egotist and sadist capable of sacrificing everything and anybody for the sake of his own power and glory. The CIA picked up rumors about the speech in March. "My kingdom for a copy," Allen Dulles told his men. Could the agency finally obtain some intelligence from inside the Politburo? Then, as now, the CIA relied heavily on foreign intelligence services, paying for secrets it could not uncover on its own. In April 1956, Israel's spies delivered the text to James Angleton, who became the CIA's one-man liaison with the Jewish state. The channel produced much of the agency's intelligence on the Arab world, but at a cost, a growing American dependence on Israel to explain events in the Middle East. The Israeli perspective colored American perceptions for decades to come. In May, after George Kennan and others judged the text as the genuine article, a great debate arose inside the CIA. Both Weiner and Angleton wanted to keep it secret from the free world, but leak it selectively abroad to sow discord among the world's communist parties. Angleton thought by tweaking the text with propaganda, he could have used it to such advantage that he would have discombobulated the Russians and their security services, and perhaps used some of these émigré groups that we still at that time hoped to activate and liberate the Ukraine or something, said Ray Klein, one of Dulles's most trusted intelligence analysts at that time. But, above all, they wanted it cut for bait to lure Soviet spies in order to salvage one of Weiner's longest-running, least effective operations, Red Cap. A worldwide program that began in 1952, taking its name from the railroad porters who helped baggage-laden travelers, Red Cap aimed to induce Soviets to defect from their country and work for the CIA. Ideally, they would serve as defectors in place, remaining in their government posts while spying for America. Failing that, they would flee to the West and reveal their knowledge of the Soviet system. But the number of important Soviet sources developed under Red Cap was zero at the time. The Soviet division of the CIA's clandestine service was run by a narrow-minded Harvard man named Dana Durand, who held his position through a combination of accident, default, and alliance with Angleton. The division was dysfunctional, according to an Inspector General's report issued in June 1956 and declassified in 2004. The Soviet division could not produce an authoritative statement of its missions and functions, much less grasp what was going on inside the Soviet Union. The report contained a list of the CIA's 20 controlled agents in Russia in 1956. One was a low-ranking naval engineering officer. Another was the wife of a guided missile research scientist. The others were listed as laborer, telephone repairman, garage manager, veterinarian, high school teacher, locksmith, restaurant worker, and unemployed. None of them could have had any idea what made the Kremlin tick. On the first Saturday morning of June 1956, Dulles called Ray Klein into the director's office. "Weiner says you think we ought to release the secret Khrushchev speech," Dulles said. Klein stated his case. It was a fantastic revelation of the true feelings of all these guys who had to work under that old bastard Stalin for many years. "For God's sake," he told Dulles, "let's get it out." Dulles held his copy in trembling fingers, gnarled with arthritis and gout. The old man put his carpet slippers up on the desk, leaned back, pushed his glasses up on his head, and said, "By golly, I think I'll make a policy decision," Klein recalled. He buzzed Wisner on his intercom and kind of coyly talked Frank into a position where Frank could not disagree with releasing it, and using the same kind of arguments that I had, that it was a great historical chance to, as I think I told him to say, indict the whole Soviet system. Dulles then picked up the phone and called his brother. The text was leaked through the State Department and ran 3 days later in the New York Times. The decision set events in motion that the CIA had never imagined. CIA represented great power. For months thereafter, the secret speech was beamed behind the Iron Curtain by Radio Free Europe, the CIA's $100 million media machine. More than 3,000 émigré broadcasters, writers, and engineers and their American overseers put the radios on the air in 8 languages, filling the airwaves up to 19 hours a day. In theory, they were supposed to play their news and propaganda straight, but Wisner wanted to use words as weapons. His interference created a split signal at Radio Free Europe. The on-air émigrés at the radios had been begging their American bosses to give them a clear message to deliver. Here it was. The speech was recited over the air night and day. The consequences were immediate. The CIA's best analysts had concluded a few months before that no popular uprising was likely in Eastern Europe during the 1950s. On June 28th, after the speech was broadcast, Polish workers began to rise up against their communist rulers. They rioted against a reduction in wages and destroyed the beacons that jammed Radio Free Europe's transmissions. But the CIA could do nothing but feed their rage. Not when a Soviet field marshal ran Poland's army and Soviet intelligence officers oversaw the secret police, who killed 53 Poles and imprisoned hundreds. The Polish struggle led the National Security Council to search for a crack in the architecture of Soviet control. Vice President Nixon argued that it would serve American interests if the Soviets pounded another upstart satellite state, such as Hungary, into submission, providing a source for global anti-communist propaganda. Picking up that theme, Foster Dulles won presidential approval for new efforts to promote spontaneous manifestations of discontent in the captive nations. Allen Dulles promised to pump up a Radio Free Europe program that floated balloons east over the Iron Curtain, carrying leaflets and freedom medals, aluminum badges bearing slogans and an imprint of the Liberty Bell. Then Dulles took off on a 57-day world tour, circling the Earth in a zippered flight suit aboard a specially configured 4-engine DC-6. He dropped in on the CIA stations in London and Paris, Frankfurt and Vienna, Rome and Athens, Istanbul and Tehran, Dhahran and Delhi, Bangkok and Singapore, Tokyo and Seoul, Manila and Saigon. The journey was an open secret. Dulles was received as a head of state, and he reveled in the limelight. The trip was one of the most highly publicized clandestine tours ever made, said Ray Klein, who accompanied the director. Cloaked yet flamboyant, that was the CIA under Allen Dulles. It was a place where truly clandestine practices were compromised, while analysis was clothed in an atmosphere of secrecy that was unnecessary, frequently counterproductive, and in the long run damaging, Klein thought. Watching foreign leaders fawn over Dulles at state dinners, he learned another lesson. CIA represented great power. It was a little frightening. Wishful blindness. On October 22, 1956, shortly after Dulles returned to Washington, a deeply weary Frank Wisner flicked out the lights in his office, walked down the corridors of decaying linoleum and peeling walls in temporary Building L, went home to his elegant house in Georgetown, and packed for his own tour of the CIA's biggest stations in Europe. Neither he nor his boss had a clue about the 2 greatest events going on in the world. War plans were afoot in London and Paris, while a popular revolution was at hand in Hungary. In the course of a crucial fortnight, Dulles would misinterpret or misrepresent every aspect of these crises in his reports to the President. Weiner sailed out over the Atlantic in darkness. After his overnight flight to London, his first order of business was a long-scheduled dinner date with Sir Patrick Deane, a senior British intelligence officer. They were to discuss their plans to topple the Egyptian leader Gamal Abdel Nasser, who had come to power 3 years earlier in a military coup. The issue had been brewing for months. Sir Patrick had been in Washington a few weeks before, and the two had agreed that one way or another their objectives required Nasser's removal from power. The CIA had supported Nasser at first, handing him millions, building him a powerful state radio station, and promising him American military and economic aid. Yet the agency was taken by surprise by events in Egypt, despite the fact that CIA officers outnumbered State Department officials by about 4-1 in the American embassy in Cairo. The biggest surprise was that Nasser did not stay bought. He used part of the $3 million in bribes that the CIA had slipped him to build a minaret in Cairo on an island in front of the Nile Hilton. It was known as El Waqf Roosevelt, Roosevelt's erection. Because Roosevelt and the CIA could not come through on their promises of American military aid, Nasser agreed to sell Egyptian cotton to the Soviet Union in exchange for arms. Then, in July 1956, Nasser challenged the legacies of colonialism by nationalizing the Suez Canal Company, the corporation created by the British and the French to run the Middle East's man-made maritime trade route. London and Paris roared with outrage. The British proposed to assassinate Nasser and contemplated diverting the Nile River to destroy Egypt's bid for economic self-rule. Eisenhower said it would be dead wrong to use lethal force. The CIA favored a long, slow campaign of subversion against Egypt. That was the issue that Weiner had to work out with Sir Patrick Deane. He was first perplexed and then furious when Sir Patrick failed to appear at their long-scheduled meeting. The British spy had another engagement. He was in a villa outside Paris, putting the final touches on a coordinated military attack on Egypt by Britain, France, and Israel. They aimed to destroy Nasser's government and take the Suez back by force. First, Israel would attack Egypt, and then Britain and France would strike, posing as peacekeepers while seizing the canal. The CIA knew none of this. Dulles assured Eisenhower that reports of a joint Israeli-UK-French military plan were absurd. He refused to heed the CIA's chief intelligence analyst and the American military attaché in Tel Aviv, both convinced that Israel was about to go to war against Egypt. Nor did he listen to an old friend, Douglas Dillon, the American ambassador in Paris, who called to warn that France was in on the plot. The director instead chose to listen to Jim Angleton and his Israeli contacts. Having won their undying gratitude for coming up with a copy of Khrushchev's secret speech, the Israelis dazzled Dulles and Angleton with disinformation, warning that there would be trouble elsewhere in the Middle East. On October 26th, the director conveyed their falsehoods to the president at the National Security Council meeting. The King of Jordan has been assassinated. Egypt would soon attack Iraq. The president pushed those headlines to the side. He declared that the compelling news continued to be Hungary. A great crowd had gathered at the parliament in Budapest 2 days before, led by student demonstrators rising up against the communist government. The hated state security police confronted a second crowd at the government radio station, where a party functionary was denouncing the protests. Some of the students were armed. A shot rang out from the radio building. The security police opened fire, and the protesters fought the secret police all night. At the Budapest City Park, a third crowd tore a statue of Stalin from its pedestal, dragged it to the front of the National Theater, and smashed it into shards. Red Army troops and tanks entered Budapest the next morning, and the demonstrators persuaded at least a handful of the young Soviet soldiers to join their cause. Rebels rode toward the parliament on Soviet tanks flying the Hungarian flag. Russian commanders panicked, and in a terrible moment at Kossuth Square, a blinding crossfire erupted. At least 100 people died. Inside the White House, Allen Dulles tried to tell the president the meaning of the Hungarian uprising. "Khrushchev's days may well be numbered," he said. He was off by 7 years. Dulles contacted Wisner in London the next day, October 27th. The chief of covert action wanted to do everything he could to help the uprising. He had been praying for a moment like this for 8 years. The National Security Council had commanded him to keep hope alive in Hungary. To do less, his orders said, would be to sacrifice the moral basis for U.S. leadership of free peoples. He had told the White House he would create a nationwide underground for political and paramilitary warfare through the Roman Catholic Church, peasant collectives, recruited agents, and exile groups. He had failed completely. The exiles he sent to cross the border from Austria were arrested. The men he tried to recruit were liars and thieves. His efforts to create a clandestine reporting network inside Hungary collapsed. He had buried weapons all over Europe, but when the crisis came, no one could find them. There was no CIA station in Hungary in October 1956. There was no Hungarian operations section in the clandestine service at headquarters, and almost no one who spoke the language. Wisner had one man in Budapest when the uprising began, Géza Katona, a Hungarian-American who spent 95% of his time doing his official work as a low-level State Department clerk, mailing letters, buying stamps and stationery, filing papers. When the uprising came, he was the only reliable set of eyes and ears the CIA had in Budapest. During the 2-week life of the Hungarian Revolution, the agency knew no more than what it read in the newspapers. It had no idea that the uprising would happen or how it flourished, or that the Soviets would crush it. Had the White House agreed to send weapons, the agency would have had no clue where to send them. A secret CIA history of the Hungarian uprising said the clandestine service was in a state of wishful blindness. At no time, it said, did we have anything that could or should have been mistaken for an intelligence operation. The fever of the times. On October 28th, Wisner flew to Paris and convened a few trusted members of an American delegation attending a NATO conference on the question of Eastern Europe. Its members included Bill Griffith, the senior policy advisor at Radio Free Europe's Munich headquarters. Wisner, exultant at a real revolt against communism in the making, pushed Griffith to pump up the propaganda. His exhortations produced a memo from Radio Free Europe's director in New York to the Hungarian staff in Munich. "All restraints have gone off," it read. "No holds barred. Repeat, no holds barred." Beginning that evening, Radio Free Europe urged the citizens of Hungary to sabotage railroads, tear down telephone lines, arm the partisans, blow up tanks, and fight the Soviets to the death. "This is RFE, the voice of free Hungary," the radio announced. "In the case of a tank attack, all the light weapons should open fire at the gun sites." Listeners were advised to throw a Molotov cocktail, a wine bottle of 1 liter filled with gasoline, on the grated ventilation slit over the engine. The sign-off was freedom or death. That night, Imre Nagy, a former prime minister who had been expelled from the Communist Party by hardliners, went on the state radio station to denounce the terrible mistakes and crimes of these past 10 years. He said that Russian troops would leave Budapest, that the old state security forces would be dissolved, and that a new government, relying on the people's power, would fight for democratic self-rule. In 72 hours, Nagy would form a working coalition government, abolish one-party rule, break with Moscow, declare Hungary a neutral country, and turn to the United Nations and the United States for help. But as Nagy took power and sought to dismantle Soviet control over Hungary, Allen Dulles deemed him a failure. He told the president that the Vatican's man in Hungary, Cardinal Mindszenty, newly released from house arrest, could and should lead the nation. That became the party line on Radio Free Europe. A reborn Hungary and the appointed leader sent by God have met each other in these hours. The CIA's radios falsely accused Nagy of inviting Soviet troops into Budapest. They attacked him as a traitor, a liar, a murderer. He once had been a communist, and so he was forever damned. 3 new CIA frequencies were on the air at this hour. From Frankfurt, exiled Russian solidarists said an army of freedom fighters was heading for the Hungarian border. From Vienna, the CIA amplified the low-wattage broadcasts of Hungarian partisans and beamed them back to Budapest. From Athens, the CIA's psychological warriors suggested that the Russians be sent to the gallows. The director was ecstatic when he briefed Eisenhower on the situation in Budapest at the next National Security Council meeting on November 1st. What had occurred there was a miracle, Dulles told the president. Because of the power of public opinion, armed force could not be effectively used. Approximately 80% of the Hungarian army had defected to the rebels and provided the rebels with arms. But Dulles was dead wrong. The rebels had no guns to speak of. The Hungarian army had not switched sides. It was waiting to see which way the wind from Moscow blew. The Soviets were sending more than 200,000 troops and some 2,500 tanks and armored vehicles into the battle for Hungary. On the morning of the Soviet invasion, Radio Free Europe's Hungarian announcer Zoltán Turi told his listeners that the pressure upon the government of the U.S. to send military help to the freedom fighters will become irresistible. As tens of thousands of frantic, furious refugees poured over the border into Austria over the next few weeks, many spoke of this broadcast as the promise that help would come. None came. Alan Dulles insisted that the CIA's radios had done nothing to encourage the Hungarians. The president believed him. It would be 40 years before transcripts of the broadcasts were unearthed. In 4 brutal days, Soviet troops crushed the partisans of Budapest, killing tens of thousands and hauling thousands more away to die in Siberian prison camps. The Soviet onslaught began on November 4th. That night, Hungary's refugees began besieging the American embassy in Vienna, begging America to do something. They had barbed questions, said the CIA station chief, Per da Silva. Why hadn't we helped? Didn't we know the Hungarians had counted on us for assistance? He had no answers. He was bombarded by commands from headquarters to round up non-existent legions of Soviet soldiers who were throwing down their weapons and heading for the Austrian border. Dulles told the president about these mass defections. They were a delusion. Da Silva could only guess that headquarters was caught up in the fever of the times. Strange things are apt to develop. On November 5th, Wisner arrived at the CIA station in Frankfurt, commanded by Tracy Barnes, so distraught that he could barely speak. As Russian tanks slaughtered teenage boys in Budapest, Wisner spent a sleepless night at the Barnes residence playing with toy trains. He took no joy in Eisenhower's re-election the following day. Nor did the president appreciate awakening to a fresh but false report from Alan Dulles that the Soviets were ready to send 250,000 troops to Egypt to defend the Suez Canal from the British and French. Nor was he happy at the CIA's inability to report on the actual Soviet attack in Hungary. On November 7th, Wisner flew to the Vienna station, 30 miles from the Hungarian border. He watched helplessly as the Hungarian partisans sent their final messages to the free world over the wires of the Associated Press. We are under heavy machine gun fire. Goodbye, friends. God save our souls. He fled Vienna and flew to Rome. That night he dined with the American spies of the CIA's Rome station, among them William Colby, the future director of Central Intelligence. Wisner raged that people were dying as the agency dithered. He wanted to come to the aid of the freedom fighters, Colby recorded. This was exactly the end for which the agency's paramilitary capability was designed, and a case can be made that they could have done so without involving the United States in a world war with the Soviet Union. But Wisner could not make a coherent case. It was clear that he was near a nervous breakdown, Colby recorded. Wisner went on to Athens, where the CIA station chief, John Richardson, saw him revved up to an extreme velocity and intensity. He soothed his nerves with cigarettes and alcohol. He drank whiskey by the bottle, in a swoon of misery and rage. On December 14th, he was back at headquarters, listening to Alan Dulles assess the CIA's chances for urban warfare in Hungary. "We are well equipped for guerrilla fighting in the woods," Dulles said, "but there is a serious lack of arms for street and close infighting, and in particular anti-tank devices." He wanted Wisner to tell him what were the best weapons to put into the hands of the Hungarians and freedom fighters of other Iron Curtain countries who might revolt against the communists. Wisner gave a grandiose answer. "The wounds to the communists in Russia brought about by recent world developments are considerable, and some of them are very deep," he said. "The United States and the free world seem to be pretty much out of the woods." Some of his fellow officers saw a case of battle fatigue. Those closest to Wisner saw something worse. On December 20th, he lay in a hospital bed, delirious, his underlying disease misdiagnosed by his doctors. That same day, at the White House, President Eisenhower received a formal report of a secret investigation into the clandestine service of the CIA. If it had ever become public, it would have destroyed the agency. Ambassador David K.E. Bruce was the report's principal author, and David Bruce was one of Frank Wisner's very best friends in Washington, close enough to run over to Wisner's house for a shower and a shave one morning when the hot water in his magnificent Georgetown mansion ran out. He was an American aristocrat, Wild Bill Donovan's number 2 at the OSS in London, Truman's ambassador to France, Walter Beadle Smith's predecessor as Undersecretary of State, and a candidate for Director of Central Intelligence in 1950. He knew a great deal about the CIA's operations at home and abroad. Bruce's personal journals show that he met Alan Dulles and Frank Wisner for dozens of breakfasts, lunches, dinners, drinks, and discreet chats in Paris and Washington between 1949 and 1956. He recorded his great admiration and affection for Dulles, who personally recommended that Bruce serve on the President's new Intelligence Board of Consultants. Eisenhower had wanted his own set of eyes on the agency. Back in January 1956, following the secret recommendation of the Doolittle Report, he had publicly announced his creation of the President's Board. He wrote in his diary that he wanted the consultants to report every 6 months on the value of the CIA's work. Ambassador Bruce requested and received the President's authorization for a close look at the covert operations of the CIA, the work of Alan Dulles and Frank Wisner. His personal affection and the professional regard for them added immeasurable weight to his words. His top-secret report has never been declassified, and the CIA's own in-house historians have publicly questioned whether it ever existed. But its key passages appeared in a 1961 record created by the Intelligence Board and obtained by the author. Some of its passages are reproduced here for the first time. "We are sure that the supporters of the 1948 decision to launch this government on a positive psychological warfare and paramilitary program could not possibly have foreseen the ramifications of the operations which have resulted from it," the report said. "No one, other than those in the CIA immediately concerned with their day-to-day operation, has any detailed knowledge of what is going on." The planning and the approval of exquisitely sensitive and extremely costly covert operations were becoming more and more exclusively the business of the CIA, underwritten heavily by unvouchered CIA funds. The CIA busy, moneyed, and privileged, likes its king-making responsibility. The intrigue is fascinating. Considerable self-satisfaction, sometimes with applause, derives from successes. No charge is made for failures, and the whole business is very much simpler than collecting covert intelligence on the USSR through the usual CIA methods. The report continued. There is great concern throughout the State Department over the impacts of CIA psychological warfare and paramilitary activities on our foreign relations. The State Department people feel that perhaps the greatest contribution this board could make would be to bring to the attention of the President the significant, almost unilateral influences that CIA psychological warfare and paramilitary activities have on the actual formation of our foreign policies and our relationships with our friends. CIA support and its maneuvering of local news media, labor groups, political figures and parties, and other activities which can have, at any one time, the most significant impacts on the responsibilities of the local ambassador, are sometimes completely unknown to or only hazily recognized by him. Too often, differences of opinion regarding the U.S. attitude toward local figures or organizations develop, especially as between the CIA and the State Department. At times, the Secretary of State DCI brother relationship may arbitrarily set the U.S. position. Psychological warfare and paramilitary operations, often growing out of the increased mingling in the internal affairs of other nations of bright, highly graded young men who must be doing something all the time to justify their reason for being, today are being conducted on a worldwide basis by a horde of CIA representatives, many of whom, by the very nature of the personnel situation, are politically immature. Out of their dealings with shifty, changing characters, their applications of themes suggested from headquarters or developed by them in the field, sometimes at the suggestion of local opportunists, strange things are apt to, and do, develop. The CIA's covert operations were conducted on an autonomous and freewheeling basis in highly critical areas involving the conduct of foreign relations, said a follow-up report by the President's Intelligence Board in January 1957. In some quarters, this leads to situations which are almost unbelievable. For his next 4 years in office, President Eisenhower tried to change the way the CIA was run. But he said he knew he could not change Allen Dulles, nor could he think of anyone else to run the agency. It was one of the most peculiar types of operation any government can have, he said, and it probably takes a strange kind of genius to run it. Allen had accepted no overseers. A silent nod from Foster had sufficed. There had never been a team quite like the Dulles brothers in American government, but age and exhaustion were wearing them down. Foster was 7 years older than Allen, and he was dying. He knew he had a fatal cancer, and it killed him slowly over the next 2 years. He fought bravely, flying all over the world, rattling every saber in the American arsenal. But he dwindled, and that created a disturbing disequilibrium in the Director of Central Intelligence. He lost a vital spark as his brother weakened. His ideas and his sense of order became as evanescent as his pipe smoke. As Foster began to fail, Allen led the CIA into new battles across Asia and the Middle East. The Cold War in Europe might be a stalemate, he told his chieftains, but the struggle had to go on with a new intensity from the Pacific to the Mediterranean. 14. Ham-handed operations of all kinds. If you go and live with these Arabs, President Eisenhower told Allen Dulles and the assembled members of the National Security Council, you will find that they simply cannot understand our ideas of freedom and human dignity. They have lived so long under dictatorships of one kind or another, how can we expect them to run successfully a free government? The CIA set out to answer that question by trying to convert, coerce, or control governments throughout Asia and the Middle East. It saw itself wrestling with Moscow for the loyalties of millions of people, grappling to gain political and economic sway over the nations that geological accident had given billions of barrels of oil. The new battle line was a great crescent, reaching from Indonesia, across the Indian Ocean, through the deserts of Iran and Iraq, to the ancient capitals of the Middle East. The agency saw every Muslim political chief who would not pledge allegiance to the United States as a target legally authorized by statute for CIA political action, said Archie Roosevelt, the chief of station in Turkey, and a cousin to Kim Roosevelt, the CIA's Near East czar. Many of the most powerful men in the Islamic world took the CIA's cash and counsel. The agency swayed them when it could, but few CIA officers spoke the language, knew the customs, or understood the people they sought to support or suborn. The president said he wanted to promote the idea of an Islamic jihad against godless communism. We should do everything possible to stress the holy war aspect, he said at a September 1957 White House meeting attended by Frank Wisner, Foster Dulles, Assistant Secretary of State for the Near East William Roundtree, and members of the Joint Chiefs. Foster Dulles proposed a secret task force under whose auspices the CIA would deliver American guns, money, and intelligence to King Saud of Saudi Arabia, King Hussein of Jordan, President Camille Chamoun of Lebanon, and President Nuri Said of Iraq. These four mongrels were supposed to be our defense against communism and the extremes of Arab nationalism in the Middle East, said Harrison Sims, who worked closely with the CIA as Roundtree's right-hand man, and later served as ambassador in Jordan. The only lasting legacy of the secret task force was the fulfillment of Frank Wisner's proposal to put King Hussein of Jordan on the CIA's payroll. The agency created a Jordanian intelligence service which lives today as its liaison to much of the Arab world. The king received a secret subsidy for the next 20 years. If arms could not buy loyalty in the Middle East, the almighty dollar was still the CIA's secret weapon. Cash for political warfare and power plays was always welcome. If it could help create an American imperium in Arab and Asian lands, Foster was all for it. Let's put it this way, said Ambassador Sims. John Foster Dulles had taken the view that anything we can do to bring down these neutralists, anti-imperialists, anti-colonialists, extreme nationalist regimes, should be done. He had given a mandate to Allen Dulles to do this. And, of course, Allen Dulles just unleashed people. As a result, we were caught out in attempted coups, ham-handed operations of all kinds. He and his fellow diplomats tried to keep track of some of these dirty tricks that were being planned in the Middle East, so that if they were just utterly impossible, we'd get them killed before they got any further. And we succeeded in doing that in some cases, but we couldn't get all of them killed. Ripe for a military coup d'etat. One such dirty trick went on for a decade: the plot to overthrow the government of Syria. In 1949, the CIA installed a pro-American colonel, Adib Shishakli, as the Syrian leader. He won direct American military assistance along with covert financial aid. The CIA station chief in Damascus, Miles Copeland, called the colonel a likable rogue who had not, to my certain knowledge, ever bowed down to a graven image. He had, however, committed sacrilege, blasphemy, murder, adultery, and theft. He lasted 4 years before he was overthrown by Ba'ath Party and communist politicians and military officers. In March 1955, Allen Dulles predicted that the country was ripe for a military coup d'etat supported by the agency. In April 1956, the CIA's Kim Roosevelt and his British Secret Intelligence Service SIS counterpart Sir George Young tried to mobilize right-wing Syrian army officers. The CIA delivered £500,000 Syrian pounds to the leaders of the plot. But the Suez fiasco poisoned the political climate in the Middle East. pushed Syria closer to the Soviets, and forced the Americans and the British to postpone their plans at the end of October 1956. In the spring and summer of 1957, they revived it. A document discovered in 2003 among the private papers of Duncan Sandys, Prime Minister Harold Macmillan's defense secretary, spells out their effort in detail. Syria had to be made to appear as the sponsor of plots, sabotage, and violence directed against neighboring governments, it said. CIA and SIS would manufacture national conspiracies and various strong-arm activities in Iraq, Lebanon, and Jordan, and blame them on Syria. They would create paramilitary factions and spark revolts among the Muslim Brotherhood in Damascus. The creation of the appearance of instability would destabilize the government. Border clashes manufactured by American and British intelligence would serve as a pretext for the pro-Western armies of Iraq and Jordan to invade. The CIA and SIS envisioned that any new regime they installed would likely rely first upon repressive measures and arbitrary exercise of power to survive. Roosevelt identified Abdul Hamid Sarai, the longtime chief of the Syrian intelligence service, as the most powerful man in Damascus. Sarai was to be assassinated, along with the chief of the Syrian General Staff and the head of the Communist Party. The CIA sent Rocky Stone, who had cut his teeth in the Iran operation, to serve as the new chief of station in Damascus. Accredited as a diplomat, a second secretary at the American embassy, he used promises of millions of dollars and unlimited political power to befriend officers in the Syrian army. He represented his recruits in reports to headquarters as a crack corps for an American-backed coup. Abdul Hamid Sarai saw through Stone in a matter of weeks. The Syrians set up a sting. The officers with whom Stone was dealing took his money and then went on television and announced that they had received this money from the corrupt and sinister Americans in an attempt to overthrow the legitimate government of Syria, said Curtis F. Jones, a State Department officer sent to clean up the mess Stone left behind. Sarai's forces surrounded the American embassy in Damascus, seized Stone, and interrogated him roughly. He told them everything he knew. The Syrians identified him publicly as an American spy posing as a diplomat, a veteran of the CIA's coup in Iran, and a conspirator with Syrian army officers and politicians to overthrow the government in exchange for millions of dollars in American aid. The revelation of this particularly clumsy CIA plot, in the words of the U.S. ambassador to Syria, Charles Yost, had consequences that reverberate today. The Syrian government formally declared Rocky Stone persona non grata. That was the first time that an American diplomat of any stripe, be he a spy working undercover or a bona fide State Department officer, had been expelled from an Arab nation. In turn, the United States expelled the Syrian ambassador to Washington, the first expulsion of any foreign diplomat from Washington since World War I. The United States denounced Syria's fabrications and slanders. Stone's Syrian co-conspirators, including the former president Adib Shishakli, were sentenced to death. A purge of every military officer who had ever been associated with the American embassy followed. A Syrian-Egyptian alliance grew from this political turmoil, the United Arab Republic. It was the locus of anti-American sentiment in the Middle East. As America's reputation plummeted in Damascus, Soviet political and military influence grew. After the botched coup, no Americans could win the trust of the increasingly tyrannical Syrian leadership. One trouble with blown operations such as this was that they couldn't possibly be plausibly denied. David Bruce's report to President Eisenhower had warned. The American hand was clear to all. Was there no accounting for the immediate costs of disappointments, Jordan, Syria, Egypt et al., asked the report. Who was calculating the impacts on our international position? Was the CIA stirring up the turmoil and raising the doubts about us that exist in many countries of the world today? What of the effects on our present alliances? Where will we be tomorrow? We came to power on a CIA train. On May 14, 1958, Allen Dulles convened his deputies for their regular morning meeting. He lashed out at Weiner, advising him to do some soul-searching about the agency's performance in the Middle East. On top of the botched coup in Syria, anti-American riots had erupted without warning in Beirut and Algiers. Was this all part of a global plot? Dulles and his aides speculated that the communists were in fact pulling the strings in the Mideast and across the world. As the fear of Soviet encroachment escalated, the goal of creating a tier of pro-American nations on the Soviet southern flank grew more urgent. The CIA's officers in Iraq had orders to work with political leaders, military commanders, security ministers, and power brokers, offering money and guns in exchange for anti-communist alliances. But on July 14, 1958, when a gang of army officers overthrew the pro-American Iraqi monarchy of Nuri Said, the Baghdad station was sound asleep. "We were caught completely by surprise," said Ambassador Robert C. F. Gordon, then an embassy political officer. The new regime, led by General Abdel Karim Qasim, dug into the old government's archives. They held proof that the CIA had been deeply entwined with Iraq's royalist government, paying off the leaders of the old guard. One American, working under contract for the CIA, posing as a writer for an agency front, the American Friends of the Middle East, was arrested in his hotel and disappeared without a trace. The officers at the CIA station fled. Allen Dulles began calling Iraq the most dangerous place in the world. General Qasim began allowing Soviet political, economic, and cultural delegations into Iraq. "We have no evidence that Qasim is a communist," the CIA advised the White House. "But unless action is taken to curb communism, or unless the communists make a major tactical error, Iraq will probably be transformed into a communist-controlled state." The agency's leaders acknowledged among themselves that they had no idea what to do about that threat. The only effective and organized force in Iraq capable of countering communism is the Army. Our basic intelligence on the present situation of the Army is very weak. The CIA, having lost one battle in Syria and another in Iraq, agonized over what to do to stop the Middle East from turning red. After the Iraq debacle, Kim Roosevelt, the CIA's Near East Division chief since 1950, resigned to seek his fortune as a private consultant to American oil companies. He was replaced by James Critchfield, the agency's longtime liaison with General Reinhard Gehlen in Germany. Critchfield quickly became interested in the Ba'ath Party of Iraq after its thugs tried to kill Qasim in a bungled gun battle. His officers ran another failed assassination plot using a poisoned handkerchief, an idea that was endorsed all the way up the CIA's chain of command. It took 5 more years, but the agency finally backed a successful coup in Iraq in the name of American influence. "We came to power on a CIA train," said Ali Saleh Saadi, the Ba'ath Party interior minister in the 1960s. One of the passengers on that train was an up-and-coming assassin named Saddam Hussein. 15. A very strange war. The American view of the world from the Mediterranean to the Pacific was black and white. A firm American hand was needed in every capital from Damascus to Jakarta to keep the dominoes from falling. But in 1958, the CIA's effort to overthrow the government of Indonesia backfired so badly that it fueled the rise of the biggest communist party in the world outside of Russia and China. It would take a real war in which hundreds of thousands died to defeat that force. Indonesia had fought for freedom from Dutch colonial rule after World War II and won it at the end of 1949. The United States supported Indonesia's independence under its new leader, President Sukarno. The nation came into the CIA's focus after the Korean War, when the agency realized that Indonesia had perhaps 20 billion barrels of untapped oil, a leader unwilling to align himself with the United States, and a rising communist movement. The agency first raised the alarm over Indonesia in a report delivered to the National Security Council on September 9, 1953. After hearing the CIA's dire account of the situation, Harold Stassen, then director of the Mutual Security Agency, the military and economic aid organization that succeeded the Marshall Plan, told Vice President Nixon and the Dulles brothers that they might well give thought to measures by this government that would cause the fall of the new regime in Indonesia, since it was obviously a pretty bad one. If it is being as heavily infiltrated by communists as CIA seemed to believe, it would be more sensible to try to get rid of it than to prop it up. But when Nixon briefed CIA officers in Washington 4 months later, after meeting Sukarno during a world tour, he reported that the Indonesian leader had a tremendous hold on the people, is completely non-communist, and there is no doubt that he is the main card of the United States. The Dulles brothers strongly doubted Nixon. Sukarno had declared himself a non-combatant in the Cold War, and there were no neutrals in their eyes. The CIA seriously considered killing Sukarno in the spring of 1955. There was planning of such a possibility, Richard Bissell recounted. The planning progressed as far as the identification of an asset, an assassin, whom it was felt might be recruited for this purpose. The plan was never reached, was never perfected to the point where it seemed feasible. The difficulty concerned the possibility of creating a situation in which the potential agent would have access to the target. Subversion by ballot. While the agency weighed his assassination, Sukarno convened an international conference of 29 Asian, African, and Arab chiefs of state in Bandung, Indonesia. They proposed a global movement of nations free to chart their own paths, aligned with neither Moscow nor Washington. 19 days after the Bandung Conference disbanded, the CIA received a new covert action order from the White House, numbered NSC 5518, and declassified in 2003. It authorized the agency to use all feasible covert means, including payoffs to buy Indonesian voters and politicians, political warfare to win friends and subvert potential enemies, and paramilitary force to keep Indonesia from veering to the left. Under its provisions, the CIA pumped about $1 million into the coffers of Sukarno's strongest political opponents, the Masjumi Party, in the 1955 national parliamentary elections, the first ever held in post-colonial Indonesia. That operation fell short. Sukarno's party won. The Masjumi placed second, and the PKI, the Indonesian Communist Party, placed fourth with 16% of the votes. Those results alarmed Washington. The CIA continued to finance its chosen political parties and a number of political figures in Indonesia, as Bissell recounted in an oral history. In 1956, the red alert was raised again when Sukarno visited Moscow and Beijing as well as Washington. The White House had listened when Sukarno said he greatly admired the American form of government. It felt betrayed when he did not embrace Western democracy as his model for governing Indonesia, an archipelago stretching more than 3,000 miles, encompassing nearly 1,000 inhabited islands, with 13 major ethnic groups among a predominantly Islamic population of more than 80 million people, the world's fifth largest nation in the 1950s. Sukarno was a spellbinding orator who spoke in public 3 or 4 times a week, rallying his people with patriotic rants, trying to unify his nation. The few Americans in Indonesia who could understand his public speeches reported that he would quote Thomas Jefferson one day and spout communist theory the next. The CIA never quite grasped Sukarno, but the agency's authority under NSC 5518 was so broad that it could justify almost any action against him. The CIA's new Far East Division chief, Al Ulmer, liked that kind of freedom. It was why he loved the agency. "We went all over the world and we did what we wanted," he said 40 years later. "God, we had fun." By his own account, Ulmer had lived high and mighty during his long run as station chief in Athens, with a status somewhere between a Hollywood star and a head of state. He had helped Allen Dulles enjoy a romantic infatuation with Queen Frederica of Greece and the pleasures of yachting with shipping magnates. The Far East Division was his reward. Ulmer said in an interview that he knew next to nothing about Indonesia when he took over the division, but he had the full faith and trust of Allen Dulles. And he remembered vividly a conversation with Frank Wisner at the end of 1956, just before Wisner's breakdown. He recalled Wisner saying it was time to turn up the heat on Sukarno and hold his feet to the fire. Ulmer's station chief in Jakarta told him that Indonesia was ripe for communist subversion. The chief, Val Goodell, was a rubber industry magnate with a decidedly colonialist attitude. The essence of his fire-breathing cables from Jakarta was conveyed in notes that Allen Dulles carried to his weekly White House meetings in the first 4 months of 1957. Situation critical. Sukarno a secret communist. Send weapons. Rebellious army officers on the island of Sumatra were the key to the nation's future, Goodell told headquarters. Sumatrans prepared to fight, he cabled, but are short of arms. In July 1957, local election returns showed that the PKI stood to become the third most powerful political party in Indonesia, up from the fourth spot. Sukarno insisting on commie participation in Indonesia's government, Goodell reported, because of 6 million Indonesians who voted for Communist Party. The CIA described this rise as spectacular gains, giving the Communists enormous prestige. Would Sukarno now turn toward Moscow and Beijing? No one had the slightest notion. The station chief strongly disagreed with the outgoing American ambassador in Indonesia, Hugh Cumming, who said Sukarno was still open to American influence. From the start, Goodell fought the new ambassador, John M. Allison, who had served as the American envoy in Japan and the Assistant Secretary of State for the Far East. The two quickly reached an angry impasse. Would the United States use diplomatic influence or deadly force in Indonesia? No one seemed to know what the foreign policy of the United States was on this point. On July 19, 1957, Deputy Director of Central Intelligence Charles Pierre Cabell recommended that the director again attempt to find out State Department policy on Indonesia, say the minutes of the CIA chief's meeting. The director agreed to do this. The White House and the CIA sent emissaries to Jakarta to assess the situation. Allen Dulles dispatched Al Ulmer. President Eisenhower sent F.M. Dearborn, Jr., his special assistant for security operations. Dearborn reluctantly advised Eisenhower that almost all of America's allies in the Far East were shaky. Chiang Kai-shek was leading a dictatorship in Taiwan. President Diem was running a one-man show in South Vietnam. The leaders of Laos were corrupt. South Korea's Syngman Rhee was deeply unpopular. But the problem in Sukarno's Indonesia was different, the president's man reported. It was subversion by ballot, one of the dangers of participatory democracy. Al Ulmer believed that he had to find the strongest anti-communist forces in Indonesia and support them with guns and money. He and Goodell argued furiously with Ambassador Allison over a long and fruitless afternoon on the veranda of the embassy residence in Jakarta. The CIA men did not accept the fact that almost all the Indonesian army leadership remained professionally loyal to the government, personally anti-communist, and politically pro-American. They believed that CIA support for rebellious army officers could save Indonesia from a communist takeover. With the agency's support, they could create a breakaway Indonesian government on Sumatra, then seize the capital. Ulmer returned to Washington, denouncing Sukarno as beyond redemption and Allison as soft on communism. He swayed the Dulles brothers on both counts. A few weeks later, at the CIA's recommendation, Ambassador Allison, one of the most experienced Asia hands remaining at the State Department, was removed from his post and reassigned on short notice to Czechoslovakia. "I had great regard for Foster and Allen Dulles," Allison noted, "but they did not know Asians well and were always inclined to judge them by Western standards. On the question of Indonesia, they were both activists and insisted on doing something at once. They had been convinced by the station's reporting that the Communists were subverting and controlling the Indonesian army, and that the agency could thwart the threat. The CIA had engraved a self-addressed invitation to an insurrection." This book is continued on Disc 6. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued, Disc 6. The Sons of Eisenhower. At the August 1, 1957 meeting of the National Security Council, the CIA's reporting sparked a pent-up explosion. Allen Dulles said Sukarno had gone beyond the point of no return and would henceforth play the communist game. Vice President Nixon picked up the theme and proposed that the United States should work through the Indonesia military organization to mobilize opposition to communism. Frank Wisner said the CIA could back a rebellion, but he could not guarantee absolute control once it started. Explosive results were always possible. The next day he told his colleagues that the deterioration of the situation in Indonesia is being viewed with the utmost gravity in the highest circles of the U.S. government. Foster Dulles threw his full weight behind a coup. He put former Ambassador Hugh Cumming, 5 months out of Indonesia, in charge of a committee led by officers from the CIA and the Pentagon. The group delivered its recommendations on September 13, 1957. It urged the United States to supply covert military and economic aid to Army officers seeking power. But it also raised fundamental questions about the consequences of American covert action. Arming the rebellious officers could increase the likelihood of the dismemberment of Indonesia, a country which was created with U.S. support and assistance, members of the Cumming Group noted. Since the U.S. played a very important role in the creation of an independent Indonesia, doesn't it stand to lose a great deal in Asia and the rest of the world if Indonesia breaks up, particularly if, as seems inevitable, our hand in the breakup eventually becomes known? The question went unanswered. On September 25th, President Eisenhower ordered the agency to overthrow Indonesia, according to CIA records obtained by the author. He set out 3 missions. First, to provide arms and other military aid to anti-Sukarno military commanders throughout Indonesia. Second, to strengthen the determination, will, and cohesion of the rebel army officers on the islands of Sumatra and Sulawesi. Third, to support and stimulate into action singly or in unison non- and anti-communist elements among political parties on the main island of Java. 3 days later, the Indian news weekly Blitz, a publication controlled by Soviet intelligence, ran a long story with a provocative headline, "American Plot to Overthrow Sukarno." The Indonesian press picked up the story and ran with it. The covert action had remained secret for roughly 72 hours. Richard Bissell sent U-2 flights out over the archipelago and plotted the delivery of arms and ammunition to the rebels by sea and air. He had never run paramilitary operations or drawn up military plans. He found it fascinating. The operation took 3 months to plan. Wisner flew to the CIA station in Singapore, just across the Malacca Straits from northern Sumatra, to set up political warfare operations. Ulmer created military command posts at Clark Air Force Base and the Subic Bay Naval Station in the Philippines, the two biggest American bases in the region. John Mason, Ulmer's Far East Operations Chief, assembled a small team of paramilitary officers in the Philippines. Many were veterans of the CIA's Korean War operations. They made contact with a handful of the Indonesian army rebels on Sumatra and another contingent of commanders seeking power on the island of Sulawesi, northeast of Java. Mason worked with the Pentagon to put together a package of machine guns, carbines, rifles, rocket launchers, mortars, hand grenades, and ammunition sufficient for 8,000 soldiers. And he made plans to supply the rebels on both Sumatra and Sulawesi by sea and by air. The first arms shipment came out of Subic Bay on the USS Thomaston, bound for Sumatra, on January 8, 1958. Mason followed the ship in a submarine, the USS Bluegill. The arms arrived the following week in the northern Sumatran port of Padang, about 225 miles south of Singapore. The offloading took place without a shred of secrecy. It drew an impressive crowd. On February 10th, the Indonesian rebels broadcast a stirring challenge to Sukarno from a newly established CIA-financed radio station at Padang. They demanded a new government and the outlawing of communism within 5 days. Hearing nothing from Sukarno, who was sporting in the geisha bars and bathhouses of Tokyo, they announced the establishment of a revolutionary government whose foreign minister, picked and paid by the CIA, was Colonel Malujin Simbolon, an English-speaking Christian. Reading their demands over the radio, they warned foreign powers not to interfere in Indonesia's internal affairs. Meanwhile, the CIA readied new weapons shipments from the Philippines and awaited the first signs of a nationwide popular uprising against Sukarno. The CIA's Jakarta station told headquarters to expect the long, slow, languid period of political maneuvering, with all factions seeking to avoid violence. 8 days later, on February 21st, the Indonesian Air Force bombed the revolutionaries' radio stations in central Sumatra into rubble, and the Indonesian Navy blockaded rebel positions along the coast. The CIA's Indonesian agents and their American advisors retreated into the jungle. The agency appeared unmindful that some of the most powerful commanders in the Indonesian army had been trained in the United States and referred to themselves as the sons of Eisenhower. These were the men who were fighting the rebels. The army, led by anti-communists, was at war with the CIA. The best crowd we could get together. Hours after those first bombs fell on Sumatra, the Dulles brothers spoke by telephone. Foster said he was in favor of doing something, but it is difficult to figure out what or why. If the United States became involved in a civil war on the other side of the world, he said, how would it justify its case to Congress and the American people? Allen replied that the forces the CIA had assembled were the best crowd we could get together, and he warned that there is not too much time to consider all we have to consider. When the National Security Council met that week, Allen Dulles told the president that the United States faced very difficult problems in Indonesia. The NSC minutes say, he sketched the latest developments, most of which had been set forth in the newspapers, and then he warned, if this dissident movement went down the drain, he felt fairly certain that Indonesia would go over to the communists. Foster Dulles said that we could not afford to let this happen. The president allowed that we would have to go in if a communist takeover really threatened. The CIA's false alarms were the basis for believing in that threat. Allen Dulles told Eisenhower that Sukarno's forces were not very enthusiastic about an attack on Sumatra. Hours later, reports from Indonesia came pouring into CIA headquarters saying that those same forces had bombed and blockaded dissident strongholds in first effort to crush rebellion by all available means and were planning airborne and amphibious action against central Sumatra. American warships gathered near Singapore, 10 minutes by jet from the coast of Sumatra. The USS Ticonderoga, an aircraft carrier with 2 battalions of Marines aboard, dropped anchor along with 2 destroyers and a heavy cruiser. On March 9th, as the Naval Battle Group assembled, Foster Dulles made a public statement openly calling for a revolt against communist despotism under Sukarno. General Natsuchion, Sukarno's army chief, responded by sending 2 battalions of soldiers on a fleet of 8 ships, accompanied by an Air Force wing. They assembled off the northern coast of Sumatra, a dozen miles from Singapore's harbor. The new U.S. ambassador to Indonesia, Howard Jones, cabled the Secretary of State that General Natsuchion was a reliable anti-communist, and the rebels had no chance of victory. He might as well have slipped the message into a bottle and tossed it into the sea. General Natsuchion's chief of operations, Colonel Ahmed Yani, was one of the sons of Eisenhower, devotedly pro-American, a graduate of the U.S. Army's Command and General Staff Course at Fort Leavenworth, and a friend to Major George Benson, the American military attaché in Jakarta. The colonel, preparing a major offensive against the rebels in Sumatra, asked Major Benson for maps to aid him in his mission. The major, unaware of the CIA's covert operation, gladly supplied them. At Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines, the CIA's commanders had called in a 22-man team of air crews led by Polish pilots who had been flying for the agency since the ill-fated Albanian operation 8 years earlier. The first of their flights carried 5 tons of weapons and ammunition, along with bundles of cash for the rebels on Sumatra. It was detected by one of General Natsuchion's patrols instants after it entered Indonesian airspace. Natsuchion's paratroopers had the pleasure of picking up every one of the crates that the CIA's pilots dropped. To the east, on Sulawesi, the CIA's war went just as well. U.S. Navy flyers took off on a reconnaissance mission pinpointing potential targets on Sulawesi. The American-backed rebels showed their mettle by using .50 caliber machine guns supplied by the agency to shoot up the plane. The American team barely survived a crash landing 200 miles to the north in the Philippines. The CIA's Polish pilots received fresh targets from the reconnaissance flight. 2 sets of 2-man crews arrived at a Sulawesi airstrip. Their refurbished B-26 aircraft were equipped with 6 500-pound bombs and heavy machine guns. One of the planes successfully attacked an Indonesian military airfield. The second crashed on takeoff. 2 brave Poles went home to their British wives in body bags. An elaborate cover story disguised their deaths. The CIA's last hope lay with the rebels on Sulawesi and its outlying islands, in the far northeastern reaches of the archipelago. For in the final days of April, Sukarno's soldiers destroyed the rebels on Sumatra. The 5 CIA officers on the island ran for their lives. They headed south in a jeep until they ran out of fuel, then walked through the jungle to the coast, stealing food from little shops in isolated villages to sustain themselves. When they reached the ocean, they commandeered a fishing boat and radioed their position to the CIA station in Singapore. A Navy submarine, the USS Tang, came to their rescue. The mission on Sumatra had practically collapsed, Allen Dulles glumly reported to Eisenhower on April 25th. There seemed to be no willingness to fight on the part of the dissident forces on the island, the director told the president. The dissident leaders had been unable to provide their soldiers with any idea of why they were fighting. It was a very strange war. They convicted me of murder. Eisenhower wanted to keep this operation deniable. He ordered that no Americans could be involved in any operations partaking of a military character in Indonesia. Dulles disobeyed him. The CIA's pilots had begun bombing and strafing Indonesia's outer islands on April 19, 1958. These agency air forces were described in a written CIA briefing for the White House and the President of the United States as dissident planes, Indonesian planes flown by Indonesians, not American aircraft flown by agency personnel. One of the Americans flying those planes was Al Pope. At age 25, he was a 4-year veteran of dangerous secret missions. He was distinguished by bravery and fervor. "I enjoyed killing communists," he said in 2005. "I liked to kill communists any way I could get them." He flew his first mission in Indonesia on April 27th. For the next 3 weeks, he and his fellow CIA pilots hit military and civilian targets in the villages and harbors of northeastern Indonesia. On May Day, Allen Dulles told Eisenhower that these airstrikes had been almost too effective, since they had resulted in the sinking of a British and of a Panamanian freighter. Hundreds of civilians died, the American embassy reported. 4 days later, Dulles nervously recounted to the National Security Council that the bombings had stirred great anger among the Indonesian people, for it was charged that American pilots had been at the controls. The charges were true, but the President of the United States and the Secretary of State publicly denied them. The American embassy and Admiral Felix Stump, commander of American forces in the Pacific, alerted Washington that the CIA's operation was a transparent failure. The President asked the Director of Central Intelligence to explain himself. A team of officers at CIA headquarters scrambled to piece together a chronology of the Indonesia operation. They noted that although the complexity and sensitivity of the operation was immense, demanding careful coordination, it had been improvised day to day. By virtue of its size and scope, it could not be conducted as a completely covert operation. The failure of secrecy violated the agency's charter and the President's direct orders. Al Pope spent the early hours of Sunday, May 18th, over Ambon City in eastern Indonesia, sinking a Navy ship, bombing a market, and destroying a church. The official death toll was 6 civilians and 17 military officers. Then Pope began to pursue a 7,000-ton ship transporting more than 1,000 Indonesian troops. But his B-26 was in the crosshairs of the ship's anti-aircraft guns. It was also being tailed by an Indonesian Air Force fighter. Hit from behind and below, Pope's plane burst into flames at 6,000 feet. Pope ordered his Indonesian radio man to jump, jettisoned his canopy, hit the ejection seat's release, and bailed out. As he tumbled backward, his leg struck the tail of his plane. His thigh shattered at the hip. His last bomb missed the troop ship by about 40 feet, sparing hundreds of lives. He fell slowly back to earth, writhing in pain at the end of his parachute. In the zippered pocket of his flight suit, Pope had his personnel records, his after-action flight reports, and a membership card for the Officers' Club at Clark Field. The documents identified him for what he was, an American officer bombing Indonesia on orders from his government. He could have been shot on sight, but he was placed under arrest. "They convicted me of murder and sentenced me to death," he said. "They said I wasn't a prisoner of war and was not entitled to the Geneva Convention." The news that Pope had gone missing in battle reached CIA headquarters that same Sunday evening. The Director of Central Intelligence conferred with his brother. They agreed they had lost this war. On May 19th, Allen Dulles sent a flash cable to his officers in Indonesia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Singapore. Stand down, cut off the money, shut down the arms pipeline, burn the evidence, and retreat. The minutes of that morning's meeting at headquarters reflect his fury over a glaring mix-up. It was time for the United States to switch sides. As quickly as possible, American foreign policy reversed course. The CIA's reporting instantly reflected the change. The agency told the White House on May 21st that the Indonesian army was suppressing communism and that Sukarno was speaking and acting in ways favorable to the United States. Now it was the CIA's former friends who threatened American interests. The operation was, of course, a complete failure, Richard Bissell said. For the rest of his days in power, Sukarno rarely failed to mention it. He knew the CIA had tried to overthrow his government, and his army knew it, and the political establishment of Indonesia knew it too. The ultimate effect was to strengthen Indonesia's communists, whose influence and power grew for the next 7 years. They said Indonesia was a failure, Al Pope reflected bitterly. But we knocked the shit out of them. We killed thousands of communists, even though half of them probably didn't even know what communism meant. The only contemporary record of Pope's service in Indonesia is one line in a CIA report to the White House dated May 21, 1958. It is a lie, and it reads in full, "Dissident B-26 aircraft shot down during attack on Ambon on 18 May." Our problems were getting greater every year. Indonesia was Frank Wisner's last operation as chief of the clandestine service. He came back from the Far East in June 1958 at the edge of his sanity, and at summer's end he went mad. The diagnosis was psychotic mania. The symptoms had been there for years: the desire to change the world by force of will, the soaring speeches, the suicidal missions. Psychiatrists and primitive new psychopharmaceuticals did not help. The treatment was electroshock. For 6 months, his head was clamped into a vise and shot through with a current sufficient to fire a 100-watt light bulb. He came out less brilliant and less bold, and went off to serve as chief of station in London. After the Indonesia operation fell apart, Dulles meandered through a series of National Security Council meetings, voicing vague and ominous warnings about the threat from Moscow. The president began wondering out loud if the CIA knew what it was doing. He once asked in astonishment, "Alan, are you trying to scare me into starting a war?" At headquarters, Dulles asked his most senior officers where exactly he had to go to find intelligence on the Soviet Union. At a deputies' meeting on June 23, 1958, he said he was at a loss as to what component of the agency he can turn to when he desires specific information on the USSR. The agency had none to speak of. Its reporting on the Soviets was pure wind. The CIA's Abbott Smith, one of its best analysts and later the chief of the agency's Office of National Estimates, looked back on a decade's work at the end of 1958 and wrote, "We had constructed for ourselves a picture of the USSR, and whatever happened had to be made to fit into that picture. Intelligence estimators can hardly commit a more abominable sin." On December 16th, Eisenhower received a report from his Intelligence Board of Consultants advising him to overhaul the CIA. Its members feared that the agency was incapable of making objective appraisals of its own intelligence information as well as of its own operations. Led by former Defense Secretary Robert Lovett, they pleaded with the president to take covert operations out of Allen Dulles's hands. Dulles, as ever, fended off all efforts to change the CIA. He told the president there was nothing wrong with the agency. Back at headquarters, he told his senior staff that our problems were getting greater every year. He promised the president that Wisner's replacement would fix the missions and organization of the clandestine service. He had just the man for the job. 16. He was lying down and he was lying up. On January 1, 1959, Richard Bissell became the chief of the clandestine service. That same day, Fidel Castro came to power in Cuba. A secret CIA history unearthed in 2005 described in detail how the agency took on the threat. The agency took a long, hard look at Fidel. It had no idea what to make of him. Many serious observers feel his regime will collapse within a matter of months, predicted Jim Knowell, the CIA station chief, whose officers had spent too much time reporting from the Havana Country Club. At headquarters, some argued that Castro deserved the agency's guns and money. Al Cox, chief of the paramilitary division, proposed to make secret contact with Castro and offer him arms and ammunition to establish a democratic government. Cox told his superiors that the CIA could ship weapons to Castro on a vessel manned by a Cuban crew. But the most secure means of help would be giving the money to Castro, who could then purchase his own arms, Cox wrote to his superiors. A combination of arms and money would probably be best. Cox was an alcoholic, and his thinking might have been clouded, but more than a few of his fellow officers felt the way he did. "My staff and I were all Fidelistas at the time," Robert Reynolds, chief of the CIA's Caribbean Operations Desk, said many years later. In April and May 1959, when the newly victorious Castro visited the United States, a CIA officer briefed Castro face-to-face in Washington. He described Fidel as a new spiritual leader of Latin American democratic and anti-dictator forces. Our hand should not show. The president was furious to find that the CIA had misjudged Castro. "Though our intelligence experts backed and filled for a number of months," Eisenhower wrote in his memoirs, "events were gradually driving them to the conclusion that with the coming of Castro, communism had penetrated this hemisphere." On December 11, 1959, having reached that conclusion, Richard Bissell sent Allen Dulles a memo suggesting that thorough consideration be given to the elimination of Fidel Castro. Dulles penciled in a crucial correction to the proposal. He struck out elimination, a word tinged with more than a hint of murder. He substituted removal from Cuba and gave the go-ahead. On January 8, 1960, Dulles told Bissell to organize a special task force to overthrow Castro. Bissell personally selected many of the same people who had subverted the government of Guatemala 6 years before and had deceived President Eisenhower face-to-face about the coup. He chose the feckless Tracy Barnes for political and psychological warfare, the talented Dave Phillips for propaganda, the gung-ho Rip Robertson for paramilitary training, and the relentlessly mediocre E. Howard Hunt to manage the political front groups. Their chief would be Jake Esterline, who had run the Washington War Room for Operation Success. Esterline was station chief in Venezuela when he first laid eyes on Fidel Castro in early 1959. He had watched the young Comandante touring Caracas, fresh from his New Year's Day triumph over the dictator Fulgencio Batista, and he had heard the crowds cheering Castro as a conqueror. "I saw, hell, anybody with eyes could see, that a new and powerful force was at work in the hemisphere," Esterline said. "It had to be dealt with." Esterline returned to CIA headquarters in January 1960 to receive his appointment as Cuba Task Force Chief. The group took shape as a secret cell inside the CIA. All the money, all the information, and all the decisions for the Cuban task force came through Bissell. He had little interest in the work of his spies, much less gathering intelligence from inside Cuba. He never stopped to analyze what would happen if the coup against Castro succeeded, or if it failed. "I don't think these kinds of things were ever thought about in any depth," Esterline said. "I think their first reaction was, God, we've got a possible communist in here. We had better get him out just the way we got our Benz out in Guatemala." Bissell almost never talked about Cuba with Richard Helms, his second-in-command at the clandestine service. The two men disliked and distrusted one another intensely. Helms did weigh in on one idea that filtered up from the Cuba task force. It was a propaganda ploy. A Cuban agent, trained by the CIA, would appear on the shores of Istanbul, claiming to be a political prisoner who had just jumped from a Soviet ship. He would proclaim that Castro was enslaving thousands of his people and shipping them to Siberia. The plan was known as the Dripping Cuban. Helms killed it. On March 2, 1960, 2 weeks before President Eisenhower approved a covert action against Castro, Dulles briefed Vice President Nixon on operations already underway. Reading from a 7-page paper initialed by Bissell titled What We Are Doing in Cuba, Dulles specified acts of economic warfare, sabotage, political propaganda, and a plan to use a drug which, if placed in Castro's food, would make him behave in such an irrational manner that a public appearance could well have very damaging results to him. Nixon was all for it. Dulles and Bissell presented their plans to Eisenhower and Nixon at the White House in a 4-man meeting at 2:30 p.m. on March 17, 1960. They did not propose to invade the island. They told Eisenhower that they could overthrow Castro by sleight of hand. They would create a responsible, appealing, and unified Cuban opposition led by recruited agents. A clandestine radio station would beam propaganda into Havana to spark an uprising. CIA officers at the U.S. Army's jungle warfare training camp in Panama would school 60 Cubans to infiltrate the island. The CIA would drop arms and ammunition to them. Fidel would fall 6 to 8 months thereafter, Bissell promised. The timing was excruciatingly sensitive. Election Day was 7.5 months away. Senator John F. Kennedy and Vice President Nixon had won by wide margins in the New Hampshire presidential primaries the week before. Eisenhower's staff secretary, General Andrew Goodpaster, took notes on the meeting. The president says he knows of no better plan. The great problem is leakage and security. Everyone must be prepared to swear that he had not heard of it. Our hand should not show in anything that is done. The agency should have needed no reminder that under its charter, all covert action required secrecy so secure that no evidence would lead to the president. But Eisenhower wanted to make sure the CIA did its best to keep this one under cover. We were going to pay for that lie. The president and Dick Bissell were locked in an increasingly intense struggle over the control of one of the biggest secrets of all, the U-2 spy plane. Eisenhower had not allowed any flights over Soviet terrain since his talks with Khrushchev at Camp David 6 months earlier. Khrushchev had returned from Washington praising the president's courage in seeking peaceful coexistence. Eisenhower wanted the spirit of Camp David to be his legacy. Bissell was fighting as hard as possible to resume the secret missions. The president was torn. He truly wanted the intelligence that the U-2 gleaned. He longed to bury the missile gap, the false claims by the CIA, the Air Force, military contractors, and politicians of both parties that the Soviets had a widening lead in nuclear weaponry. The CIA's formal estimates of Soviet military strength were not based on intelligence, but on politics and guesswork. Since 1957, the CIA had sent Eisenhower terrifying reports that the Soviet buildup of nuclear-tipped intercontinental ballistic missiles was far faster and much greater than the American arsenal. In 1960, the agency projected a mortal threat to the United States. It told the president that the Soviets would have 500 ICBMs ready to strike by 1961. The Strategic Air Command used those estimates as the basis for a secret first strike plan using more than 3,000 nuclear warheads to destroy every city and every military outpost from Warsaw to Beijing. But Moscow did not have 500 nuclear missiles pointed at the United States at the time. It had 4. The president had worried for 5.5 years that the U-2 itself might start World War III. If the plane went down over the Soviet Union, it could take the chance for peace with it. The month after the Camp David dialogues with Khrushchev, the president had rejected a newly proposed U-2 mission over the Soviet Union. He told Allen Dulles once again, bluntly, that divining the intentions of the Soviets through espionage was more important to him than discovering details about their military capabilities. Only spies, not gadgets, could tell him about Soviet intent to attack. Without that knowledge, the president said, the U-2 flights were provocative pinpricking, and it may give them the idea that we are seriously preparing plans to knock out their installations with a sneak attack. Eisenhower had a summit meeting with Khrushchev set for May 16, 1960, in Paris. He feared that his greatest asset, his reputation for honesty, would be squandered if a U-2 went down while the United States was, in his words, engaged in apparently sincere deliberations with the Soviets. In theory, only the president had the power to order a U-2 mission. But Bissell ran the program, and he was petulant about filing his flight plans. He tried to evade presidential authority by secretly seeking to outsource flights to the British and to the Chinese nationalists. In his memoirs, he wrote that Allen Dulles had been horrified to learn that the first U-2 flight had passed directly over Moscow and Leningrad. The director had never known. Bissell never saw fit to tell him. He argued for weeks with the White House before Eisenhower finally gave in and agreed to an April 9, 1960, flight over the Soviet Union from Pakistan. It was, on the surface, a success. But the Soviets knew their airspace had been violated once again, and they went on high alert. Bissell fought for one more flight. The president set a deadline of April 25th. The date came and went, with clouds covering the communist targets. Bissell pleaded for more time, and Eisenhower gave him 6 days' reprieve. The following Sunday was to be the final date for a flight before the Paris summit. Bissell then tried to circumvent the White House by going to the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to win their backing for yet another flight. In his zeal, he had neglected to plan for disaster. On May Day, as the president had feared, the U-2 was shot down in central Russia. The CIA's pilot, Francis Gary Powers, was captured alive. C. Douglas Dillon was the acting Secretary of State that day. "The president told me to work with Allen Dulles," Dillon recounted. "We had to put out some sort of announcement." To the shock of both men, NASA announced that a weather plane had been lost in Turkey. That was the CIA's cover story. The Director of Central Intelligence either never knew about it or had forgotten all about it. "We couldn't understand how this had happened," Dillon said, "but we had to get ourselves out of it." That proved difficult. Hewing to the cover story, the White House and the State Department deceived the American people for a week about the flight. Their lies grew more and more transparent. The last one came on May 7th. There was no authorization for such a flight. That broke Eisenhower's spirit. He couldn't allow Allen Dulles to take all the blame because it would look like the president didn't know what was going on in the government, Dillon said. Eisenhower walked into the Oval Office on May 9th and said out loud, "I would like to resign." For the first time in the history of the United States, millions of citizens understood that their president could deceive them in the name of national security. The doctrine of plausible deniability was dead. The summit with Khrushchev was wrecked, and the brief thaw in the Cold War iced over. The CIA spy plane destroyed the idea of détente for almost a decade. Eisenhower had approved the final mission in the hope of putting the lie to the missile gap, but the cover-up of the crash made him out to be a liar. In retirement, Eisenhower said the greatest regret of his presidency was the lie we told about the U-2. I didn't realize how high a price we were going to pay for that lie. The president knew he would not be able to leave office in a spirit of international peace and reconciliation. He was now intent on policing as many parts of the planet as possible before leaving office. The summer of 1960 became a season of incessant crisis for the CIA. Red arrows, signifying hot spots in the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia, multiplied on the maps that Allen Dulles and his men brought to the White House. The chagrin over the U-2 shoot-down gave way to a murderous anger. First, Dick Bissell redoubled the CIA's plans for overthrowing Cuba. He set up a new CIA station in Coral Gables, Florida, codenamed WAVE. He told Vice President Nixon that he would need a force of 500 trained Cuban exiles, up from 60 men a few weeks before, to lead the fight. But the Army's Jungle Warfare Center in Panama could not handle hundreds more raw recruits. So Bissell sent Jake Esterline down to Guatemala, where he single-handedly negotiated a secret agreement with President Manuel Irigoras Fuentes, a retired general and a skilled wheeler-dealer. The site he secured became the main training camp for the Bay of Pigs, with its own airport, its own brothel, and its own codes of conduct. The CIA's Cubans found it entirely unsatisfactory, reported Marine Colonel Jack Hawkins, Esterline's top paramilitary planner. They lived in prison camp conditions, which produced political complications that were very difficult for CIA to handle. Though the camp was isolated, the Guatemalan army was well aware of it, and the presence of a foreign force on its soil very nearly led to a military coup against their president. Then, in mid-August, courtly, charming Dick Bissell put out a mafia contract against Fidel Castro. He went to Colonel Sheffield Edwards, the CIA's chief of security, and asked the colonel to put him in touch with a gangster who could carry out a hit. This time he briefed Dulles, who gave his approval. An agency historian concluded, Bissell probably believed that Castro would be dead at the hands of a CIA-sponsored assassin before the brigade ever hit the beach at the Bay of Pigs. Bissell's men, knowing nothing of the mafia plan, worked on a second murder plot. The question was how to put a trained CIA killer within shooting distance of Fidel. Can we get a Rip Robertson close to him? Can we get a really hairy Cuban? A gutsy Cuban, said Dick Drain, the Cuba Task Force's chief of operations. The answer was always no. Miami was crawling with thousands of Cuban exiles ready to join the CIA's increasingly well-known covert operation. But Castro's spies were rife among them, and Fidel learned a fair amount about the CIA's plans. An FBI agent named George Davis, after spending a few months listening to loose-lipped Cubans in Miami coffee shops and bars, gave a CIA officer at the Wave station some friendly advice. It would be impossible to overthrow Castro with these chatty Cuban exiles. The only hope was to send in the Marines. His CIA colleague relayed the message to headquarters. It was ignored. On August 18, 1960, Dulles and Bissell discussed the Cuba Task Force in private with President Eisenhower for less than 20 minutes. Bissell asked for another $10.75 million to begin the paramilitary training of the 500 Cubans in Guatemala. Eisenhower said yes, on one condition: so long as the Joint Chiefs, Defense, State, and CIA think we have a good chance of being successful in freeing the Cubans from this incubus. When Bissell tried to raise the idea of creating an American military force to lead the Cubans in battle, Dulles twice cut him off, evading debate and dissent. The President, the man who had led the biggest secret invasion in American history, warned the CIA's leaders against the danger of making false moves or starting something before we were ready. To avoid another Cuba. Later that same day, at a meeting of the National Security Council, the President ordered the Director of Central Intelligence to eliminate the man the CIA saw as the Castro of Africa, Patrice Lumumba, the Prime Minister of the Congo. Lumumba had been freely elected, and he appealed to the United States for assistance as his nation shook off Belgium's brutal colonial rule and declared its independence in the summer of 1960. American help never came, for the CIA regarded Lumumba as a dope-addled communist dupe. So when Belgian paratroopers flew in to reassert control in the capital, Lumumba accepted Soviet planes, trucks, and technicians to bolster his barely functioning government. The week that the Belgian soldiers arrived, Dulles sent Larry Devlin, the station chief in Brussels, to take charge of the CIA post in the capital of the Congo and assess Lumumba as a target for covert action. On August 18th, after 6 weeks in the country, Devlin cabled CIA headquarters. Congo experiencing classic communist effort takeover. Whether or not Lumumba actual commie or playing commie game, there may be little time left in which to take action to avoid another Cuba. Allen Dulles delivered the gist of this message at the NSC meeting that same day. According to secret Senate testimony delivered years later by the NSC's note-taker Robert Johnson, President Eisenhower then turned to Dulles and said flatly that Lumumba should be eliminated. After a dead silence of 15 seconds or so, the meeting went on. Dulles cabled Devlin 8 days later. In high quarters here, it is the clear-cut conclusion that if LLL continues to hold high office, the inevitable result will at best be chaos and at worst pave the way to communist takeover of the Congo. We conclude that his removal must be an urgent and prime objective, and that under existing conditions this would be a high priority of our covert action. Hence, we wish to give you wider authority. Sidney Gottlieb, the CIA's club-footed master chemist, brought an airline carry-on bag containing vials of lethal toxins to the Congo and handed it to the station chief. It held a hypodermic syringe to inject the lethal drops into food, drink, or a tube of toothpaste. It was Devlin's job to deliver death to Lumumba. The two men held a nervous conversation in Devlin's apartment on or about the night of September 10th. I asked on whose orders these instructions were issued, Devlin said under oath in secret testimony declassified in 1998. The answer was the president. Devlin testified that he locked the toxins in his office safe and agonized over what to do. He remembered thinking, "I'll be damned if I'm going to leave that lying around." In time, he took the poison vials out to the banks of the Congo River and buried them. He said he was ashamed of the order to kill Lumumba. He knew there were other means at the CIA's disposal. The agency had already selected the Congo's next leader, Joseph Mobutu, the only man in the Congo able to act with firmness, as Dulles told the president at the NSC meeting on September 21st. The CIA delivered $250,000 to him in early October, followed by shipments of arms and ammunition in November. Mobutu captured Lumumba and, in Devlin's words, delivered him into the hands of a sworn enemy. The CIA base in Elizabethville, deep in the heart of the Congo, reported that a Belgian officer of Flemish origin executed Lumumba with a burst of submachine gun fire 2 nights before the next president of the United States took office. With the unwavering support of the CIA, Mobutu finally gained full control of the Congo after a 5-year power struggle. He was the agency's favorite ally in Africa and the clearinghouse for American covert action throughout the continent during the Cold War. He ruled for 3 decades as one of the world's most brutal and corrupt dictators, stealing billions of dollars in revenues from the nation's enormous deposits of diamonds, minerals, and strategic metals, slaughtering multitudes to preserve his power. An absolutely untenable position. As the 1960 election drew near, it was clear to Vice President Nixon that the CIA was far from ready to attack Cuba. At the end of September, Nixon nervously instructed the task force, "Don't do anything now. Wait until after the elections." The delay gave Fidel Castro a crucial edge. His spies told him an American-backed invasion might be imminent, and he built up his military and intelligence forces, cracking down hard on the political dissidents whom the CIA hoped would serve as shock troops for the coup. The internal resistance against Castro began to die that summer, though the CIA never paid much heed to what was actually happening on the island. Tracy Barnes privately commissioned a public opinion poll in Cuba, and it showed that people overwhelmingly supported Castro. Disliking the results, he discarded them. The agency's effort to drop arms to rebels on the island was a fiasco. On September 28th, a pallet of machine guns, rifles, and Colt 45s for 100 fighters floated down to Cuba from a CIA plane flying out of Guatemala. The drop missed its target by 7 miles. Castro's forces seized the arms, captured the Cuban CIA agent set to receive them, and shot him. The pilot got lost on his way back and landed in southern Mexico, where the local police seized the plane. In all, 30 such missions were flown. At most, 3 succeeded. By early October, the CIA realized that it knew next to nothing about the anti-Castro forces inside Cuba. "We had no confidence that they weren't penetrated by Castro's spies," Jake Esterline said. He now was certain that Castro could not be overthrown by subtle subversion. "We had made a major effort at infiltration and resupply, and those efforts had been unsuccessful," Bissell recalled. He decided that what was needed was a shock action, a full-scale invasion. The CIA had neither presidential approval nor the troops needed to carry out that mission. The 500 men undergoing training in Guatemala were a preposterously inadequate number, Bissell told Esterline. Both men realized that only a far larger force could succeed against Castro, who had a 60,000-man army with tanks and artillery, along with an increasingly cruel and efficient internal security service. Bissell had the Mafia on one phone line, the White House on another. The presidential election was looming. Sometime during the first week of November 1960, the core concept of the Cuban operation cracked under the pressure. Esterline pronounced the plan unworkable, and Bissell knew he was right. But he told no one. In the months and weeks and days before the invasion, he retreated into deception. "He was lying down and he was lying up," Jake Esterline said. Down to the CIA's Cuba task force, up to the president and the new president-elect. John Kennedy defeated Richard Nixon in November by fewer than 120,000 votes. Some Republicans thought the election was stolen in the political precincts of Chicago. Others pointed at vote buying in West Virginia. Richard Nixon blamed the CIA. He was convinced, wrongly, that Georgetown liberals like Dulles and Bissell had secretly aided Kennedy with inside information on Cuba before a crucial televised presidential debate. President-elect Kennedy immediately announced the reappointments of J. Edgar Hoover and Allen Dulles. That decision came from his father, and it was made for political and personal protection. Hoover knew some of the deeper secrets in the Kennedy family, including the president-elect's sexual dalliances during World War II with a suspected Nazi spy, and he had shared that knowledge with Dulles. Kennedy knew all this because his father, a former member of Eisenhower's Board of Foreign Intelligence Consultants, had told him on good authority. On November 18th, the president-elect met Dulles and Bissell at his father's retreat in Palm Beach, Florida. 3 days before, Bissell had received a conclusive report from Esterline on the Cuban operation. "Our original concept is now seen to be unachievable in the face of the controls Castro has instituted," Esterline said. "There will not be the internal unrest earlier believed possible, nor will the defenses permit the type of strike first planned. Our second concept, a 1,500 to 3,000-man force to secure a beach with airstrip, is now also seen as unachievable, except as a joint agency DoD action." In other words, to overthrow Castro, the United States would have to send in the Marines. "I sat there in my office at CIA," Esterline recounted, "and I said, 'God damn it, I hope Bissell has enough guts to tell John Kennedy what the facts are.' But Bissell never breathed a word. The unachievable plan became a can-do mission. The Palm Beach briefing placed the CIA leaders in an absolutely untenable position, Bissell told an agency historian. Their notes for the meeting show that they had intended to discuss their past triumphs, particularly Guatemala, and a multitude of covert operations underway in Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Central and South America, and Asia. But they did not. Before the meeting, President Eisenhower told them to hew a narrow agenda. They interpreted that as a ban on discussing anything that had transpired in the meetings of the National Security Council. As a result, crucial information about the CIA's covert operations was lost in transition from one president to another. Eisenhower had never approved an invasion of Cuba, but Kennedy did not know that. What he knew was what Dulles and Bissell told him. An 8-year defeat. For 8 years, Allen Dulles had fended off all efforts by outsiders to change the CIA. He had a reputation to protect, the agency's and his own. Denying everything, admitting nothing, he had hidden the truth to conceal the failures of his covert operations. From at least 1957 onward, he had shunned voices of reason and moderation, ignored the increasingly urgent recommendations of the President's intelligence consultants, brushed aside reports by his own Inspector General, treated his underlings with contempt. He was, by that time, a tired old man, whose professional conduct could be, and usually was, trying in the extreme, said Dick Lemon, one of the best analysts the agency ever had. His treatment of us reflected his sense of values. He was wrong, of course, but we had to live with it. In his last days in office, President Eisenhower came to understand that he did not have a spy service worthy of the name. He came to that conclusion after reading through a thick stack of reports he had commissioned in the hope of changing the CIA. The first, on December 15, 1960, was the work of the Joint Study Group, which he had created after the U-2 shoot-down to survey the landscape of American intelligence. It was a terrifying picture of drift and disarray. It said Dulles never had addressed the problem of a surprise attack by the Soviets. He had never coordinated military intelligence and civilian analysis. He had never created the capability to provide warning in a crisis. He had spent 8 years mounting covert operations instead of mastering American intelligence. Then, on January 5, 1961, the President's Board of Consultants on Foreign Intelligence Activities issued its final recommendations. It called for a total reassessment of covert action. We are unable to conclude that, on balance, all of the covert action programs undertaken by CIA up to this time have been worth the risk of the great expenditure of manpower, money, and other resources involved. It warned that CIA's concentration on political, psychological, and related covert action activities have tended to distract substantially from the execution of its primary intelligence-gathering mission. The board urged the President to consider the complete separation of the Director of Central Intelligence from the CIA. It said Dulles was incapable of running the agency while carrying out his duties to coordinate American intelligence. The code-making and code-breaking of the National Security Agency, the dawning capabilities of spy satellites and space photo reconnaissance, the endless squabbles of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. I reminded the President that many times he had addressed himself to this general problem. His national security aide, Gordon Gray, wrote after reviewing the report with Eisenhower. "I know," Ike replied. "I've tried. I cannot change Allen Dulles." A great deal has been accomplished, Dulles insisted to the President at the final gatherings of Eisenhower's National Security Council. "Everything is well in hand," he said. "I have fixed the clandestine service. American intelligence has never been more agile and adept. Coordination and cooperation are better than they have ever been. The proposals of the President's Intelligence Board were preposterous," he said. "They were madness. They were illegal. I am responsible under the law for intelligence coordination," he reminded the President. "I cannot delegate that responsibility. Without my leadership," he said, "American intelligence would be a body floating in thin air." At the last, Dwight Eisenhower exploded in anger and frustration. "The structure of our intelligence organization is faulty," he told Dulles. "It makes no sense, it has to be reorganized, and we should have done it long ago." Nothing had changed since Pearl Harbor. "I have suffered an 8-year defeat on this," said the President of the United States. He would leave a legacy of ashes to his successor. Part 3. Lost Causes. The CIA under Kennedy and Johnson, 1961 to 1968. 17. Nobody knew what to do. The legacy was handed down on the morning of January 19, 1961, when the old general and the young senator met alone in the Oval Office. With a sense of foreboding, Eisenhower gave Kennedy a glance at the stratagems of national security, nuclear weapons, and covert operations. The two men emerged and met in the cabinet room with the old and new Secretaries of State, Defense, and the Treasury. Senator Kennedy asked the president's judgment as to the United States supporting the guerrilla operations in Cuba, even if this support involves the United States publicly, a note-taker recorded that morning. The president replied, yes, as we cannot let the present government there go on. The president also advised that the situation would be helped if we could handle the Dominican Republic at the same time. Eisenhower's idea that one Caribbean coup could counterbalance another was an equation no one in Washington had worked out. As Kennedy arose the next morning for his swearing-in, the corrupt right-wing leader of the Dominican Republic, Generalissimo Rafael Trujillo, had been in power for 30 years. Support from the U.S. government and the American business community had helped keep him in office. He ruled by force, fraud, and fear. He took pleasure in hanging his enemies from meat hooks. He had his torture chambers, he had his political assassinations, said Consul General Henry Dearborn, the ranking American diplomat in the Dominican Republic at the start of 1961. But he kept law and order, cleaned the place up, made it sanitary, built public works, and he didn't bother the United States, so that was fine with us. But Trujillo had become intolerable, Dearborn said. About the time I got there, his iniquities had gotten so bad that there was a lot of pressure from various political groups, civil rights groups, and others, not only in the U.S., but throughout the hemisphere, that something just had to be done about this man. Dearborn was left in charge of the American embassy in Santo Domingo after the United States severed diplomatic relations with the Dominican Republic in August 1960. All but a few of the American diplomats and spies left the island. But Richard Bissell had asked Dearborn to stay on and serve as the acting CIA station chief. The consul general agreed. On January 19, 1961, Dearborn was advised that a shipment of small arms was on its way to a group of Dominican conspirators who aimed to kill Trujillo. The special group, Allen Dulles presiding, had made the decision 1 week before. Dearborn requested the agency's approval to arm the Dominicans with 3 carbine rifles left behind at the embassy by Navy personnel. Bissell's covert action deputy, Tracy Barnes, gave the green light. The CIA then dispatched 3 .38 caliber pistols to the Dominicans. Bissell authorized a second shipment of 4 machine guns and 240 rounds of ammunition. The machine guns remained at the American consulate in Santo Domingo after members of the new administration questioned what the world reaction might be if it were known that the United States was delivering murder weapons via diplomatic pouch. Dearborn received a cable, personally approved by President Kennedy, which he read to say, "We don't care if the Dominicans assassinate Trujillo, that is all right, but we don't want anything to pin this on us." Nothing ever did. When Trujillo's killers shot him 2 weeks later, the smoking gun might or might not have been the agency's. There were no fingerprints. But the assassination was as close as the CIA had ever come to carrying out a murder at the command of the White House. The Attorney General of the United States, Robert F. Kennedy, jotted down some notes after he learned of the assassination. "The great problem now," he wrote, "is that we don't know what to do." I was ashamed of my country. As the CIA catapulted toward the invasion of Cuba, things started to steamroller and get out of control, said Jake Esterline. Bissell was the driving force. He forged on, refusing to acknowledge that the CIA could not topple Castro, blinding himself to the fact that the secrecy of the operation had been blown long ago. On March 11th, Bissell went to the White House with 4 separate plots on paper. None satisfied President Kennedy. He gave the chief of the clandestine service 3 days to come up with something better. Bissell's brainstorm was his choice of a new landing zone, 3 broad beaches at the Bay of Pigs. The site satisfied a new political requirement from the administration. The Cuban invaders had to capture an airstrip upon landing to establish a political beachhead for a new Cuban government. Bissell assured the president that this operation would succeed. The worst that could happen was that the CIA's rebels would confront Castro's forces on the beaches and march on into the mountains. But the terrain at the Bay of Pigs was an impassable tangle of mangrove roots and mud. No one in Washington knew that. The crude survey maps in the CIA's possession suggesting that the swampland would serve as guerrilla country had been drawn in 1895. The following week, the CIA's mafia contacts took a swipe at killing Castro. They gave poison pills and thousands of dollars to one of the CIA's most prominent Cubans, Tony Verona, described by Esterline as a scoundrel, a cheat, and a thief. Verona later met President Kennedy at the White House. Verona managed to hand off the vial of poison to a restaurant worker in Havana who was to slip it into Castro's ice cream cone. Cuban intelligence officers later found the vial in an icebox frozen to the coils. By spring, the president still had not approved a plan of attack. He did not understand how the invasion would work. On Wednesday, April 5th, he met again with Dulles and Bissell, but could not make sense of their strategy. On Thursday, April 6th, he asked them if their planned bombing of Castro's small air force would eliminate the invaders' element of surprise. No one had an answer. On Saturday night, April 8th, Richard Bissell answered the insistent ring of his home phone. Jake Esterline was calling from Quarters I, the CIA's Washington war room, saying he and Colonel Hawkins, his paramilitary planner, needed to see Bissell alone as soon as possible. Sunday morning, Bissell opened his front door to find Esterline and Hawkins in a state of barely controlled rage. They marched into his living room, sat down, and told him that the invasion of Cuba had to be called off. It was too late to stop now, Bissell told them. The coup against Castro was set to begin in a week. Esterline and Hawkins threatened to resign. Bissell questioned their loyalty and patriotism. They wavered. "If you don't want a disaster, we absolutely must take out all of Castro's Air Force," Esterline told Bissell, not for the first time. All 3 knew that Castro's 36 combat aircraft were capable of killing hundreds of the CIA's Cubans as they went ashore. "Trust me," said Bissell. He promised to persuade President Kennedy to wipe out Castro's Air Force. "He talked us into continuing," Esterline recalled bitterly. "He said, 'I promise you that there will be no reductions of air raids.'" But at the crucial hour, Bissell cut the American force sent to destroy Castro's aircraft in half, from 16 to 8 bombers. He did it to please the president, who wanted a quiet coup. Bissell deceived him into believing the CIA would deliver one. On Saturday, April 15th, 8 American B-26 bombers struck 3 Cuban airfields as the CIA's brigade of 1,511 men headed for the Bay of Pigs. 5 Cuban aircraft were destroyed and perhaps a dozen more damaged. Half of Castro's Air Force remained. The CIA's cover story was that the attacker was a sole Cuban Air Force defector who had landed in Florida. That day, Bissell sent Tracy Barnes to New York to peddle the tale to the American ambassador to the United Nations, Adlai Stevenson. Bissell and Barnes played Stevenson for a fool, as if he were their agent. Like Secretary of State Colin Powell on the eve of the invasion of Iraq, Stevenson sold the CIA story to the world. Unlike Powell, he discovered the next day that he had been had. The knowledge that Stevenson had been lying in public riveted Secretary of State Dean Rusk, who already had good reason to be enraged with the CIA. Only hours before, on the heels of another blown operation, Rusk had to send a formal letter of apology to Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore. The secret police in Singapore had burst into a CIA safe house where a cabinet minister on the CIA's payroll was being interrogated. Lee Kuan Yew, a key American ally, said that the station chief offered him a $3.3 million bribe to hush up the matter. At 6 p.m. on Sunday, April 16th, Stevenson cabled Rusk from New York to warn of the gravest risk of another U-2 disaster in such uncoordinated action. At 9:30 p.m., the President's National Security Advisor, McGeorge Bundy, called Dulles' deputy director, General Charles Pierre Cabell. Bundy said the CIA could not launch airstrikes on Cuba unless they could be conducted from a strip within the beachhead at the Bay of Pigs. At 10:15 p.m., Cabell and Bissell rushed to the elegant seventh-floor offices of the Secretary of State. Rusk told them the CIA's planes could go into battle to protect the beachhead, but not to attack Cuban airfields or harbors or radio stations. He asked if I should like to speak to the President, Cabell wrote. Mr. Bissell and I were impressed with the extremely delicate situation with Ambassador Stevenson and the United Nations and the risk to the entire political position of the United States, a situation created by Bissell and Barnes's lies. And so we saw no point in my speaking personally to the President. Trapped by his own cover stories, Bissell chose not to fight. In his memoirs, he attributed his silence to cowardice. When Cabell returned to the CIA's war room to report what had happened, Jake Esterline seriously considered killing him with his own hands. The agency was going to leave its Cubans to die like sitting ducks on that damn beach, Esterline said. Cabell's cancellation order caught the CIA's pilots in Nicaragua in their cockpits, revving their engines. At 4:30 a.m. on Monday, April 17th, Cabell called Rusk at home and pleaded for presidential authority for more air power to protect the CIA's ships, which were loaded to the gunwales with ammunition and military supplies. Rusk called President Kennedy at his Virginia retreat, Glen Ora, and put Cabell on the phone. The president said he was unaware that there were going to be any airstrikes on the morning of D-Day. Request denied. 4 hours later, a Sea Fury fighter-bomber swooped down on the Bay of Pigs. The American-trained pilot, Captain Enrique Carreras, was the ace of Fidel Castro's Air Force. He took aim at the Rio Escondido, a rust-bucket freighter out of New Orleans under contract to the CIA. Below him, to the southeast, aboard the Blagar, a converted World War II landing craft, a CIA paramilitary officer named Grayston Lynch fired at the Cuban fighter with a defective .50 caliber machine gun. Captain Carreras let loose a rocket that hit the forward deck of the Rio Escondido 6 feet below the railing, striking dozens of 55-gallon drums filled with aviation gasoline. The fire ignited 3,000 gallons of aircraft fuel and 145 tons of ammunition in the forward hold. The crew abandoned ship and started swimming for their lives. The freighter exploded in a fireball that sent a mushroom cloud rising half a mile high above the Bay of Pigs. From 16 miles away, on a beach newly littered with the brigade's dead and wounded, the CIA commando Rip Robertson thought Castro had dropped an atomic bomb. President Kennedy called on Admiral Arleigh Burke, the commander of the U.S. Navy, to save the CIA from disaster. Nobody knew what to do, nor did the CIA, who were running the operation and who were wholly responsible for the operation, know what to do or what was happening, the admiral said on April 18th. We have been kept pretty ignorant of this and have just been told partial truths. For 2 miserable days and nights, Castro's Cubans and the CIA's Cubans killed one another. On the night of April 18th, the commander of the rebel brigade, Pepe San Roman, radioed back to Lynch. Do you people realize how desperate the situation is? Do you back us up or quit? Please don't desert us. Am out of tank and bazooka ammo. Tanks will hit me at dawn. I will not be evacuated. We'll fight to the end if we have to. Morning came, and no help arrived. We are out of ammo and fighting on the beach. Please send help. We cannot hold, San Roman shouted through his radio. His men were massacred, standing knee-deep in the water. Situation for Air Support Beachhead completely out of our hands, the agency's air operations chief told Bissell in a cable at noon. Have now lost 5 Cuban pilots, 6 co-pilots, 2 American pilots, and 1 co-pilot. In all, 4 American pilots on contract to the CIA from the Alabama National Guard were killed in combat. For years, the agency hid the cause of their deaths from their widows and families. Still have faith, said the Air Operation Chief's cable. Awaiting your guidance. Bissell had none to offer. At about 2 in the afternoon on April 19th, San Roman cursed the CIA, shot his radio, and gave up the fight. In 60 hours, 1,189 members of the Cuban Brigade had been captured and 114 killed. For the first time in my 37 years, Grayston Lynch wrote, I was ashamed of my country. That same day, Robert Kennedy sent a prophetic note to his brother. The time has come for a showdown, for in a year or 2 years, the situation will be vastly worse, he wrote. If we don't want Russia to set up missile bases in Cuba, we had better decide now what we are willing to do to stop it. This book is continued on Disc 7. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 7. Take the bucket of slop and put another cover over it. President Kennedy told 2 of his aides that Allen Dulles had reassured him face-to-face in the Oval Office that the Bay of Pigs would be a surefire success. Mr. President, I stood right here at Ike's desk and told him I was certain that our Guatemalan operation would succeed, and, Mr. President, the prospects for this plan are even better than they were for that one. If so, it was an astonishing lie. Dulles, in fact, had told Eisenhower that the CIA's chances in Guatemala were 1 in 5 at best, and 0 without air power. At the hour of the invasion, Allen Dulles was making a speech in Puerto Rico. His public departure from Washington had been part of a deception plan, but now it looked like an admiral abandoning ship. Upon his return, Bobby Kennedy recounted, he looked like living death, his face buried in his trembling hands. On April 22nd, the President convened the National Security Council, an instrument of government he had disdained. After ordering the distraught Dulles to start stepping up coverage of Castro activities in the United States, a task outside the CIA's charter, the President told General Maxwell Taylor, the new White House military advisor, to work with Dulles, Bobby Kennedy, and Admiral Arleigh Burke to perform an autopsy on the Bay of Pigs. The Taylor Board of Inquiry met that same afternoon, with Dulles clutching a copy of NSC 5412/2, the 1955 authorization for the covert operations of the CIA. I'm first to recognize that I don't think that the CIA should run paramilitary operations, Dulles told the board, a puff of smoke obscuring his decade of unblinking support for such operations. I think, however, that rather than destroying everything and starting all over, we ought to take what's good in what we have, get rid of those things that are really beyond the competence of the CIA, then pull the thing together and make it more effective. We should look over the 5412 papers and revise them in such a manner that paramilitary operations are handled in some other way. It's not going to be easy to find a place to put them. It's very difficult to keep things secret. The Taylor Board's work soon made it clear to the President that he needed a new way of running covert operations. One of the last witnesses before the board was a dying man who spoke with grave clarity on the deepest problems confronting the CIA. The testimony of General Walter Beadle Smith resounds with chilling authority today. Question: how can we in a democracy use all our assets effectively without having to completely reorganize the government? General Smith. A democracy cannot wage war. When you go to war, you pass a law giving extraordinary powers to the president. The people of the country assume, when the emergency is over, the rights and powers that were temporarily delegated to the chief executive will be returned to the states, counties, and to the people. Question. We often say that we are in a state of war at the present time. General Smith. Yes, sir, that is correct. Question. Are you suggesting that we should approximate the President's wartime powers? General Smith. No. However, the American people do not feel that they are at war at the present time, and consequently they are not willing to make the sacrifices necessary to wage war. When you are at war, Cold War if you like, you must have an amoral agency which can operate secretly. I think that so much publicity has been given to CIA that the covert work might have to be put under another roof. Question. Do you think we should take the covert operations from CIA? General Smith. It's time we take the bucket of slop and put another cover over it. 3 months later, Walter Beadle Smith died at age 65. The CIA's Inspector General, Lyman Kirkpatrick, ran his own postmortem on the Bay of Pigs. He concluded that Dulles and Bissell had failed to keep 2 presidents and 2 administrations accurately and realistically informed about the operation. If the CIA wanted to stay in business, Kirkpatrick said, it would have to drastically improve its organization and management. Dulles's deputy, General Cabell, warned him that if the report fell into unfriendly hands, it would destroy the agency. Dulles wholeheartedly agreed. He saw to it that the report was buried. 19 of the 20 printed copies were recalled and destroyed. The one that survived was locked away for almost 40 years. In September 1961, Allen Dulles retired as Director of Central Intelligence. Workers were still putting the finishing touches on the grand new CIA headquarters he had fought for years to build in the Virginia woodlands above the west bank of the Potomac River, 7 miles from the edge of the Capitol. He had commissioned an inscription from the Gospel of John to be engraved in its central lobby. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free. A medallion in his image was hung in the same soaring space. Si monumentum requiris circumspice, it reads. If you seek his monument, look around you. Richard Bissell stayed on another 6 months. He later confessed in secret testimony that the vaunted expertise of his clandestine service was a facade. It was not the place where one would expect to look for professional competence. When he left, the President pinned the National Security Medal on his lapel. Mr. Bissell's high purpose, unbounded energy, and unswerving devotion to duty are benchmarks of the intelligence service, he said. He leaves an enduring legacy. Part of that legacy was a broken confidence. For the next 19 years, no president would place his full faith and trust in the Central Intelligence Agency. You are now living on the bullseye. In his wrath after the Bay of Pigs, John Kennedy first wanted to destroy the CIA. Then he took the agency's clandestine service out of its death spiral by handing the controls to his brother. It was one of the least wise decisions of his presidency. Robert F. Kennedy, 35 years old, famously ruthless, fascinated with secrecy, took command of the most sensitive covert operations of the United States. The 2 men unleashed covert action with an unprecedented intensity. Ike had undertaken 170 major CIA covert operations in 8 years. The Kennedys launched 163 major covert operations in less than 3. The president had wanted to make RFK the new director of Central Intelligence, but his brother thought it best to choose a man who could afford the president political protection after the Bay of Pigs. After casting about for months, they settled on an Eisenhower elder statesman, John McCone. Almost 60 years old, a deeply conservative California Republican, a devout Roman Catholic, and a fiery anti-communist, McCone would very likely have been Secretary of Defense had Nixon been elected in 1960. He had made a fortune building ships on the West Coast during World War II, then served as a deputy to Defense Secretary James Forrestal, hammering out the first budget of the new Department of Defense in 1948. As Undersecretary of the Air Force during the Korean War, he had helped create the first truly global military power of the post-war world. As chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission under Eisenhower, he had overseen the nation's nuclear weapons factories and held a seat on the National Security Council. McCone's new covert operations chief, Richard Helms, described him as straight from central casting in Hollywood, with white hair, ruddy cheeks, brisk gait, impeccable dark suits, rimless glasses, aloof manner, and unmistakable self-confidence. The new director was not a man that people were going to love, said Red White, his chief administrator, but he quickly became very close with Bobby Kennedy. McCone first bonded with Bobby as a co-religionist and fellow anti-communist. The Attorney General's big white clapboard house, Hickory Hill, was only a few hundred yards from the agency's new headquarters, and Kennedy often stopped by the CIA in the morning on his way to work downtown at the Justice Department, dropping in after McCone's daily 8 a.m. staff meeting. McCone left a unique and meticulous daily record of his work, his thoughts, and his conversations, many first declassified in 2003 and 2004. His memoranda provide a moment-to-moment account of his years as director, along with thousands of pages of conversations secretly recorded by President Kennedy inside the White House, many not accurately transcribed until 2003 and 2004. They detail the most dangerous days of the Cold War. Before his swearing in, McCone tried to get the big picture of the agency's operations. He toured Europe with Allen Dulles and Richard Bissell, went on to a Far East station chiefs meeting at a mountain resort north of Manila, and immersed himself in paper. But Dulles and Bissell left out some details. They never saw fit to tell McCone about the CIA's biggest, longest-lasting, and most illegal program in the United States, the opening of first-class mail coming in and out of the country. From 1952 onward, working at the main postal facility at the International Airport in New York City, the CIA's security officers opened letters, and Jim Angleton's counterintelligence staff sifted the information. Nor did Dulles and Bissell tell McCone about the CIA's assassination plots against Fidel Castro, temporarily suspended after the Bay of Pigs. Almost 2 years would pass before the director learned of the murder plans. He never found out about the mail openings until the rest of the nation did. After the Bay of Pigs, President Kennedy was persuaded to rebuild the clearinghouses for covert action that he had torn down after his inauguration. The President's Foreign Intelligence Board of Advisors was reestablished. The Special Group, later renamed the 303 Committee, was reconstituted to oversee the clandestine service, and its chairman for the next 4 years would be the National Security Advisor, cool, clipped, correct McGeorge Bundy of Groton and Yale, the former Dean of the Arts and Sciences at Harvard University. The members were McCone, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and senior deputies from Defense and State. But until very late in the Kennedy administration, it was left to the CIA's covert operators to decide whether to consult with the Special Group. There were more than a few operations that McCone and the Special Group knew little or nothing about. In November 1961, in the greatest secrecy, John and Bobby Kennedy created a new planning cell for covert action, the Special Group Augmented. It was RFK's outfit, and it had one mission: eliminating Castro. On the night of November 20th, 9 days before he took the oath of office as director, McCone answered his home telephone and heard the president summoning him to the White House. Arriving the following afternoon, he found the Kennedys in the company of a gangly 53-year-old brigadier general named Ed Lansdale. His specialty was counterinsurgency, and his trademark was winning Third World hearts and minds with American ingenuity, greenback dollars, and snake oil. He had worked for the CIA and the Pentagon since before the Korean War, serving as Frank Wisner's man in Manila and Saigon, where he helped pro-American leaders take power. Lansdale was introduced as the new chief of operations at the Special Group Augmented. The president explained that General Lansdale had been engaging in a study of possible action in Cuba, acting under the direction of the Attorney General. And he, the president, desired an immediate plan of action which could be submitted to him within 2 weeks, McCone recorded in his CIA files. The Attorney General expressed grave concern over Cuba, the necessity for immediate dynamic action. McCone told them that the CIA and the rest of the Kennedy administration had been in a state of shock ever since the Bay of Pigs, and therefore were doing very little. McCone thought nothing short of a shooting war would knock out Castro, and he believed that the CIA was unfit to run a war, secret or not. He told President Kennedy that the agency could not continue to be seen as a cloak-and-dagger outfit designed to overthrow governments, assassinate heads of state, involve itself in political affairs of foreign states. He reminded the president that the CIA had one fundamental responsibility under law: to assemble all intelligence gathered by the United States and then analyze it, evaluate it, and report it to the White House. The Kennedys agreed, in a written order drafted by McCone and signed by the president, that he would be the government's principal intelligence officer. His job would be the proper coordination, correlation, and evaluation of intelligence from all sources. McCone also believed he had been hired to shape the foreign policy of the United States for the president. This was not, nor should it have been, the role of the nation's chief intelligence officer. But though his judgment often proved sounder than that of the Harvard men at the highest levels of the government, he quickly discovered that the Kennedys had a number of novel ideas about how he and the CIA were to serve American interests. On the day President Kennedy swore him in, he found out that he and RFK and the unctuous General Lansdale were in charge of Castro. "You are now living in the bullseye, and I welcome you to that spot," the president told McCone at his swearing-in. Out of the question. The president asked McCone from the outset to find a way to pierce the Berlin Wall. The wall had been erected, first barbed wire, then concrete, in August 1961. It could have been an enormous political and propaganda windfall for the West, hard evidence that the exorbitant lies of communism no longer served to keep millions of East German citizens from fleeing. It could have been a golden opportunity for the CIA. The week that the wall went up, Kennedy sent Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson to Berlin, where he received a top-secret briefing from the CIA's base chief, Bill Graver. LBJ gazed upon an impressively detailed chart showing all the CIA's agents in the East. "I saw this briefing map," said Haviland Smith, then a rising star at the Berlin base. "If you listened to what Graver said, we had agents in the Karlsruhe compound, the Soviet intelligence center, agents in the Polish military mission, the Czech military mission. We had East Berlin absolutely penetrated up to the goddamn eyeballs. However, if you knew what we had, you knew that the penetration of the Polish military mission was the guy who sold newspapers on the corner, and you knew that this big penetration of the Soviet military compound was a Dackermeister, a master roofer who fixed roofs." "Berlin was a sham," he said. The agency was lying about its achievements to the next President of the United States. David Murphy, then chief of the CIA's Eastern Europe Division, met with President Kennedy at the White House the week after the wall went up. "The Kennedy administration pushed us very hard to persuade us to devise plans for covert paramilitary action and the fomenting of dissidents in East Germany," he said. "But operations in East Germany were out of the question." The reason finally emerged in a document declassified in June 2006, a devastating damage assessment drawn up by Dave Murphy himself. On November 6, 1961, the West German chief of counterintelligence, Heinz Felfe, was arrested by his own security police. Felfe had been a hardcore Nazi who had joined the Gehlen organization in 1951, 2 years after the CIA took charge of it. He had risen rapidly through its ranks and kept rising after it became the official West German intelligence service, the BND, in 1955. But Felfe had been working for the Soviets all along. He had penetrated the West German service and, through it, the CIA station and bases. He was able to manipulate and deceive the CIA's officers in Germany until they had no idea whether the information they had gathered from behind the Iron Curtain was true or false. Felfe could initiate, direct, or halt any BND operations, and later some of CIA's, Murphy noted glumly. He had revealed to the East German Intelligence Service the essential details of every important CIA mission against Moscow from June 1959 to November 1961. These included roughly 70 major covert operations, the identities of more than 100 CIA officers, and some 15,000 secrets. The agency was all but out of business in Germany and across Eastern Europe. It took a decade to repair the damage. The President wants some action right now. The Berlin Wall, and all else, paled before the Kennedys' desire to avenge the family honor lost at the Bay of Pigs. The overthrow of Castro was the top priority in the United States government, Bobby Kennedy told McCone on January 19, 1962. No time, money, effort, or manpower is to be spared. But the new director warned him that the agency had little real intelligence on which to proceed. Of the 27 or 28 agents CIA now has in Cuba, only 12 are in communication, and these communications are infrequent, he told the Attorney General. 7 of the CIA's Cubans had been captured 4 weeks before after infiltrating the island. On RFK's orders, Lansdale drew up a to-do list for the CIA. Recruit and deploy the Catholic Church and the Cuban underworld against Castro, fracture the regime from within, sabotage the economy, subvert the secret police, destroy the crops with biological or chemical warfare, and change the regime before the next congressional elections in November 1962. Ed had this aura around him, said Sam Halpern, the new deputy chief of the Cuba desk, an OSS veteran who had known Lansdale for a decade. Some people believed Ed was a kind of magician. But I'll tell you what he was. He was basically a con man, a Madison Avenue man-in-the-gray flannel suit con man. You take a look at his proposed plan for getting rid of Castro and the Castro regime. It's utter nonsense. The plan boiled down to an empty promise: to overthrow Castro without sending in the Marines. Halpern said to Richard Helms, "This is a political operation in the city of Washington, D.C., and has nothing to do with the security of the United States." He warned that the CIA had no intelligence about Cuba. "We don't know what is going on," he told Helms. "We don't know who is doing what to whom. We haven't got any idea of their order of battle in terms of political organization and structure. Who hates whom? Who loves whom? We have nothing." It was precisely the same problem the CIA would face when it confronted Iraq 40 years later. Helms agreed. The plan was a pipe dream. The Kennedys did not want to hear that. They wanted swift, silent sabotage to overthrow Castro. "Let's get the hell on with it," the Attorney General barked. "The President wants some action, right now." Helms saluted smartly and got the hell on with it. He created a new freestanding task force to report to Ed Lansdale and Robert Kennedy. He assembled a team from all over the world, creating the CIA's largest peacetime intelligence operation to date, with some 600 CIA officers in and around Miami, almost 5,000 CIA contractors, and the third largest Navy in the Caribbean, including submarines, patrol boats, Coast Guard cutters, seaplanes, and Guantanamo Bay for a base. Some nutty schemes against Fidel were proposed by the Pentagon and the White House, Helms said. These included blowing up an American ship in Guantanamo Harbor and faking a terrorist attack against an American airliner to justify a new invasion. The operation needed a code name, and Sam Halpern came up with Mongoose. There is nothing on paper, of course. Helms chose William K. Harvey, the man who had built the Berlin Tunnel, to lead the Mongoose team. Harvey called the project Task Force W after William Walker, the American freebooter who led a private army into Central America and proclaimed himself the Emperor of Nicaragua in the 1850s. It was a very odd choice, unless you knew Bill Harvey. Harvey was introduced to the Kennedys as the CIA's James Bond. This seems to have mystified JFK, an avid reader of Ian Fleming's spy romances, for the only thing Bond and Harvey had in common was a taste for martinis. Obese, pop-eyed, always packing a pistol, Harvey drank doubles at lunch and returned to work muttering darkly, cursing the day he met RFK. Bobby Kennedy wanted fast actions. He wanted fast answers, said McCone's executive assistant, Walt Elder. Harvey did not have fast actions or fast answers, but he did have a secret weapon. The Kennedy White House twice had ordered the CIA to create an assassination squad. Under very close questioning by Senate investigators and a presidential commission in 1975, Richard Bissell said those orders had come from National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy and Bundy's aide Walt Rostow, and that the president's men would not have given such encouragement unless they were confident that it would meet with the president's approval. Bissell had handed down the order to Bill Harvey, who did as he was told. He had returned to headquarters in September 1959 after a long tour as chief of the Berlin base to command Division D of the clandestine service. The division's officers broke into foreign embassies overseas to steal code books and ciphers for the eavesdroppers at the National Security Agency. They called themselves the Second Story Men, and their skills ran from locksmithing to larceny and beyond. The division had contacts with criminals in foreign capitals who could be called on for cat burglaries, the kidnapping of embassy couriers, and assorted felonies in the name of American national security. In February 1962, Harvey created an executive action program, codenamed Rifle, and retained the services of a foreign agent, a resident of Luxembourg but a man without a country, who worked on contract for Division D. Harvey intended to use him to kill Fidel Castro. In April 1962, the CIA's records show, Harvey took a second approach. He met the mobster John Rosselli in New York. He picked up a new batch of poison pills designed to be dropped into Castro's tea or coffee from Dr. Edward Gunn, the chief of the Operations Division of the CIA's Office of Medical Services. Then he drove to Miami and delivered them to Rosselli, along with a U-Haul truck filled with weapons. On May 7, 1962, the Attorney General was briefed in full on the Rifle Project by the CIA's General Counsel, Lawrence Houston, and the agency's security chief, Sheffield Edwards. RFK was mad as hell, not mad about the assassination plot itself, but about the Mafia's role in it. He did nothing to stop the CIA from seeking Castro's death. Richard Helms, who had taken command of the clandestine service 3 months before, gave Harvey the go-ahead on Rifle. If the White House wanted a silver bullet, he believed it was the agency's job to try to find it. He thought it best not to tell McCone, correctly judging that the director would have the strongest religious, legal, and political objections. I once put the question to Helms personally. Did President Kennedy want Castro dead? There is nothing on paper, of course, he said evenly, but there is certainly no question in my mind that he did. Helms thought political assassination in peacetime was a moral aberration, but there were practical considerations as well. If you become involved in the business of eliminating foreign leaders, and it is considered by governments more frequently than one likes to admit, there is always the question of who comes next, he observed. If you kill someone else's leaders, Why shouldn't they kill yours? A true uncertainty. When John McCone took over as Director of Central Intelligence, CIA was suffering and morale was pretty well shattered, he recounted. My first problem was to try to rebuild confidence. But CIA headquarters was in an uproar 6 months into his reign. McCone started firing hundreds of clandestine service officers, aiming first to purge the accident-prone, the wife-beaters, and the alcohol-addicted, noted his Deputy Director, General Marshall S. Carter. The dismissals, the aftershocks from the Bay of Pigs, and the almost daily beatings from the White House over Cuba were creating a true uncertainty as to what the future of the agency may be. McCone's executive director Lyman Kirkpatrick told him in a July 26, 1962 memorandum. He suggested that perhaps something should be done immediately to restore morale in the agency. Helms determined that the only cure was a return to the basics of espionage. With some misgivings, he took his best men out of the paralyzed Soviet and Eastern Europe divisions and turned them on Castro's Cuba. He had a handful of officers under his command in Florida who had learned how to run agents and couriers in and out of communist-controlled zones such as East Berlin. The CIA set up a debriefing center in Opelika to interview thousands of people who had left Cuba on commercial airliners and private boats. The center interrogated some 1,300 Cuban refugees. They provided the agency with political, military, and economic intelligence, along with documents and the detritus of everyday life, clothes, coins, cigarettes, to help disguise agents infiltrating the island. The Miami station claimed to have 45 men running information out of Cuba in the summer of 1962. Some arrived in Florida for a 10-day CIA crash course and returned by speedboat under cover of night. The small spy network they built inside Cuba was the sole achievement of the $50 million Mongoose operation. Bobby Kennedy kept calling in vain for commandos to blow up Cuba's power plants, factories, and sugar mills in secret. Can CIA actually hope to generate such strikes? Lansdale asked Harvey. Why is this now called a possibility? Harvey replied that it would take 2 more years and another $100 million to create a force capable of overthrowing Castro. The CIA was so busy carrying out covert action that it failed to see a threat to the national survival of the United States gathering in Cuba. 18. We had also fooled ourselves. On Monday, July 30th, 1962, John F. Kennedy walked into the Oval Office and switched on the brand-new state-of-the-art taping system he had ordered installed over the weekend. The very first conversation he recorded was a plot to subvert the government of Brazil and oust its president, João Goulart. Kennedy and his ambassador to Brazil, Lincoln Gordon, discussed spending $8 million to swing the next elections and to prepare the ground for a military coup against Goulart, to push him out if necessary, Ambassador Gordon told the president. The CIA station in Brazil would make it clear, discreetly, that we are not necessarily hostile to any kind of military action whatsoever if it's clear that the reason for the military action is against the left, the president said. He would not let Brazil or any other nation in the Western Hemisphere become a second Cuba. The money started flowing from the CIA into the political life of Brazil. One conduit was the American Institute for Free Labor Development, an arm of the AFL-CIO. British diplomats in the know called it the AFL-CIA. Another was the Institute for Social Research Studies, a newly formed organization of businesses and civic leaders in Brazil. The recipients were politicians and military officers who opposed President Goulart and who kept in close contact with the new American military attaché in Brazil, Vernon Walters, a future Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. The return on these investments would be paid in less than 2 years. The White House tapes, transcribed in 2001, recorded a daily drumbeat of covert action plans taking shape in the Oval Office. On August 8th, McCone met the president at the White House to discuss the wisdom of dropping hundreds of Chinese nationalist soldiers into Mao's China. The president had approved the paramilitary operation. McCone was dubious. Mao had surface-to-air missiles, and the last U-2 flight that the CIA had sent over the Chinese mainland, McCone told the president, had been spotted and tracked by Chinese communist radars 12 minutes after takeoff from Taiwan. "That's humorous," said Kennedy's national security aide, Michael Forrestal, the son of the late defense secretary. "We'll give the president another U-2 disaster. And what would the cover story be this time?" the president joked. Everyone laughed. 1 month after this meeting, Mao's forces shot down a U-2 over China. On August 9th, Richard Helms went to the White House to discuss the chances for overthrowing Haiti, 30 miles from Cuba. Haiti's dictator, François Papa Doc Duvalier, had been stealing American economic aid and using American military support to shore up his corrupt regime. The president had authorized a coup. The CIA had given weapons to dissidents who hoped to topple the government by any means necessary. The question of whether Duvalier would be killed had been weighed. McCone had given the go-ahead. But the CIA was bogged down. "I might say, Mr. President, that the plotting doesn't seem to be very successful," Helms said. He warned that Duvalier's goon squads were a repressive force of no mean substance, which makes plotting a dangerous business. The CIA's best recruited agent, a former chief of the Haitian Coast Guard, lacked the will or the wherewithal to carry out the coup. Helms saw scant hope for success. "Another coup really doesn't do any good if you don't have anybody to work with," the president told Helms. On August 10th, John McCone, Robert Kennedy, and Defense Secretary Robert McNamara met in Secretary of State Dean Rusk's ornate conference room on the 7th floor of the State Department. The subject was Cuba. McCone remembered a suggestion being made to liquidate top people in the Castro regime, including Castro and his brother Raul, the Cuban defense minister, who had just returned from a weapons-buying trip to Moscow. He found the idea abhorrent. The director saw a greater danger ahead. He predicted that the Soviet Union was going to give Castro nuclear weapons, medium-range ballistic missiles capable of striking the United States. He had been worrying about that possibility for more than 4 months. He had no intelligence, nothing to go on save gut instinct. McCone was the only one who saw the threat clearly. "If I were Khrushchev," he said, "I'd put offensive missiles in Cuba. Then I'd bang my shoe on the desk and say to the United States, 'How do you like looking down the end of a gun barrel for a change? Now let's talk about Berlin and any other subject that I choose.'" No one seems to have believed him. The experts unanimously and adamantly agreed that this was beyond the realm of possibility, notes an agency history of McCone's years. He stood absolutely alone. There was a growing skepticism about the agency's ability to predict the Soviets' behavior. Its analysts had been consistently wrong for a decade. The CIA would come in and paint the most scary picture possible about what the Soviets would do to us. "We were going to be second-rate. The Soviets were going to be number one," said former President Gerald R. Ford, who in 1962 sat on the cloistered House subcommittee that provided the CIA's secret budget. They had charts on the wall, they had figures, and their conclusion was that in 10 years the United States would be behind the Soviet Union in military capability, in economic growth, Ford said. It was a scary presentation. The facts are they were 180 degrees wrong. These were the best people we had, the CIA's so-called experts. The most dangerous area in the world. On August 15th, McCone returned to the White House to discuss how best to overthrow Cheddi Jagan, the Prime Minister of British Guyana, a wretched colony in the Caribbean mudflats of South America. Jagan, An American-educated dentist married to a Marxist from Chicago named Janet Rosenberg was descended from colonial plantation workers. He was first elected back in 1953. Shortly thereafter, Winston Churchill suspended the colonial constitution, ordered the government dissolved, and threw the Jagans in jail. They were freed after the British restored constitutional government. Jagan was twice re-elected, and he had visited the Oval Office in October 1961. "I went to see President Kennedy to seek the help of the United States and to seek his support for our independence from the British," Jagan remembered. "He was very charming and jovial. Now, the United States feared that I would give Guyana to the Russians. I said, if this is your fear, fear not. We will not have a Soviet base." John F. Kennedy publicly proclaimed, in a November 1961 interview with Khrushchev's son-in-law, the editor of Izvestia, that the United States supports the idea that every people shall have the right to make a free choice as to the kind of government they want. Cheddi Jagan might be a Marxist, he said, but the United States doesn't object because that choice was made by an honest election which he won. But Kennedy decided to use the CIA to depose him. Not long after Jagan left the White House, the Cold War heated up in Georgetown, his capital. Previously unheard-of radio stations went on the air. Civil servants walked out. Riots took the lives of more than 100 people. The labor unions revolted after taking advice and money from the American Institute for Free Labor Development, which in turn took cash and counsel from the CIA. Arthur Schlesinger, a special assistant and court historian for the Kennedy White House, asked the president, "Does CIA think they can carry out a really covert operation, i.e. an operation which, whatever suspicions Jagan might have, will leave no visible trace which he can cite before the world whether he wins or loses as evidence of U.S. intervention?" At the White House on August 15, 1962, the President, McCone, and National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy decided it was time to bring matters to a head. The President launched a $2 million campaign that eventually drove Jagan from power. President Kennedy later explained to the British Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, Latin America was the most dangerous area in the world. The effect of having a communist state in British Guyana would be to create irresistible pressures in the United States to strike militarily against Cuba. At the same August 15th meeting that sealed Jagan's fate, McCone handed President Kennedy the CIA's new doctrine on counterinsurgency. Along with it came a second document outlining covert operations underway in 11 nations: Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand, Iran and Pakistan, and Bolivia, Colombia, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, and Venezuela. That document was highly classified because it tells all about the dirty tricks, McCone told the president. "A marvelous collection or dictionary of your crimes," Bundy said with a laugh. On August 21st, Robert Kennedy asked McCone if the CIA could stage a phony attack on the American military base at Guantanamo Bay as a pretext for an American invasion of Cuba. McCone demurred. He told John Kennedy in private the next day that an invasion could be a fatal mistake. He warned the president for the first time that he thought the Soviets might be installing medium-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. If so, an American sneak attack might set off a nuclear war. He advocated raising a public alarm about the likelihood of a Soviet missile base. The president instantly rejected that idea, but he wondered aloud whether the CIA's guerrillas or American troops would be needed to destroy the missile sites if they existed. At that point, no one but McCone was convinced that they did. Their conversation continued in the Oval Office shortly after 6 p.m. on August 22nd, when they were joined by Maxwell Taylor, the general Kennedy trusted most. The president wanted to go over 2 other secret operations before discussing Cuba. The first was the developing plan to drop 20 Chinese nationalist soldiers into mainland China during the coming week. The second was a plan for the CIA to wiretap members of the Washington press corps. "How are we doing with that setup on the Baldwin business?" the president asked. 4 weeks before, Hanson Baldwin, the national security reporter for the New York Times, had published an article on Soviet efforts to protect intercontinental ballistic missile launch sites with concrete bunkers. Baldwin's highly detailed reporting accurately stated the conclusions of the CIA's most recent national intelligence estimate. The president told McCone to set up a domestic task force to stop the flow of secrets from the government to the newspapers. The order violated the agency's charter, which specifically prohibits domestic spying. Long before Nixon created his plumbers unit of CIA veterans to stop news leaks, Kennedy used the agency to spy on Americans. CIA is completely in agreement with setting up this task force, which would be a continuing investigative group reporting to me, McCone later told the president. The CIA kept watch on Baldwin, 4 other reporters, and their sources from 1962 to 1965. By ordering the Director of Central Intelligence to conduct a program of domestic surveillance, Kennedy set a precedent that Presidents Johnson, Nixon, and George W. Bush would follow. At this same White House meeting, the conversation finally turned to Castro. 38 Soviet ships had docked in Cuba in the past 7 weeks, McCone told the president. Their cargo might contain missile parts, we do not know. But either way, the Soviets were working to build up Cuba's military strength. Now, that would be separate from the question of whether they are building some missile bases, isn't it? Asked the president. Well, no, said McCone. I think the two are related. I think they're doing both. McCone left Washington the next day for a long honeymoon. A recent widower who had just remarried, he planned to go to Paris and the south of France. I would be only too happy to have you call for me, he wrote to the president, and if you do, I would be somewhat relieved of a guilty feeling that seems to possess me. Put it in the box and nail it shut. A U-2 flight passed over Cuba on August 29th. Its film was processed overnight. On August 30th, a CIA analyst bent over his light table and shouted, "I've got a SAM site." It was a surface-to-air missile, an SA-2, the same Soviet weapon that had brought the U-2 down over Russia. That same day, another U-2 was caught straying over Soviet airspace, violating a solemn American vow and prompting a formal protest from Moscow. The knowledge that Cuba had surface-to-air missiles created an understandable reluctance or timidity in the White House about authorizing new flights, McCone said later. JFK ordered General Carter, the acting director of Central Intelligence during McCone's honeymoon, to deep six the report on the SAM. Put it in the box and nail it shut, the president said. He could not afford to let international tensions create a domestic political uproar, not with elections 2 months away. Then, on September 9th, another U-2 was shot down over China. The spy plane and its risks were now regarded, as a CIA report put it, with universal repugnance, or at the very least extreme uneasiness, at the State Department and the Pentagon. A furious McGeorge Bundy, spurred by Dean Rusk and acting in the president's name, canceled the next scheduled U-2 flight over Cuba and summoned James Q. Reber, the CIA veteran in charge of the Committee on Overhead Reconnaissance. "Is there anyone involved in the planning of these missions who wants to start a war?" Bundy asked bluntly. President Kennedy restricted U-2 flights from passing over Cuban airspace on September 11th. 4 days later, the first Soviet medium-range missiles docked at Mariel Harbor in Cuba. The photo gap, a blind spot at a decisive moment in history, went on for 45 days. McCone, keeping watch on CIA headquarters through incessant cables from the French Riviera, commanded the agency to warn the White House of the danger of a surprise. It did not. The CIA estimated that there were 10,000 Soviet troops in Cuba. There were 43,000. The agency said Cuban troop strength stood at 100,000. The true number was 275,000. The CIA flatly rejected the possibility that the Soviets were building nuclear sites in Cuba. The establishment on Cuban soil of Soviet nuclear striking forces which could be used against the U.S. would be incompatible with Soviet policy, the CIA's top experts concluded in a special national intelligence estimate on September 19th. In a classic example of mirror imaging, an uncertain CIA stated, "The Soviets themselves are probably still uncertain about their future military program for Cuba." The estimate stood as a high watermark of misjudgment for 40 years, until the CIA assayed the state of Iraq's arsenal. McCone alone dissented. On September 20th, in the last of his honeymoon cables to headquarters, he urged his agency to think again. The analysts sighed. Then they took another look at a message received at least 8 days earlier from a road watcher, a Cuban agent at the lowest rung in the intelligence hierarchy. He had reported that a convoy of 70-foot Soviet tractor-trailers was moving a mysterious canvas-covered cargo the size of thick telephone poles around the Cuban countryside near the town of San Cristobal. "I never knew his name," the CIA's Sam Halpern said. "This one agent, the only decent result out of Mongoose, this agent told us there's something funny going on. And after 10 days of arguing in front of the Committee on Overhead Reconnaissance, it was finally approved to have an overflight." On October 4th, McCone, back in command, raged against the U-2 ban imposed by the White House. There had been no spy flights over Cuba for nearly 5 weeks. At a special group augmented meeting with Bobby Kennedy, there arose a considerable discussion, with some heat, as to who had stopped the flights. It was, of course, the president. Bobby Kennedy acknowledged the need for more intelligence on Cuba, but he said the president first and foremost wanted more sabotage. He urged that massive activity be mounted. He demanded that McCone and Lansdale send agents into Cuba to mine the harbors and kidnap Cuban soldiers for interrogation, an order that led to the final Mongoose mission in October, when some 50 spies and saboteurs were sent to Cuba by submarine at the height of the nuclear crisis. While American intelligence flailed, 99 Soviet nuclear warheads came into Cuba undetected on October 4th. Each one was 70 times more powerful than the bomb that Harry Truman dropped on Hiroshima. With a single act of stealth, the Soviets had doubled the damage they could do to the United States. On October 5th, McCone went to the White House to argue that the safety of the nation depended on more U-2 flights over Cuba. Bundy scoffed, saying he was convinced that there was no threat, and if one existed, the CIA could not find it. Near-total intelligence surprise. The CIA's discovery of the missiles 10 days thereafter has been portrayed as a triumph. Few of the men in power saw it that way at the time. The near-total intelligence surprise experienced by the United States with respect to the introduction and deployment of Soviet strategic missiles in Cuba resulted in large part from a malfunction of the analytic process by which intelligence indicators are assessed and reported, the President's Foreign Intelligence Board reported a few months later. The President had been ill-served by the CIA, which had failed to get across to key government officials the most accurate possible picture of what the Soviets were doing. The board found that clandestine agent coverage within Cuba was inadequate, and that full use was not made of aerial photographic surveillance. It concluded, "The manner in which intelligence indicators were handled in the Cuba situation may well be the most serious flaw in our intelligence system, and one which, if uncorrected, could lead to the gravest consequences." The flaws went uncorrected. The failure to see the true state of the Iraqi arsenal in 2002 played out in much the same way. But at last, at McCone's insistence, the photo gap was closed. At first light on October 14th, a U-2 aircraft piloted by Air Force Major Richard D. Heiser of the Strategic Air Command flew over western Cuba, taking 928 photographs in 6 minutes. 24 hours later, the CIA's analysts gazed upon images of the biggest communist weapons they had ever seen. All day long on October 15th, they compared the U-2 shots to photos taken of the Soviet missiles paraded through the streets of Moscow every May Day. They checked manuals of technical specifications supplied over the past year by Oleg Penkovsky, a colonel in the Soviet Military Intelligence Service. He had spent 4 months, starting in the summer of 1960, trying to approach the CIA, but its officers had been too inexperienced, too wary, and too frightened to close the deal. He finally made contact with the British, who worked with him in concert with the CIA in London. At great risk, he had smuggled out some 5,000 pages of documents, most of them providing insight into military technology and doctrine. He was a volunteer, and the first Soviet spy of consequence the CIA ever had. Exactly 1 week after the U-2 photos arrived in Washington, Penkovsky was arrested by Soviet intelligence. By late afternoon on October 15th, the CIA's analysts knew they were looking at SS-4 medium-range ballistic missiles capable of carrying a 1-megaton warhead from western Cuba to Washington. President Kennedy was in New York, campaigning for candidates in the November election, now 3 weeks away. That night, McGeorge Bundy was at home holding a farewell dinner for Chip Bolin, the newly appointed American ambassador to France. At about 10 p.m., the telephone rang. It was Ray Klein, the CIA's Deputy Director of Intelligence. "Those things we've been worrying about? It looks as though we've really got something," Klein said. Richard Helms brought the U-2 photos to the Attorney General's office at 9:15 a.m. on October 16th. Kennedy got up from his desk and stood for a moment staring out the window, Helms remembered. He turned to face me. "Shit," he said loudly, raising both fists to his chest as if he were about to begin shadowboxing. "Damn it all to hell and back." These were my sentiments exactly. Bobby Kennedy thought, we had been deceived by Khrushchev, but we had also fooled ourselves. 19. We'd be delighted to trade those missiles. The CIA had fooled itself into thinking that the Soviets would never send nuclear weapons to Cuba. Now that it had seen the missiles, it still could not grasp the Soviet mindset. "I can't understand their viewpoint," President Kennedy lamented on October 16th. "It's a goddamn mystery to me. I don't know enough about the Soviet Union." General Marshall Carter was again the acting director. McCone had flown to Seattle for the funeral of his new stepson, killed in a car crash. Carter went to the Special Group Augmented meeting at 9:30 a.m. in the Situation Room, the underground command post at the White House, carrying new proposals for secret attacks on Cuba commissioned by Robert Kennedy. Carter, who privately compared Kennedy's performances at mongoose meetings to the gnawing of an enraged rat terrier, listened silently as the Attorney General approved 8 new acts of sabotage, contingent on the President's go-ahead. Carter then met the CIA's chief photo interpreter, Art Lundahl, and the agency's top missile expert, Sidney Graybeal, upstairs at the White House. The 3 men brought blown-up U-2 images into the cabinet room, where the inner circle of the national security establishment assembled shortly before noon. The President flicked on his tape recorder. More than 40 years went by before an accurate transcript of the Cuban Missile Crisis meetings was compiled. "That'd be goddamn dangerous." The President stared at the pictures. "How far advanced is this?" he asked. "Sir, we've never seen this kind of an installation before," Lundahl said. "Not even in the Soviet Union?" Kennedy said. "No, sir," Lundahl replied. "It's ready to be fired?" asked the President. "No, sir," said Graybeal. "How long have—" "We can't tell that, can we? How long before they fire?" Kennedy asked. No one knew. Where were the warheads? Asked Defense Secretary McNamara. No one knew. Why had Khrushchev done this? Wondered the president. No one knew. But Secretary Rusk had a good guess. We don't really live under fear of his nuclear weapons to the extent that he has to live under ours, he suggested. Also, we have nuclear weapons nearby in Turkey and places like that. The president was only dimly aware that those missiles were in place. He had all but forgotten that he had chosen to keep those weapons pointed at the Soviets. JFK ordered 3 strike plans prepared. Number 1, to destroy the nuclear missile sites with Air Force or Navy jets. Number 2, to mount a far bigger airstrike. Number 3, to invade and conquer Cuba. We're certainly going to do number 1, he said. We are going to take out these missiles. The meeting broke up at 1 p.m. after Bobby Kennedy argued for an all-out invasion. At 2:30 p.m., RFK cracked the lash at the Mongoose team at his enormous office in the Justice Department, demanding new ideas, new missions. Passing on a question posed to him by the president 90 minutes earlier, he asked Helms to tell him how many Cubans would fight for the regime if the United States invaded. No one knew. At 6:30 p.m., the president's men reconvened in the cabinet room. Thinking of the Mongoose missions, President Kennedy asked if the MRBMs, the medium-range ballistic missiles, could be destroyed with bullets. Yes, General Carter told him, but these were mobile missiles. They could be moved to new hiding places. The problem of targeting mobile missiles has remained unsolved to this day. The president now contemplated the question of a nuclear war over Cuba. He began to grasp how little he understood the Soviet leader. We certainly have been wrong about what he's trying to do, the president said. Not many of us thought that he was going to put MRBMs on Cuba. Nobody save John McCone, Bundy muttered. Why had Khrushchev done it? The president asked. What is the advantage of that? It's just as if we suddenly began to put a major number of MRBMs in Turkey, he said. Now that'd be goddamn dangerous, I would think. A moment of awkward silence fell. Well, we did it, Mr. President, said Bundy. The talk then turned to secret warfare. We have a list of sabotage options, Mr. President, said Bundy. I take it you are in favor of sabotage. He was. 10 teams of 5 Mongoose agents were authorized to infiltrate Cuba by submarine. Their orders were to blow up Soviet ships with underwater mines in Cuban harbors, to attack 3 surface-to-air missile sites with machine guns and mortars, and perhaps to go after the nuclear missile launchers. The Kennedys were swinging wildly. The CIA was their blunt instrument. The president walked out of the meeting, leaving 2 military options on the table, a sneak attack on Cuba and a full-bore invasion. His parting words were a request to see McCone the next morning before leaving for a campaign trip to Connecticut. General Carter, McNamara, Bundy, and a few others stayed behind. Deputy Director of Central Intelligence Marshal Carter was 61 years old, short, squat, bald, and sharp-tongued. He had been Chief of Staff of NORAD, the North American Air Defense Command, under Eisenhower. He knew the nuclear strategies of the United States. Now, with the president out of the room, the CIA man voiced his deepest fear. You go in there with a surprise attack, Carter said. You put out all the missiles. This isn't the end. This is the beginning. It would be the first day of World War III. The course which I had recommended. The next day, Wednesday, October 17th, John McCone and John Kennedy met at 9:30 a.m. President seemed inclined to act promptly, if at all, without warning, McCone noted in his daily memo for the record. The president then asked McCone to drive to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, to brief Dwight D. Eisenhower. McCone arrived at noon carrying U-2 photos of the medium-range ballistic missiles. Eisenhower seemed to lean toward, but did not specifically recommend, military action which would cut off Havana and therefore take over the heart of the government, McCone noted. The director drove back to Washington and tried to pull together his thoughts. He was weary. He had been to the West Coast and back in less than 48 hours. The 6 single-spaced pages of notes he produced that afternoon were declassified in 2003. They reflect a search for a way to rid Cuba of the missiles without a nuclear war. Given his background as a master shipbuilder, McCone understood the military, political, and economic power of ships at sea. The notes he drew up included the idea of imposing an all-out blockade on Cuba, the interruption of all incoming shipping, backed up with the threat of an attack. In meetings with Bobby Kennedy, McNamara, Rusk, and Bundy that went on until nearly midnight, he elaborated on the blockade strategy. McCone's notes show that the idea received no evident support from the president's top advisers. At 11 a.m. on Thursday, October 18th, McCone and Art Lundahl went to the White House with new U-2 photos. These showed a new set of bigger missiles, each with a range of 2,200 miles, capable of hitting any major American city save Seattle. McCone said the missile bases were run by Soviet troops. McNamara pointed out that a surprise air attack on the bases would kill several hundred Soviets. Attacking them was an act of war against Moscow, not Havana. Then Undersecretary of State George Ball voiced that the CIA's Marshall Carter had said 2 nights before, "A course of action where we strike without warning is like Pearl Harbor." The president said, "The question really is what action we take which lessens the chance of a nuclear exchange, which obviously is the final failure. You have the blockade without any declaration of war. You've got a blockade with a declaration of war. We've got strikes 1, 2, and 3. We've got invasion." That day, McCone picked up 2 votes in favor of his argument for a blockade backed with threats of attack. One was Eisenhower's. The other was RFK's. They both had shifted to McCone's stance. They were still in the minority, but they turned the tide. The president told himself, sitting alone in the Oval Office at about midnight, speaking directly to the hidden microphones, that opinions had obviously switched from the advantages of a first strike. The president called McCone at home on Sunday to say, as the director noted with satisfaction, that he had made up his mind to pursue the course which I had recommended. The president announced that decision to the world in a televised address on Monday night, October 22nd. I would have been impeached. The morning of Tuesday, October 23rd, began at the White House with a briefing by McCone. Intensely alert to the political damage the director could cause them as the only man in Washington who had accurately forewarned them of the threat, the Kennedys put McCone on spin patrol, briefing members of Congress and columnists. They also wanted him to stiffen the spine of Ambassador Adlai Stevenson, who needed to argue the American case at the United Nations. From the White House, McCone called Ray Klein, his chief intelligence analyst, and told him to fly to New York with copies of the U-2 photographs. Stevenson's team was in some difficulty putting together a convincing case to the Security Council, McCone explained. See, they're in a little bad spot because at the time of the Bay of Pigs, why, Stevenson showed some fake pictures, and they later turned out to be fake. President Kennedy's 12 top national security men then met to talk about how to manage the blockade, set to begin the next morning. It was technically an act of war. McCone reported corridor chatter at the United Nations, relayed by Ray Klein, suggesting that the Soviet vessels en route to Cuba might try to run past the American warships. Now, what do we do tomorrow morning when these 8 vessels continue to sail on? Asked President Kennedy. We're all clear about how... A beat of silence, a nervous chuckle. We handle it? No one knew. Another brief silence fell. "Shoot the rudders off them, don't you?" McCone replied. The meeting broke up. Kennedy signed the quarantine proclamation. He and his brother were then alone for a few minutes in the cabinet room. "Well, it looks like it's going to be real mean. But on the other hand, there's really no choice," said the president. "If they get mean on this one, Jesus Christ, what are they going to fuck up next?" His brother said, "There wasn't any choice. I mean, you would have been impeached." The president agreed. "I would have been impeached." At 10 a.m. on Wednesday, October 24th, the blockade took effect. The American military went on its highest alert short of nuclear war, and McCone began his daily briefing at the White House. The Director of Central Intelligence at last was serving as his charter commanded, bringing all of American intelligence to the President into a single voice. The Soviet Army was not on full alert, but it was increasing its readiness, he reported, and the Soviet Navy had submarines in the Atlantic trailing the fleet headed for Cuba. New photo reconnaissance showed storage buildings for nuclear warheads, but no sign of the warheads themselves. McCone took pains that day to point out to the president that the blockade would not stop the Soviets from readying the missile launching sites. McNamara began to lay out his plans for intercepting the Soviet ships and submarines. Then McCone interrupted. "Mr. President, I have a note just handed me. All 6 Soviet ships currently identified in Cuban waters have either stopped or reversed course." Rusk said, "What do you mean, Cuban waters?" The president asked, "The ships leaving Cuba or the ones coming in?" McCone got up, said, "I'll find out," and left the room. Rusk muttered, "Makes some difference." McCone returned with the breaking news that the Soviet ships had been heading for Cuba, more than 500 miles from the island, but had either stopped or reversed course. This is the moment when Rusk is supposed to have leaned over to Bundy and said, "We are eyeball to eyeball," and I think the other fellow just blinked. The first part of McCone's strategy was working. The quarantine on Soviet shipping would hold. The second part would be much harder. As he kept reminding the president, the missiles were still there, the warheads were hidden somewhere on the island, and the danger was growing. At the White House on October 26th, Adlai Stevenson said it would take weeks, perhaps months of negotiations to get the missiles out of Cuba. McCone knew there was no time for that. At midday, he took the president aside, Bobby, if present, never spoke, for a private meeting with only himself and the photo interpreter Art Lundahl in the Oval Office. New photo reconnaissance showed that the Soviets had introduced short-range battlefield nuclear weapons. Newly camouflaged missile launchers were almost ready to fire. The missile sites each were manned by up to 500 military personnel and guarded by 300 more Soviets. "I'm getting more concerned all the time," McCone told the president. "They could start at dark and have missiles pointing at us the next morning. For that reason, I'm growing increasingly concerned about following a political route." "What other way?" asked the president. "The alternative course is we could do the airstrike or an invasion. We are still going to face the fact that if we invade, by the time we get to these sites after a very bloody fight, they will be pointing at us. So it still comes down to a question of whether they're going to fire the missiles." "That's correct," McCone said. The president's mind now swerved from diplomacy to war. "I mean, there's no other action other than diplomatic, that we can take, which does not immediately get rid of these," Kennedy said. "The other way is, I would think, a combination of an air raid and probably invasion, which means that we would have to carry out both of those with the prospect that they might be fired." McCone cautioned against an invasion. "Invading is going to be a much more serious undertaking than most people realize," he told the president. "The Russians and the Cubans had a hell of a lot of equipment. Very lethal stuff they've got there. Rocket launchers, self-propelled gun carriers, half-tracks. They'll give an invading force a pretty bad time. It would be no cinch by any manner or means. That night, a long message from Moscow arrived at the White House. The cable took more than 6 hours to transmit and receive, and it was not complete until 9 p.m. It was a personal letter from Nikita Khrushchev, decrying the catastrophe of thermonuclear war and proposing, so it seemed, a way out. If the Americans would promise not to invade Cuba, the Soviets would pull out the missiles. On Saturday, October 27th, McCone began the 10 a.m. White House meeting with the grim news that the missiles could be fired in as little as 6 hours. He had barely concluded his briefing when President Kennedy read a bulletin ripped from the Associated Press news ticker, date-lined Moscow. Premier Khrushchev told President Kennedy yesterday he would withdraw offensive weapons from Cuba if the United States withdrew its rockets from Turkey. The meeting went into an uproar. No one bought the idea at first, except the President and McCone. "Let's not kid ourselves," Kennedy said. "They've got a very good proposal." McCone agreed. It was specific, serious, and impossible to ignore. The arguments over how to respond dragged on all day, punctuated by moments of terror. First, a U-2 strayed into Soviet airspace off the coast of Alaska, prompting Soviet jets to scramble. Then, at about 6 p.m., McNamara suddenly announced that another U-2 had been shot down over Cuba, killing Air Force Major Rudolph Anderson. The Joint Chiefs now strongly recommended that a full-scale attack on Cuba should begin in 36 hours. Around 6:30 p.m., President Kennedy left the room, and the talk immediately became less formal, more brutal. "The military plan is basically invasion," McNamara said. "When we attack Cuba, we are going to have to attack with an all-out attack," he said. "This is almost certain to lead to an invasion." "Or a nuclear war," Bundy muttered. "The Soviet Union may, and I think probably will, attack the Turkish missiles," McNamara continued. "Then the United States would have to attack Soviet ships or bases in the Black Sea." "And I would say that it is damn dangerous," said the Secretary of Defense. "Now, I'm not sure we can avoid anything like that if we attack Cuba, but I think we should make every effort to avoid it. And one way to avoid it is to defuse the Turkish missiles before we attack Cuba," McNamara said. McCone exploded. "I don't see why you don't make the trade then." And the ground shifted. Other voices shouted out, make the trade then." His anger rising, McCone went on. "We've talked about this, and we'd say we'd be delighted to trade those missiles in Turkey for the thing in Cuba." He pressed his point home. "I'd trade these Turkish things out right now. I wouldn't even talk to anybody about it. We sat for a week and everybody was in favor of doing it until Khrushchev proposed it." The President returned to the Cabinet room at about 7:30 p.m. and suggested everyone take a dinner break. Then, in the Oval Office, he and his brother spoke with McNamara, Rusk, Bundy, and 4 other trusted aides. McCone was excluded. They discussed his idea, which was what the President wanted. Everyone in the room was sworn to secrecy. Bobby Kennedy left the White House and met with Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin in his office at the Justice Department. He told Dobrynin that the United States accepted the quid pro quo on the missiles, provided it was never made public. The Kennedys could not be seen to be cutting a deal with Khrushchev. The Attorney General deliberately falsified his memo of the meeting, deleting a drafted reference to the trade. The swap was kept a deep secret. John McCone said a quarter-century later, President Kennedy and Attorney General Bobby Kennedy insisted that they at no time discussed the missiles in Turkey with any representatives of the Soviets, and that there was no such deal ever made. For many years thereafter, the world believed that only President Kennedy's calm resolve and his brother's steely commitment to a peaceable resolution had saved the nation from a nuclear war. McCone's central role in the Cuban Missile Crisis was obscured for the rest of the 20th century. The Kennedys soon turned against McCone. The director let it be known throughout Washington that he had been the sole sentinel on the Cuban missiles. He testified to the president's Foreign Intelligence Board that he had told the president about his hunch back on August 22nd. The gist of the board's report on the photo gap appeared in the Washington Post on March 4, 1963. That day, Bobby Kennedy told his brother that the CIA must have leaked the information to wound him. "Yeah," said the president. "He's a real bastard, that John McCone." This book is continued on Disc 8. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 8. To Eliminate Fidel by Execution if Necessary. At the height of the missile crisis, McCone had tried to put a leash on Mongoose and focus its considerable energies on gathering intelligence for the Pentagon. He thought he had succeeded, but the CIA's Bill Harvey concluded that the United States was about to invade Cuba and ordered his Mongoose saboteurs to attack. When Bobby Kennedy, who had pushed the hardest for the Mongoose missions, found out about that dangerous failure of command, he went into a rage. After a screaming match, Harvey was banished from Washington. Helms sent him to Rome as chief of station, though not before the FBI took note of a drunken farewell meal Harvey had with Johnny Rosselli, the mafia hitman he had hired to kill Castro. In Rome, the hard-drinking Harvey became unhinged, driving his men as Bobby Kennedy had driven him. Helms replaced him as the man in charge of Cuba with his Far East chief Desmond Fitzgerald, a Harvard man and a millionaire who lived in a red-brick Georgetown mansion with a butler in the pantry and a Jaguar in the garage. The president liked him. He fit the James Bond image. He had been hired out of his New York law firm by Frank Wisner at the start of the Korean War and instantly made executive officer of the Far East Division of the clandestine service. He had helped run the disastrous Li Mi operation in Burma. Then he commanded the CIA's China mission, which sent foreign agents to their deaths until 1955, when a headquarters review deemed the mission a waste of time, money, energy, and human life. Fitzgerald then rose to deputy chief of the Far East, where he helped to plan and execute the Indonesian operation in 1957 and 1958. As Far East Division chief, he presided over the rapid expansion of the CIA's operations in Vietnam, Laos, and Tibet. Now the Kennedys ordered him to blow up Cuban mines, mills, power plants, and commercial ships to destroy the enemy in hopes of creating a counter-revolution. The objective, as Bobby Kennedy told Fitzgerald in April 1963, was to oust Castro in 18 months, before the next presidential election. 25 Cuban agents of the CIA died on those futile operations. Then, in the summer and fall of 1963, Fitzgerald led the final mission to kill Fidel Castro. The CIA planned to use Rolando Cubella, its best-placed agent inside Cuba's government, as the hitman. A high-strung, loose-lipped, violent man who detested Castro, Cubella had held the rank of major in the Cuban army, served as its military attaché in Spain, and traveled widely. On August 1, 1963, in a conversation with a CIA officer in Helsinki, he volunteered to eliminate Fidel by execution if necessary. On September 5th, he met with his CIA case officer, Nestor Sanchez, in Porto Alegre, Brazil, where he was representing the Cuban government at the International Collegiate Games. On September 7th, the CIA duly noted that Castro had chosen a reception at the Brazilian embassy in Havana to deliver a long tirade to a reporter for the Associated Press. Castro said that United States leaders would be in danger if they helped in any attempt to do away with Cuban leaders. If they are aiding terrorist plots to eliminate Cuban leaders, they themselves will not be safe. Sanchez and Cubella met again in Paris in early October, and the Cuban agent told the CIA officer that he wanted a high-powered rifle with a telescopic sight. On October 29, 1963, Fitzgerald took a plane to Paris and met Kubela in a CIA safehouse. Fitzgerald said that he was a personal emissary sent by Robert Kennedy, which was dangerously close to the truth, and that the CIA would deliver Kubela the weapons of his choosing. The United States, he said, wanted a real coup in Cuba. 20. Hey, boss, we did a good job, didn't we? Alone in the Oval Office on Monday, November 4, 1963, John F. Kennedy dictated a memo about a maelstrom he had set in motion half a world away: the assassination of an American ally, President Ngo Dinh Diem of South Vietnam. "We must bear a good deal of responsibility for it," JFK said. He stopped for a moment to play with his children as they ran in and out of the room. Then he resumed. "The way he was killed," and he paused again, "made it particularly abhorrent." The CIA's Lucien Conein was Kennedy's spy among the mutinous generals who murdered Diem. "I was part and parcel of the whole conspiracy," Conein said in an extraordinary testament years later. His nickname was Black Luigi, and he had the panache of a Corsican gangster. Conein had joined the OSS, trained with the British, and parachuted behind French lines. In 1945, he flew to Indochina to fight the Japanese. He was in Hanoi with Ho Chi Minh, and for a moment they were allies. He stayed on to become a charter member of the CIA. In 1954, he was one of the first American intelligence officers in Vietnam. After Ho defeated the French at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam was partitioned into North and South at an international conference in Geneva, where the United States was represented by Undersecretary of State Walter Bedell Smith. For the next 9 years, the United States backed President Diem as the man to fight communism in Vietnam. Conein served under the command of Ed Lansdale at the CIA's New Saigon military mission. Lansdale had a very broad charter, said the CIA's Rufus Phillips. It was literally, "Ed, do what you can to save South Vietnam." Conein went to North Vietnam on sabotage missions, destroying trains and buses, contaminating fuel and oil, organizing 200 Vietnamese commandos trained by the CIA, and burying weapons in the cemeteries of Hanoi. He then returned to Saigon to help shore up President Diem, a mystic Catholic in a Buddhist country whom the CIA provided with millions of dollars, a phalanx of bodyguards, and a direct line to Allen Dulles. The agency created South Vietnam's political parties, trained its secret police, made its popular movies, and printed and peddled an astrological magazine predicting that the stars were in Diem's favor. It was building a nation from the ground up. The ignorance and the arrogance. In 1959, the peasant soldiers of North Vietnam began to carve the Ho Chi Minh Trail through the jungles of Laos. The footpaths were filled with guerrillas and spies heading for South Vietnam. Laos, a pre-industrial lotus land, became a flashpoint where the U.S. saw its interests being challenged by the communist world, said John Gunther Dean, then a young State Department officer at the American Embassy in Vientiane. The CIA set to work buying a new Lao government and building a guerrilla army to fight the communists and attack the trail. The North Vietnamese reacted by stepping up their attempts to infiltrate the country and train the local communists, the Pathet Lao. The architect of the American political strategy in Laos was the CIA station chief Henry Heckscher, a veteran of the Berlin base and the Guatemala coup. Heckscher began to build a network of American control by using junior diplomats as bagmen. "One day, Heckscher asked me whether I could take a suitcase to the Prime Minister," Dean remembered. "The suitcase contained money." The cash made the leaders of Laos "Realize that the real power at the embassy was not the ambassador, but the CIA station chief," said Dean, later the American ambassador in Thailand, India, and Cambodia, among other nations. The ambassador was supposed to support the Lao government and basically not to rock the boat. Henry Heckscher was committed to opposing the neutralist prime minister and perhaps bring about his downfall. That is what happened. The CIA forced out a freely elected coalition government and installed a new prime minister, Prince Suvarnabhuma. The prime minister's case officer was Campbell James, an heir to a railroad fortune who dressed, acted, and thought like a 19th century British grenadier. 8 years out of Yale, he saw himself as a viceroy in Laos and lived accordingly. James made friends and bought influence among the leaders of Laos at a private gambling club he created. Its centerpiece was a roulette wheel borrowed from John Gunther Dean. The real battle for Laos began after the CIA's Bill Lair, who ran a jungle warfare training school for Thai commandos, discovered a Lao mountain tribesman named Vang Pao, a general in the Royal Lao Army who led the hill tribe that called itself the Hmong. In December 1960, Lair told the Far East Division Chief Desmond Fitzgerald about his new recruit. Vang Pao had said, "We can't live with the communists," Lair reported. "You give us the weapons, and we'll fight the communists." The next morning, at the CIA station, Fitzgerald told Lair to write up a proposal. It was an 18-page cable, Lair remembered. The answer came back in a very short time. That was the real go-ahead. In early January 1961, in the final days of the Eisenhower administration, the CIA's pilots delivered their first weapons to the Hmong. 6 months later, more than 9,000 hill tribesmen controlled by Vang Pao joined 300 Thai commandos trained by Lair for combat operations against the communists. The CIA sent guns, money, radios, and airplanes to the Lao military in the capital and the tribal leaders in the mountains. Their most urgent mission was to cut the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Hanoi had now proclaimed a national liberation front in the south. That year, 4,000 South Vietnamese officials died at the hands of the Viet Cong. A few months after President Kennedy took power, the fates of Laos and South Vietnam were seen as one. Kennedy did not want to send American combat troops to die in those jungles. Instead, he called on the CIA to double its tribal forces in Laos and make every possible effort to launch guerrilla operations in North Vietnam with its Asian recruits. The Americans sent to Laos during the Kennedy years did not know the tribal name of the Hmong. They called them the Meo, an epithet somewhere between barbarian and nigger. One of those young men was Dick Holm. Looking back, he rued the ignorance and the arrogance of Americans arriving in Southeast Asia. We had only minimal understanding of the history, culture, and politics of the people we wanted to aid. Our strategic interests were superimposed onto a region where our president had decided to draw the line against communism, and we would do it our way. At CIA headquarters, the activists were all for a war in Laos, said Robert Amory, Jr., the Deputy Director of Intelligence. They thought that was a great place to have a war. We harvested a lot of lies. The Americans sent to Vietnam had an equally profound ignorance of the country's history and culture. But the CIA's officers saw themselves as the point men in the global war on communism. They had the run of Saigon. They were undercovers as varied as film and drama producers and industrial salesmen. They were trainers, weapons experts, merchants, said Ambassador Leonardo Neer, then a State Department officer in Saigon. They had unbelievable funds. They were having the time of their lives. They had everything they wanted. What they lacked was intelligence about the enemy. That was the responsibility of William E. Colby, the station chief in Saigon from 1959 to 1961, soon to be chief of the Far East Division of the clandestine service. Colby, who had fought behind enemy lines as an OSS commando, did as he had done in World War II. He started an operation called Project Tiger to parachute some 250 South Vietnamese agents into North Vietnam. After 2 years, 217 of them were recorded as killed, missing, or suspected of being double agents. A final report listed the fate of 52 teams of agents, each team as large as 17 commandos. Captured soon after landing. Hanoi radio announced capture. Team destroyed. Team believed under North Vietnam control. Captured soon after landing. Doubled, played, terminated. That last phrase suggests that the United States discovered that a commando team was secretly working for North Vietnam and then hunted and killed its members. The reason for the failure of the missions eluded the CIA until after the Cold War, when one of Colby's cohorts, Captain Do Van Tien, the deputy chief for Project Tiger, revealed that he had been a spy for Hanoi all along. "We harvested a lot of lies," said Robert Barber, the deputy chief of the American Embassy's political section. "Some of them we knew were lies. Some of them we didn't." In October 1961, President Kennedy sent General Maxwell Taylor to assess the situation. "South Vietnam is now undergoing an acute crisis of confidence," Taylor warned in a top-secret report to the president. The United States had to demonstrate by deeds, not merely words, the American commitment seriously to help save Vietnam. He wrote, "To be persuasive, this commitment must include the sending to Vietnam of some U.S. military forces." That was a very deep secret. To win the war, General Taylor continued, the United States needed more spies. In a secret annex to the report, the CIA's deputy station chief in Saigon, David Smith, said that a key battle would be fought within the government of South Vietnam. He said Americans had to infiltrate the Saigon government, influence it, speed up the processes of decision and action within it, and, if necessary, change it. That job went to Lucien Conein. Nobody liked Diem. Conein started working with President Diem's half-mad brother, No Din Nu, to establish the Strategic Hamlets program, which herded peasants from their villages into armed camps as a defense against communist subversion. Wearing the uniform of a U.S. Army lieutenant colonel, Conein burrowed deep into the decaying military and political culture of South Vietnam. "I was able to go to every province. I was able to talk to unit commanders," he said. "Some of these people I had known for many years. Some I had known even back in World War II. Some of them were in powerful positions." His contacts soon became the best the agency had in Vietnam. But there was so much he did not know. On May 7, 1963, the eve of the 2527th birthday of the Buddha, Conein flew to Hue, where he found a large military entourage whose presence he did not understand. He was encouraged to leave on the next plane. "I wanted to stay," he remembered. "I wanted to see the celebration of the birthday of Buddha. I wanted to see the boats with the candles lit going down the perfumed river, but it was not to be." The next morning, Diem's soldiers attacked and killed members of a Buddhist entourage in Hue. Diem had been out of touch with reality, Conein said. Diem's blue-uniformed scouts modeled on the Hitler Youth, his CIA-trained special forces, and his secret police aimed to create a Catholic regime in a Buddhist nation. By oppressing the monks, Diem had made them a powerful political force. Their protests against the government grew for the next 5 weeks. On June 11th, a 66-year-old monk named Quang Duc sat down and set himself ablaze in a Saigon intersection. The pictures of the immolation went around the world. All that was left of him was his heart. Now Diem began raiding the pagodas, killing monks and women and children to sustain his power. "Nobody liked Diem," Bobby Kennedy said not long thereafter. But how to get rid of him and get somebody who would continue the war, not split the country in two, and therefore lose not only the war but the country, that was the great problem. In late June and early July 1963, President Kennedy began to talk in private about getting rid of Diem. If it were to be done well, it had best be done in secret. The president began the change of regime by nominating a new American ambassador, the imperious Henry Cabot Lodge, a political rival he had twice defeated, once in the race for senator from Massachusetts and once as Richard Nixon's running mate. Lodge was happy to accept the job, once assured he would be provided with a viceroy's powers in Saigon. On the 4th of July, Lucien Conein received a message from General Tran Van Don, the acting chief of the Joint Staff of the Army of South Vietnam, a man he had known for 18 years. "Meet me at the Caravelle Hotel," the message said. That night, in the smoky, jam-packed basement nightclub at the hotel, General Don confided that the military was preparing to move against Diem. "What will be the American reaction if we go all the way?" Don asked Conein. On August 23rd, John F. Kennedy gave his answer. He was alone on a rainy Saturday night in Hyannisport, on crutches for his aching back, grieving for his stillborn son Patrick, buried 2 weeks before. Shortly after 9 p.m., the president took a call from his national security aide, Michael Forrestal, and without preamble approved an eyes-only cable for the newly arrived Ambassador Lodge, drafted by Roger Hilsman at the State Department. "We must face the possibility that Diem himself cannot be preserved," it told Lodge, and it urged him to make detailed plans as to how we might bring about Diem's replacement. The Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Director of Central Intelligence had not been consulted. All three were dubious about a coup against Diem. "I should not have given my consent to it," the president told himself after the consequences became clear. Yet the order went forward. Hilsman told Helms that the president had ordered Diem ousted. Helms handed the assignment to Bill Colby, the new chief of the CIA's Far East Division. Colby passed it on to John Richardson, his choice to replace him as the station chief in Saigon. "In circumstance, believe CIA must fully accept directives of policymakers and seek ways to accomplish objectives they seek," he instructed Richardson. Though the order appears to be throwing away bird in hand before we have adequately identified birds in bush or songs they may sing. On August 29th, his 6th day in Saigon, Lodge cabled Washington. "We are launched on a course from which there is no turning back, the overthrow of the Diem government." At the White House, Helms listened as the president received that message, approved it, and ordered Lodge to make sure, above all, that the American role in the coup, Conein's role, would be concealed. The ambassador resented the agency's exalted status in Saigon. He wrote in his private journal, "CIA has more money, bigger houses than diplomats, bigger salaries, more weapons, more modern equipment." He was jealous of the powers held by John Richardson, and he scoffed at the caution the station chief displayed about Conein's central role in the coup plotting. Lodge decided he wanted a new station chief. So he burned Richardson, exposed him, and gave his name publicly to the newspapers, as Bobby Kennedy said in a classified oral history 8 months later, by feeding a coldly calculated leak to a journeyman reporter passing through Saigon. The story was a hot scoop. Identifying Richardson by name, an unprecedented breach of security, it said he had frustrated a plan of action Mr. Lodge brought with him from Washington because the agency disagreed with it. One high official here, a man who has devoted most of his life in the service of democracy, likened the CIA's growth to a malignancy and added he was not sure even the White House could control it. The New York Times and the Washington Post picked up the story. Richardson, his career ruined, left Saigon 4 days later. After a decent interval, Ambassador Lodge moved into his house. "We were fortunate when Richardson was recalled," said Conin's old friend General Don. "Had he been there, he could have put our plan in great jeopardy." A complete lack of intelligence. Lucien Conin went to meet General Duong Van Minh, known as Big Min, at the Joint General Staff Headquarters in Saigon on October 5th. He reported that the general raised the issue of assassination and the question of American support for a new junta. Dave Smith, the new acting station chief, recommended that we do not set ourselves irrevocably against the assassination plot. Music to Ambassador Lodge's ears, anathema to McCone's. McCone commanded Smith to stop stimulating or approving or supporting assassination, and he rushed to the Oval Office. Careful to avoid using words that could link the White House to a murder, he later testified, he chose a sports analogy. "Mr. President, if I were the manager of a baseball team and I had only one pitcher, I'd keep him on the mound whether he was a good pitcher or not." On October 17th, at a meeting of the special group, and in a one-on-one with the President 4 days later, McCone said that ever since Lodge's arrival in August, American foreign policy in Vietnam had been based on a complete lack of intelligence on the politics of Saigon. The situation developing around Conin was exceedingly dangerous, he said, and it threatened absolute disaster for the United States. The American ambassador reassured the White House. "I believe that our involvement today through Conin is still within the realm of plausible denial," he reported. "We should not thwart a coup for 2 reasons. First, it seems at least an even bet that the next government would not bungle and stumble as much as the present one has. Secondly, it is extremely unwise in the long range for us to pour cold water on attempts at a coup. We should remember that this is the only way in which the people in Vietnam can possibly get a change of government." The White House cabled careful instructions for Conin. Find out the general's plans, don't encourage them, keep a low profile. Too late. The line between espionage and covert action already had been crossed. Conin was far too famous to work undercover. "I had a very high profile in Vietnam," he said. "Everyone who mattered knew exactly who he was and what he represented. They had faith that the CIA's point man spoke for America." Conin met with General Don on the night of October 24th and learned that the coup was no more than 10 days away. They met again on October 28th. Don later wrote that Conin offered us money and weapons, but I turned him down, saying that we still need only courage and conviction. Conin carefully conveyed the message that the United States opposed assassination. The reaction of the generals, he testified, was, "You don't like it like that? Well, we'll do it our way anyhow. You don't like it, we won't talk about it anymore." He did not discourage them. If he had, he said, I would then be cut off and blinded. Conin reported back to Lodge that the coup was imminent. The ambassador sent the CIA's Rufus Phillips to see DM. They sat in the palace and talked of war and politics. Then DM looked at me quizzically and said, "Is there going to be a coup against me?" Phillips remembered. I looked at him and just wanted to cry and said, "I am afraid so, Mr. President." That was all we said about that. Who gave those orders? The coup struck on November 1st. It was noon in Saigon, midnight in Washington. Summoned at home by an emissary from General Don, Conin changed into his uniform and called Rufus Phillips to watch over his wife and infant children. Then he grabbed a .38 caliber revolver and a satchel with about $70,000 in CIA funds, hopped into his Jeep, and rushed through the streets of Saigon to the Joint General Staff Headquarters of the Army of South Vietnam. The streets were filled with gunfire. The leaders of the coup had closed the airport, cut the city's telephone lines, stormed Central Police Headquarters, seized the government radio station, and attacked the centers of political power. Conin filed his first report shortly after 2 p.m. Saigon time. He stayed in contact with the CIA station over his Jeep's secure communications link, describing shellings and bombings and troop movements and political maneuvers as they took place. The station relayed his reports to the White House and the State Department through encoded cables. It was as near to real-time intelligence as could be achieved in that day. Konin at JGS-HQS / from Jen's Big Min and Don and Eyewitness Observation came the first flash cable. Jen's attempting contact Palace by telephone but unable to do so. Their proposition as follows: if the President will resign immediately, they will guarantee his safety and the safe departure of the President and no Din Nu. If the President refuses these terms, the Palace will be attacked within the hour. Konin sent a second message a little more than an hour later. There would be no discussion with the President. He will either say yes or no, and that is the end of the conversation. General Don and his allies called President Diem shortly before 4 p.m. and asked him to surrender. They offered him sanctuary and a safe passage from the country. He refused. The President of South Vietnam then called the American ambassador. "What is the attitude of the United States?" Diem asked. Lodge said he had no idea. "It is 4:30 a.m. in Washington," he replied, "and the U.S. government cannot possibly have a view." Lodge then said, "I have a report that those in charge of the current activity offer you and your brother safe conduct out of the country. Have you heard this?" "No," Diem lied. Then he paused, perhaps realizing that Lodge was in on the plot against him. "You have my telephone number," he said, and the conversation came to an end. 3 hours later, he and his brother fled to a safe house owned by a Chinese merchant who had financed Diem's private spy network in Saigon. The villa was equipped with a phone line hooked to the presidential palace, preserving the illusion that he remained at the seat of power. The battle went on all night. Close to 100 Vietnamese died as the rebels stormed the presidential palace. At about 6 a.m., Diem telephoned General Big Min. The president said he was ready to resign, and the general guaranteed his safety. Diem said he would be waiting at the St. Francis Xavier Church in the Chinese quarter of Saigon. The general sent an armored personnel carrier to fetch Diem and his brother, ordered his personal bodyguard to lead the convoy, and then raised 2 fingers on his right hand. It was a signal. Kill them both. General Don ordered his troops to clean up his headquarters, to bring in a large green felt-covered table, and to prepare for a news conference. "Get the hell out," the general said to his friend Konin. "We're bringing in the press." Konin went home, only to be summoned by Lodge. "I went to the embassy and I was informed that I had to find Diem," he said. "I was tired and fed up, and I said, 'Who gave those orders?' They let me know that those orders came from the President of the United States." At about 10 a.m., Konin drove back to General Staff Headquarters and confronted the first general he met. "Big Min told me they committed suicide. I looked at him and said, 'Where?' He said they were in the Catholic Church in Cholon and they committed suicide," Konin said in his classified testimony to the Senate committee investigating the assassination 12 years later. "I think I lost my cool at that point," Konin said. He was thinking of mortal sin and his eternal soul. "I told Big Min, 'Look, you're a Buddhist, I'm a Catholic. If they committed suicide at that church and the priest holds Mass tonight, that story won't hold water.' I said, 'Where are they?' He said they are at the General Staff Headquarters, behind the General Staff Headquarters. Did I want to see them? And I said no. He said, 'Why not?' And I said, 'Well, if by chance 1 in a million of the people believe you that they committed suicide in church, and I see that they have not committed suicide and I know differently, I am in trouble.'" Konin returned to the American embassy to report that President Diem was dead. He did not report the whole truth. Informed by Viet counterparts that suicide committed en route from city, he cabled. At 2:50 a.m. Washington time came a reply signed in Dean Rusk's name. "News of Diem Nu suicide shocking here. Important to establish publicly beyond question that death's actually suicide if this true. On Saturday, November 2nd, 1963, at 9:35 a.m., the President convened an off-the-record meeting at the White House with his brother, McCone, Rusk, McNamara, and General Taylor. Before long, Michael Forrestal ran in with a flash from Saigon. General Taylor recounted that the President leaped to his feet and rushed from the room with a look of shock and dismay on his face which I had never seen before. At 6:31 p.m., McGeorge Bundy cabled Lodge with eyes-only copies to McCone, McNamara, and Rusk. Deaths of DM and New, whatever their failings, has caused shock here, and there is danger that standing and reputation of incoming government may be significantly damaged if conviction spreads of their assassination at direction of one or more senior members of incoming regime. They should not be left under illusion that political assassination is easily accepted here. Jim Rosenthal was the duty officer at the American Embassy in Saigon on that Saturday. Ambassador Lodge sent him down to the front door to receive some important visitors. "I'll never forget the sight," he said. This car pulled up to the embassy, and the cameras were grinding away. Conine hops out of the front seat, opens the back door, and salutes, and these guys come out, as if he was delivering them to the embassy, which he was. I just went up with them in the elevator, and Lodge greeted them. Here were the guys who had just carried out a coup, killed the chief of state, and then they walk up to the embassy as if to say, "Hey, boss, we did a good job, didn't we?" 21. I thought it was a conspiracy. On Tuesday, November 19, 1963, Richard Helms carried a Belgian submachine gun concealed in an airline travel bag into the White House. The weapon was a war trophy. The CIA had seized a 3-ton arms cache that Fidel Castro had tried to smuggle into Venezuela. Helms had taken the gun to the Justice Department to show it off to Bobby Kennedy, who thought they should bring it to his brother. They went to the Oval Office and they talked with the President about how to fight Fidel. The late autumn light was fading as the President arose from his rocking chair and stared out the window at the rose garden. Helms slipped the weapon back into his bag and said, "I'm sure glad the Secret Service didn't catch us bringing this gun in here." The President, lost in thought, turned from the window and shook hands with Helms. "Yes," he said with a grin, "it gives me a feeling of confidence." The following Friday, McCone and Helms were at headquarters, sharing a lunch of sandwiches in the director's suite. The tall, wide windows on the 7th floor looked out over an unbroken field of treetops to the horizon. Then the terrible news broke. The President had been shot. McCone clapped on his fedora and went to Bobby Kennedy's house, a minute away by car. Helms went down to his office and tried to draft a book message, a cable to be sent to every CIA station in the world. His thoughts at that moment were very close to Lyndon Johnson's. What raced through my mind, Johnson remembered, was that if they had shot our president, who would they shoot next, and what was going on in Washington, and when would the missiles be coming? And I thought it was a conspiracy, and I raised that question, and nearly everybody that was with me raised it. Over the next year, in the name of national security, the agency hid much of what it knew from the new president and the commission he created to investigate the killing. Its own internal investigation of the assassination collapsed in confusion and suspicion, casting shadows of doubt that still linger. This account is based on CIA records and the sworn testimony of CIA officers, all declassified between 1998 and 2004. The effect was electric. Tragic death of President Kennedy requires all of us to look sharp for any unusual intelligence developments, Helms wrote in his worldwide message to CIA stations on November 22nd. At headquarters, Charlotte Bustos spotted one immediately. She managed the Mexico files of the clandestine service, and 2 minutes after the radio announced that the Dallas police had arrested Lee Harvey Oswald, she ran through the pastel corridors, clutching Oswald's dossier, searching for her boss, John Whitten, the man in charge of the CIA's covert operations in Mexico and Central America. Whitten read quickly through the file. The effect was electric, he remembered. The file said that at 10:45 a.m. on October 1st, 1963, a man identifying himself as Lee Oswald had telephoned the Soviet embassy in Mexico City, asking what was happening with his standing request for a visa to travel to the Soviet Union. With the invaluable help of the Mexican secret police, the Mexico City station had wiretapped the Soviet and Cuban embassies in an operation code-named Envoy. The CIA had Oswald's call. Mexico had the biggest and most active telephone intercept operations in the whole world, Whitten said. J. Edgar Hoover used to glow every time he thought of the Mexico station. More than a few American soldiers based in the southwestern United States had been caught trying to sell military secrets or defect to the Russians in Mexico City. The CIA also had photographic surveillance of the Soviet embassy and opened every piece of mail coming in and out of it. But the eavesdropping operations were so big that they inundated the station, drowning it in useless information. It took 8 days before the station listened to the October 1st tape, reported Oswald's visit, and asked CIA headquarters, "Who is Lee Oswald?" The CIA knew he was an American Marine who had publicly defected to the Soviet Union in October 1959. It had in its files a collection of FBI and State Department reports detailing Oswald's attempts to renounce his American citizenship, his threats to tell the Soviets about secret American military installations in the Pacific, his marriage to a Russian woman, and his repatriation in June 1962. During Oswald's stay in the Soviet Union, CIA had no sources in a position to report on his activities or what the KGB might be doing with him, Whitten wrote in an internal report. But it was suspected that Oswald and all other similar defectors were in the hands of the KGB. We were sure that all such defectors would be interrogated by the KGB, surrounded by KGB informants wherever they were resettled in the Soviet Union, and even possibly recruited by the KGB for a mission abroad later on. Whitten realized that the man who had shot the president could be a communist agent. He picked up the telephone and asked Helms to order an immediate review of all the Envoy tapes and transcripts in Mexico City. The CIA chief of station, Win Scott, quickly called the President of Mexico, whose secret police worked all night with the CIA's eavesdroppers to listen for traces of Oswald's voice. Word of the Oswald file spread as McCone returned to CIA headquarters. 6 hours of hectic conferences ensued, the last one convening at 11:30 p.m. When McCone learned that the CIA had known beforehand of Oswald's trip to the Soviet embassy in Mexico City, he was enraged, ripping into his aides, furious at the way the agency was run. The CIA's internal investigation took shape on Saturday morning, November 23rd. Helms met with the agency's barons, including James Angleton, chief of counterintelligence since 1954. Angleton fully expected to be handed the Oswald case. To his outrage, Helms put John Whitten in charge. Whitten was a man who knew how to unravel a conspiracy. A skilled prisoner of war interrogator in World War II, he had joined the CIA in 1947. He was the first to employ the polygraph at the agency. In the early 1950s, he used the lie detector in hundreds of investigations of double agents, false defectors, and intelligence fabricators in Germany. He had uncovered some of the biggest hoaxes perpetrated on the agency, including the work of a con artist who sold the Vienna station a fake Soviet communications codebook. Another of the cases he cracked involved an agent Angleton had been running in Italy, a man whom Angleton launched against 5 different foreign intelligence services. The agent proved to be a fraud and a pathological liar. He had blithely disclosed to all 5 foreign services that he worked for the CIA, and he had been promptly doubled back to penetrate the agency by all 5. This was not the only Angleton operation Whitten had exposed. In each case, Helms told Whitten to go into Angleton's dark and smoky office and confront him. "I used to go in fingering my insurance policy, notifying my next of kin," Whitten said. The confrontations created bitter feelings, the most bitter feelings between the 2 men. From the moment Whitten was assigned the Oswald case, Angleton set out to sabotage him. By mid-morning on November 23rd, CIA headquarters knew that Oswald had visited both the Cuban and the Soviet embassies repeatedly in late September and October, trying to travel as quickly as possible to Cuba and stay there until his Soviet visa came through. His having been to the Cuban and Soviet embassies in Mexico City obviously was a very important part of the initial impressions one had, Helms said. Shortly after noon, McCone rushed back downtown and broke the news of the Cuban connection to President Johnson, interrupting a long talk between LBJ and Dwight Eisenhower, who was warning him about the power that Robert Kennedy wielded over covert operations. At 1:35 p.m., President Johnson called an old friend, a Wall Street power broker named Edwin Weisel, and confided, "This thing on this assassin may have a lot more complications than you know about. It may lay deeper than you think." That afternoon, the U.S. ambassador in Mexico, Tom Mann, a Texan and a close LBJ confidant, relayed his own suspicion that Castro was behind the assassination. On Sunday morning, November 24th, McCone returned to the White House, where the funeral cortege that would take John Kennedy's casket to lie in state at the Capitol was assembling. McCone informed Lyndon Johnson more fully about some of the CIA's operations to overthrow the government of Cuba. But Johnson still had no idea that the United States had been trying to kill Castro for the better part of 3 years. Very few people knew. One was Allen Dulles. Another was Richard Helms. A third was Bobby Kennedy. A fourth was very likely Fidel Castro. That same day, the CIA station in Mexico City determined without question that Oswald had made his pleas for a visa to Soviet intelligence officers on September 28th. He had talked face-to-face with a man named Valery Kostikov, who was thought to be a member of Department 13 of the KGB, the department responsible for assassination. The station sent headquarters a list of all the foreigners it suspected had made contact with Soviet intelligence officers in Mexico City. One of them was Rolando Cubela, the CIA's Cuban agent in the final plot to kill Castro. Only 2 days before, at the hour of President Kennedy's death, Cubela's CIA case officer, Nestor Sanchez, had given the Cuban a pen rigged as a hypodermic syringe filled with poison. The report from the Mexico City station raised a harrowing question. Was Cubela a double agent for Fidel? The cortege to the Capitol was about to leave the White House when Lee Harvey Oswald was murdered on live television in the Dallas police station. The president ordered the CIA to give him everything it had on Oswald immediately. Whitten pulled together a summary and gave it to Helms, who handed it over to the president a few hours later. The report itself has been lost or destroyed. Its gist, Whitten said, was that the CIA had no hard evidence that Oswald was an agent of Moscow or Havana, but he might be. We were treading very lightly. John McCone delivered a formal intelligence briefing to the new President of the United States on Tuesday, November 26th. The President noted with some considerable contempt the fact that certain people in the Department of Justice had suggested to him on Saturday that an independent investigation of the President's assassination should be conducted, McCone wrote in his daily memo for the record. President Johnson rejected this idea. 72 hours later, against his instincts, Johnson reversed himself. On November 29th, the day after Thanksgiving, He cajoled the reluctant Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Earl Warren, to lead the investigation. He corralled the rest of the members of the Warren Commission in a furious 5-hour round of telephone calls. Taking Bobby Kennedy's recommendation, the president rang an astonished and befuddled Allen Dulles at home. "You've considered the effect of my previous work and my previous job?" Dulles asked. LBJ hastily assured him he had, and hung up. Dulles immediately called James Angleton. It was already dark outside, and the president was rushing to assemble the commission before the evening's newspaper deadlines. He ran down the list of the chosen. Discretion was the key, the president said. "We can't just have House and Senate and FBI and other people going around testifying that Khrushchev killed Kennedy or Castro killed him." He impressed upon Representative Gerald R. Ford that he wanted men who knew how the CIA worked. His most important call came just before 9 p.m. Johnson's beloved mentor, the man who most closely watched the CIA in Congress, Senator Richard Russell, was on the line from Winder, Georgia. Though LBJ already had given his name to the wire services as a member of the Warren Commission, Russell tried to turn the president down. "You're goddamn sure gonna serve, I'll tell you that," the president yelled. "You're gonna lend your name to this thing because you're head of the CIA committee." Johnson repeated that there could be no loose talk about Khrushchev's killing Kennedy. "Well, I don't think he did directly," Senator Russell said, "but I wouldn't be surprised if Castro had something to do with it." The creation of the Warren Commission posed a crushing moral dilemma for Richard Helms. Helms realized that disclosing the assassination plots would reflect very poorly on the agency and reflect very poorly on him, and that it might indeed turn out that the Cubans had undertaken this assassination in retaliation for our operations to assassinate Castro. This would have a disastrous effect on him and the agency, John Whitten testified. Helms knew it all too well. "We were treading very lightly," he said in top-secret testimony 15 years later. "We were very concerned at the time as to what we might come up with. Accusing a foreign government of having been responsible for this act is tearing the veil about as nastily as one can." The question of disclosure of the plots against Castro also created an impossible burden for Bobby Kennedy. He kept his silence. The president had ordered the FBI to investigate the killing of the president, commanded the CIA to cooperate fully, and told them to report their findings to the Warren Commission, which depended on them for the facts in the case. But their malfeasance was profound. By early 1962, the CIA, the FBI, the Pentagon, the State Department, and the Immigration and Naturalization Service all had files on Oswald. In August 1963, in New Orleans, Oswald had a series of confrontations with members of the Cuban Student Directorate, a CIA-financed anti-Castro group whose members reported to their case officer that they suspected Oswald was trying to infiltrate their ranks. By October 1963, the FBI knew him as a possibly deranged Marxist who supported the Cuban Revolution, who was capable of violence, and who had been in recent contact with Soviet intelligence officers. On October 30th, the Bureau learned that he was working at the Texas School Book Depository in Dallas. In short, an angry defector who admired Castro, whom the CIA had reason to believe might be a recruited communist agent, who was urgently seeking to return to Moscow via Havana, was staking out the route of the president's motorcade in Dallas. The CIA and the FBI never compared notes. The FBI never came close to tracking him down. This was a prelude to their performance in the weeks before September 11, 2001. It was gross incompetency, J. Edgar Hoover declared in a December 10, 1963 memo that stayed secret until the turn of the century. Cartha DeLoach, the assistant FBI director, urged Hoover not to discipline his agents for dereliction, for fear it would be seen as a direct admission that we are responsible for negligence which might have resulted in the assassination of the president. Hoover nonetheless punished 17 of his men. "We failed in carrying through some of the salient aspects of the Oswald investigation," Hoover wrote in October 1964. "It ought to be a lesson to us all, but I doubt if some even realize it now." The members of the Warren Commission knew none of this. As John Whitten soon learned, the CIA also concealed much of what it knew to be true from the Commission. Whitten had a terrible time sorting out the facts from an avalanche of falsehoods cascading in from the CIA's overseas station. Dozens of people were claiming that they had seen Oswald here, there, and everywhere in all kinds of conspiratorial circumstances, from the North Pole to the Congo, he remembered. Thousands of false leads propelled the CIA into a labyrinth. To sort out the facts of the case, Whitten had to depend on the FBI to share information with him. It took 2 weeks before he was allowed to read the FBI's preliminary investigative report on Oswald in December 1963. For the first time, he testified years later, "I learned a myriad of vital facts about Oswald's background, which apparently the FBI had known throughout the investigation and had not communicated to me." The FBI routinely failed to share information with the CIA. But the president had ordered them to cooperate. The one man responsible for the CIA's liaison with the FBI was Jim Angleton, and Angleton never told me of his talks with the FBI or of FBI information he gained in those meetings, Whitten said. Unable to influence the initial course of the investigation, Angleton had sandbagged Whitten, denounced his work, and doomed his efforts to uncover the facts of the case. Helms and Angleton agreed to tell the Warren Commission and the CIA's own investigators nothing about the plots to kill Castro. That was a morally reprehensible act, Whitten testified 15 years later. Helms withheld the information because it would have cost him his job. The knowledge would have been an absolutely vital factor in analyzing the events surrounding the Kennedy assassination, Whitten said. Had he known, our investigation of the Kennedy assassination would have looked much different than it did. Angleton's clandestine conversation with Allen Dulles controlled the flow of information from the CIA. The decisions he and Helms made may have shaped the Warren Commission's conclusions. But Angleton testified that the Commission could never have interpreted the significance of the Soviet and the Cuban connections the way that he and his small staff did. "We would have seen it more sharply," he said. "We were more intensely engaged. We had more experience in terms of Department 13 and the whole history of 30 years of Soviet sabotage and assassinations. We knew of cases, and we knew of the modus operandi." He said there was no point in giving away secrets best kept in his hands. His conduct was an obstruction of justice. He had only one defense. Angleton believed that Moscow had dispatched a double agent to cover up its role in the killing of John Kennedy. The implications would have been cataclysmic. His suspect was Yuri Nosenko, who had come to the United States as a KGB defector in February 1964, just as Angleton took over the CIA's investigation. Nosenko was a spoiled child of the Soviet elite. His father was the Minister of Shipbuilding, a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, buried in the Kremlin wall after he died. Yuri joined the KGB in 1953 at age 25. In 1958, he worked in the KGB section that focused on American and British travelers in the Soviet Union. He transferred to the American department, spying on the U.S. Embassy in 1961 and 1962, and then he became deputy chief of the tourist department. His father's status protected him against his many stumbles, all created by his thirst for vodka, until he traveled to Geneva in June 1962 as the security officer for a Soviet delegation at an 18-nation conference on disarmament. He got very drunk on his first night, and he awoke to discover that a prostitute had robbed him of $900 worth of Swiss francs. The KGB's strictures on mishandling funds were severe. Nosenko had identified, or rather misidentified, a member of the American diplomatic delegation named David Mark as a CIA officer, and Yuri went looking for him. Mark had arrived in Moscow 5 years before as the political and economic counselor at the American embassy. Though he was never a spy, he had done small favors for the CIA, and he was publicly declared persona non grata by the Soviets. It did not hurt his career. He later became an ambassador and the number 2 man at the State Department's intelligence branch. At the end of an afternoon meeting on the nuclear test ban treaty, Mark remembered, Nosenko walked up to him and said, in Russian, "I'd like to talk to you, but I don't want to talk here. I want to have lunch with you." It was an obvious pitch. Mark thought of a restaurant on the outskirts of town and made a date for the next day. Of course, I told the CIA people about this right away, and they said, "God, why did you pick that restaurant? That's where all the spies go." The American and the Russian broke bread, closely watched by 2 CIA officers. Nosenko told Mark about the prostitute and the missing money. "I've got to make it up," Mark recalled him saying, "so I can give you some information that will be very interesting to the CIA, and all I want is my money." Mark warned him, "Now look, you're going to commit treason." But the Russian was ready, so they arranged another meeting for the following day in Geneva. 2 CIA officers rushed to the Swiss capital to lead the interrogation. One was Tenant Begley, a Soviet division officer based in Bern who spoke little Russian. The second was George Kaiswalter, the CIA's premier Russian spy handler who flew in from headquarters. Nosenko arrived drunk for their first meeting. "Very drunk," he said many years later. The CIA taped him at great length, but the tape recorder malfunctioned. The record was patched together by Begley based on Kaiswalter's memory. Much was lost in translation. Begley cabled headquarters on June 11, 1962, saying that Nosenko had completely proven his bona fides, had provided information of importance, and was completely cooperative. But over the next 18 months, Angleton convinced Begley that he had been duped. Once Nosenko's staunchest supporter, Begley became his angriest antagonist. Nosenko had agreed to spy for the CIA in Moscow. He returned to Geneva with the Soviet disarmament delegation and met his CIA handlers at the end of January 1964. On February 3rd, the day the Warren Commission heard its first witness, he told the Americans that he wanted to defect immediately. Nosenko said he had handled the KGB's Oswald file, and nothing in it implicated the Soviet Union in the Kennedy assassination. Angleton was certain that he was lying. This judgment had catastrophic consequences. Nosenko produced a flood of secrets, but Angleton had already determined that he was part of a Soviet master plot. He believed that the KGB long ago had penetrated the CIA at a very high level. What else could explain the long litany of blown operations in Albania and Ukraine, Poland and Korea, Cuba and Vietnam? Perhaps all of the CIA's operations against the Soviets were known to Moscow. Perhaps Nosenko had been sent to protect the mole inside the CIA. The one and only defector Angleton ever embraced, Anatoly Golitsyn, certified by CIA psychiatrists as clinically paranoid, confirmed and strengthened Angleton's deepest fears. Angleton's highest duty as chief of counterintelligence was to protect the CIA and its agents against its enemies. But a great deal had gone wrong on his watch. In 1959, Major Pyotr Popov, the CIA's first spy of any note inside the Soviet Union, had been arrested and executed by the KGB. George Blake, the British spy from Moscow who blew the Berlin Tunnel before it was dug, had been exposed in the spring of 1961 forcing the CIA to consider that the tunnel had been used for Soviet disinformation. 6 months later, Heinz Felfe, Angleton's West German counterpart, was exposed as a Soviet spy after inflicting deep damage on the CIA's operations in Germany and Eastern Europe. A year after that, the Soviets arrested Colonel Oleg Penkovsky, secret hero of the Cuban Missile Crisis. They executed him in the spring of 1962. Then there was Kim Philby. In January 1963, Angleton's prime tutor in counterintelligence, his old confidant, his drinking partner, fled to Moscow. He was revealed at last as a Soviet spy who had served at the highest levels of British intelligence. Philby had been a suspect for 12 years. Back when he first fell under suspicion, Walter Beadle Smith had demanded reports from everyone having had contact with the man. Bill Harvey stated categorically that Philby was a Soviet agent. Jim Angleton stated categorically that he was not. In the spring of 1964, after years of crushing failures, Angleton sought redemption. He believed that if the CIA could break Nosenko, the master plot might be revealed and the Kennedy assassination solved. Helms framed the problem in congressional testimony declassified in 1998. Mr. Helms, if the information that Nosenko had provided about Oswald was true, then it led to a certain conclusion about Oswald and his relationship to the Soviet authorities. If it was incorrect, if he was feeding this to the United States government under instructions from the Soviet service, then it would have led one to an entirely different conclusion. If it were established beyond any doubt that he had been lying, and by implication, therefore, Oswald was an agent of the KGB, I would have thought that the implications of that, not for the CIA or for the FBI, but for the President of the United States and the Congress of the United States, would have been cataclysmic. Question: can you be more specific? Mr. Helms: yes, I can be specific. In other words, the Soviet government ordered President Kennedy assassinated. Those were the stakes. In April 1964, with the approval of Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, the CIA threw Nosenko into solitary confinement, first in a CIA safe house, and then at Camp Peary, the CIA's training site outside Williamsburg, Virginia. In the custody of the Soviet division, Nosenko received the treatment his fellow Russians received in the Gulag. There were scanty meals of weak tea and gruel, a single bare light burning 24 hours a day, no human companionship. I did not have